My hair plugs ain't pretty. Hard times in the city. I'm feeling kinda bad. 8 hours twice a week. Don't have time to take a leak. Hard times in the city. 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 Hard times in the city.
Hi, we haven't started yet. The show hasn't started yet. We're having some scheduling problems today. Dave Cyrus is supposed to be on at 8:30. He showed up early thinking he was on at 6:30. And now he's left it to our imagination as to whether or not he will actually show up. And he was a little cranky, which is always good. I like a cranky Dave Cyrus. And he left in a huff. And what I wanted to say to Dave Cyrus, if you're watching us on YouTube, you should be grateful, Dave Cyrus, that I asked you to do this show today and not all the time. You should be grateful for how little I ask you to do this show. You should get on your hands and knees and thank me for not asking you to do the show as much as I could. I could ask you to do this show a lot, but I don't. Where's the gratitude from these young comedy writers who I spare from doing my show? We're starting now. We're starting. Welcome to the mop-up for March 7th, 2022. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 68 degrees. It was partly sunny. Now it's rainy. Well, I had my first micro vacation in more than 2, perhaps 3 years. I took Amtrak up to Albany to visit new friends. I had a play date with new friends and we got along. And I love Amtrak. It's a miracle, just like the post office. And just like the post office, Amtrak has traditionally been a conduit into the middle class for African Americans, which is why it is treated so disrespectfully by our government. Amtrak and the post office is everything that's right about America. When people say, why do you always beat up on America? I don't. I just point out all that's wrong with it, like everything. But there are some good bright spots like Amtrak and the post office. By the way, my Amtrak train, the Ethan Allen Express, ran on time both ways, and it was better for the planet. Yes, I am morally superior because I'm a vegan and I took Amtrak. I didn't drive to Albany for my play date with my new friends. And I saved the planet by taking Amtrak. And that's what I'll be talking about today, if I have time. The planet, how oil is our enemy, not just Vladimir Putin, but oil. 60% of the Russian economy is oil. And instead of uniting to defeat Putin, we need to defeat what keeps Putin going, and that is oil. We need to declare war on fossil fuels. This is an opportunity. This is a once in an Armageddon opportunity to fight fossil fuels, what's going on in Ukraine. But first, back to my mini vacation. I don't realize how sick Manhattan makes me until I leave it. Now, when I say New York, I'm going to be talking about New York City. When I talk about New York City, I mostly mean the island of Manhattan, but the disease spreads to the other 4 boroughs, but primarily Manhattan. And there are essentially 2 types of, if you want to call them humans, who live in Manhattan. One, there are those who come here because they choose to come here. And then there are those, these are number 2, and they're treated like number 2, the people who were born here and can't leave. So the first type is the wide-eyed adventurer who comes to New York City. And then number two are the people who are treated like number two. And those are the people who were born in Manhattan and can't leave. And that's pretty much it. That is what New York City is. And it makes for a shambolic melting pot where the ingredients all stay exactly the same, but it's the pot that's melting and falling apart. Despite what anybody will tell you, nobody makes it in New York. Nobody. The most you can hope for is fuck me money. Not fuck you money, fuck me money. That's where you have just enough so you can say to your boss, you know what? I don't need you or this job. Fuck me. And you storm out of the office. Nobody ever hires you again. You decide, you know what? I'll live frugally by never leaving my apartment except late at night for some dumpster diving. The people who choose to come to New York. Let's talk about the people who come to New York by choice. The ones who aren't born to New York City, the ones who choose New York City. Many of them are escaping a war-torn, economically stripped nation, and they're grateful to be here. They're grateful that nobody's putting a hammer to their temple. So they're okay with New York City. Or they're from another part of America, and New York City is where they came to make it. And they're not going to let anyone get in their way, especially at, the supermarket or when we're boarding a subway car. They are here to make it. They are pushy, and there are no consequences to being pushy in New York City. As a matter of fact, being pushy is respected here in New York City. Push people out of the way. If you're working with them, push. If they get in your way, push them out. If you're working at the headquarters for an international Fortune 500 company and there's a factory or an office that is underperforming, push them out, fire them, move the office, push the office overseas to save money, push. Fire people to prove to the people above you that you're willing to destroy lives for the good of the company. Push. And then there are the people who come to New York because here nobody gives a rat's ass about you. And there's something quite liberating about leaving a small town where everybody's up in your business and you get to move to a town where nobody cares if you live or die. Now, I live in an apartment building. I don't know any of my neighbors. I don't want to meet them, and they don't want to meet me. I am surrounded by hundreds of people above and below me. Actually, today, they're all below me. That's for today. Tomorrow, when I'm depressed, I'll be below all of them. That's one of the few good things about Manhattan. It's so egalitarian. One day you're above everybody, the next day you're below it. One day you're a piece of shit, the next day everybody else is a piece of shit. And that's why we hate Donald Trump. He's one of the few New Yorkers who has never woken up feeling like he's a piece of shit. And that is why Donald Trump is a piece of shit. He doesn't realize he's a piece of shit. You live in Manhattan, you come to Manhattan to be left alone. That's why people choose to come to Manhattan, to be left alone. If I must share an elevator or a laundry room with another person, it's as though I'm being forced to stand naked with them in a public shower while the commandant inspects my scalp for lice. Neither one of us want to talk to one another. We act like the other person isn't there because in the end, we want to be left alone. Around me, people are born, they die, people are achieving the commanding heights of finance or medicine, or they're sinking to the depths of poverty, despair, and loneliness. I have no idea who these people are, and I couldn't care less. I am surrounded by New Yorkers realizing their greatest fantasies, whether it be in their career or their sexual fantasies. I'm surrounded by people realizing everyone's worst nightmare. They're heartbroken. They're experiencing financial ruin. They just got a bad medical diagnosis. But you get into an elevator with me, no matter what you're going through, keep it to yourself, because this island, we are all strangers. And that's why some people find New York City so alluring. You can be surrounded by 8 million let's call them humans, and you still get to be left completely alone. So if you're a little bit different, if you're from a small town where they don't approve of your kind, then come to New York City. We don't approve of your kind either, but we don't approve of anybody's kind because we're not kind. So come on in. The pool is toxic and there's plenty of room for nobody. We will greet you with unwelcome arms. The Statue of Liberty is only pretending to be holding a torch. She's raising her arms as a signal to the world, smell my unwashed, stinky French pits. Smell my unwashed, stinky French pits. That's what the Statue of Liberty is saying to visitors in the harbor. That's what I see when I see the Statue of Liberty, an angry French lady who's holding a torch on her way to the Bronx to set fire to her apartment building for the insurance. I don't know who you are. I don't know who these people are who are coming to America. My 4 grandparents came to America. I don't know who you are. But when I see a stone-faced French woman holding a torch, I'm thinking maybe they want me to stay out. Only the pushiest of pushy people would see this Statue of Liberty and think, I'm coming. I'm going to push on through. Welcome to New York. Get out of my way. That is the message to anybody visiting New York or coming here to live. Welcome to New York. Now get out of my way. We don't care that you're a transgender youth. Just get out of my way. We don't care if you're gay. Get out of our way. We don't care if you're an oppressed minority. You're welcome here so long as you get the F out of my way. New York City is the greatest place on earth. If you're a people person, and by people person, I mean you are a person who doesn't like people. There are 8 million of us. We're not special. We're pretty much identical. The people who think they're special, they're not special. We all think we're special in New York City until we have to put our specialty to a test, in which case we learn we're just like everybody else. Humility is forced upon us here in New York City. The only thing that makes one person more special than the other person is how pushy they are. The only specialty in New York that is respected is being pushy and how long you can remain pushy until you drop. We all start off in New York City pushy. Most of us weaken, we tire. But it's that one sociopath who just keeps on pushing and pushing until you're in the White House. And even though you lost the election, you keep on pushing and pushing. And the newly elected Manhattan District Attorney, Melvin Bragg, decides, you know what? Melvin Bragg, I think I'm pushy, but I'm not nearly as pushy as this Trump guy. So I'm going to push these criminal indictments off to the side, because if I pursue them, this guy, he's going to push me into the gutter because he is the pushiest of all pushies. Donald Trump is a pushy. And that's not Nancy Pelosi trying to say the word. He's a pushy. He's a pushy person. He is the grand Pushton of pushies. It's not talent. It's not wisdom. It's not street smarts. It's who pushes the hardest. The people who rise to the top in New York City are not the smartest, the prettiest, the most charming. It is the Persian who pushes the hardest. We celebrate push here in New York City. That's why New York City is a shithole. That's why this entire town should be razed. Like Chernobyl, we should just treat New York. It's too toxic here. It should just be, cordoned off, and nobody should be allowed to live here. You will buy something from a street vendor here in New York City just because she's pushing so hard. I have done that. And I'm not just talking about pimps. I have done that. I have bought from a street vendor. I've bought skin cream on the street just because the woman was pushing so hard. She flirted, cajoled, insisted, and I succumbed to her pushiness. Yes, you win. You are the pushiest person I've met all day. You get the win. I will buy this skin cream that will sit in my medicine cabinet unused for 20 years. And if you don't believe me, we have a YouTube channel that you should subscribe to see how unused my skin creams are. That is some good coffee. So that's the first category of New Yorkers, the ones who choose to be here. Then there's number two, the people who are treated like number two, the people who were born in New York City and are trapped. They can't leave. The people who, through no fault of their own, were brought here by their parents. And they can't leave. They were born into this conflagration of self-dealing buccaneers, and they are ill-equipped to deal with the people who want to be here. You can't win. You can't compete if you're born in New York City and you have to go up against the immigrants, the people who want to be in New York City. Now, technically, Trump falls into both categories. He's number one and number two. He's a combination. He's diarrhea, basically. He's number one and number two, and you mix them all together. I don't even think that's anatomically correct. I don't think one and two makes diarrhea. I think they're two separate bodily functions. But technically, Trump falls into both categories. He was born in Queens, which isn't really New York City, but he was born, he was trapped. But then he came to Manhattan where he really wanted to be. So he's, straddling both number one and number two, which is where he does most of his tweeting, or where he did most of his tweeting while he was straddling number one and number two. When I talk, I don't know if I'm making any sense today. I'm probably not. When I talk about New York City, I really mean Manhattan, but I also really mean New York City, okay? So the second category, number two, those are the New Yorkers who are stuck here because they can't afford to leave. These are the people who can't afford to stay and they can't afford to leave. They're sandwiched between paralysis and freedom. It's some kind of state of what do you call it? Purgatory. You're not in heaven. You're not in hell. You're just floating. You're the undead. They are trying to make their best of their situation, but it only gets worse for them. They live in a cramped studio apartment surrounded by everything they have ever bought, including a mummified corpse of Marie Kondo. They can't leave their apartment because they can't find the door, which is convenient since they can't afford to step out. You have to pay a toll to leave your apartment. It's $20 to leave your apartment. I have the Easy Pass. You can't meet someone for drinks or coffee or a sandwich because it's too expensive. Broadway, movies, even museums are unaffordable. Museums are supposed to be free. Even things that are free in New York City are unaffordable. All you can do is, if you're lucky, sneak out through the window because you can't find the door. And you go for a walk, you look through shop windows selling stuff nobody needs and nobody can afford. Commerce in New York City is a Potemkin village of storefronts to make it appear that this city is anything but what it truly is, a failed front for money laundering oligarchs, mobsters, and bankers, or people living on their parents' money. There are those people who are born here and they can actually afford to step outside and buy a cup of coffee. And these people should be rounded up and placed in Rikers Island for the remainder of their lives to atone for their sins and their parents' sins. Round up any child who isn't working but can afford to live in New York City. If you are a child living on your parents' money, you need to be rounded up and placed in Rikers Island. And you can always tell who's living on their parents' dime here in New York City. They are the ones who introduce themselves at parties as quote unquote podcast producers. Next time Someone introduces themselves to you at a party as a podcast producer, say, give me $1,000. You have it, give me $1,000. But for the people who were born here and can't leave, or for the people who came here and can't leave, Manhattan is Rikers Island. That's the prison here. That's the prison, Rikers Island. It's a jail that won't admit to being a Dickensian insane asylum, but it is. And it's a pretty remarkable story. Everybody knows here in New York City that Rikers Island is a Dickensian insane asylum. And we read about it. Every 3 months, the New York Times will do an expose, and we go, that's horrible, but I don't want to pay taxes. That's really horrible, but I don't want to pay taxes. That's what Rikers is. Rikers is our city jail, but because we don't want to pay taxes and because we no longer treat mental health issues, because we don't want to pay taxes, we put people who can't afford their meds or a psychologist, we put them eventually on Rikers Island, where prison guards make deals with gang leaders and become one and the same, where prisoners are beaten to death by guards or other prisoners, and it's covered up for a couple of months until the New York Times writes about it and we say that's horrible, but I don't want to pay taxes. Rikers Island, where prisoners are forced to fight one another so the guards and the gang leaders can place bets on the outcome. Is that legal? Is gambling legal in Rikers Island? Forget that's what people are asking, I'm sure. They don't care that guards and gang leaders are forcing other prisoners to fight one another. I'm sure they're upset about the illegal gaming that's going on. Rikers Island is something straight out of Midnight Express. The politicians and the media and the citizens, we all know it, but there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing, because nobody wants to pay more in taxes. We were supposed to close Rikers Island, but where are we supposed to put all these people who need psychological assistance? Rikers Island, a Dickensian insane asylum. I know the word insane is a pejorative. I'm using it in the Victorian parlance. Rikers Island is an insane asylum. We do not do social work. We do not do free treatment on demand for drug addicts. We don't take care of people who have deeply serious psychological issues. There's no place for them other than the streets. And then when they become violent, just violent enough, we send them off to Rikers Island. Now, have you heard about the Poo-Face Bandit? I wish I was making this up. There's a guy who got caught rubbing his poo into the face of a woman waiting for a subway. Now, just to be clear, because this is New York City, she was not paying for the privilege of having poo rubbed in her face. She did not want that, just so we're clear. Last week, a guy off his meds, living on the street, removed the contents of a bag containing his own excrement, and he smeared it all over a woman's head. He was arrested and became a folk hero when he told the judge to go F himself, and then added, and I quote, "shit happens." He has now become a beloved celebrity here in New York City. I'm assuming he's eventually going to run for office. Seriously, he is a folk hero. In New York, we admire someone for going meta with his own poo. He was punning. He was saying shit happens, or that's some bad shit. I'm not making this up. I'm not trying to be funny. It's true about his poo. And guess what? This wouldn't surprise you if you're from New York City. He was charged previously with a hate crime and released. This was about a month ago. He was arrested for another hate crime in Brooklyn, where he punched a guy in the chest and shouted, "effing Jew." He was released. Why? Because he's got severe mental health issues, right? It's not legal to lock up somebody who is mentally ill. And some of our judges here in New York City know that. The guy is clinically deranged. And anybody who goes before a judge and tells the judge to go F himself needs treatment. And the judge, hearing the case about the poo smear, when he heard about this and the man told him to go F himself and said shit happens, the judge knew that this is a homeless man who is off his meds, if he was ever even prescribed any. The judge knows that any man who smears his own feces on a woman sitting at a train station needs medical attention, not jail. But in a city where nobody wants to pay taxes, the outrage in New York is we need to get tough on crime, even though this was an act of desperation. Wasn't really a crime. We go right to lock these people up. Now, if someone smeared his own feces on me or punched me in the chest and called me an effing Jew, I would want to punish this person. But that's just because he reminds me of my son. Up until my son turned 6, that's pretty much what I went through every day. Him smearing his feces on me, punching me and calling me an effing Jew. But if it's not my son, I would want to punish this person who did something like that to me, because if it's not my son, it's not funny. I get that. But a reasonable society would not want to punish this person. A reasonable society recognizes that this guy is mentally ill. A reasonable society, in fact, any other society in the industrialized world other than America, would assign a social worker to this guy and make sure he is given all the psychiatric treatment he needs and all the medicine he needs. Maybe not a laxative, but all the other medication he needs, so I can walk the streets of my city and not have to worry about someone rubbing their excrement all over my face, unless I pay him to do that, because it's the only thing that makes me feel alive, which it doesn't. It makes me feel a little alive, but not enough to justify the cost of paying someone to rub their excrement all over me. I don't know what it's like in the suburbs, but in Manhattan, it's way too expensive and it's not fresh. Here in New York, Here in America, we leave drug addiction and mental illness untreated. We wait until it manifests itself into a felony, something big like an assault with a deadly weapon. Personally, I would say rubbing one's own feces on someone's face is assault with a deadly weapon, especially if it's not vegan. I think I would rather get shot than shit in my face, but I'm a germophobic vegan. I digress. How many deadly shootings could be prevented in this country? Not shittings, shootings. And I'm going to get serious here now. Some would say I have been seriously ill, but I'm going to try to rein this in here. How many deadly shootings could be prevented in America if we provided free health care that included free trips to the psychologists, free medicine to treat mental health disorders? In America, we wait until a school is shot up so our SWAT teams get to go in as swashbucklers and take out the shooter. We spend all our money on police and jails and people who have to administer these jails and police, but nothing on preventing these crimes from happening in the first place. It's how we do healthcare in this country. There's no preventive medicine for the poor. We wait till they go to the emergency room and it's too late. This is what defunding the police is about. This is what defunding the police is about. Nobody is saying get rid of the police. We need police. Nobody in their right mind, when they say defund the police, is saying just get rid of the police. And anybody who says get rid of the police completely is being paid by either the Russians or the far right wing to discredit the left. They are agent provocateurs in the true definition of that term. Now, I am serious. Anybody who says we don't need police doesn't believe that. They are on the payroll of the Mercer family or some Russian oligarch or the CIA to discredit the left by making the left look ridiculous. Now, there are some people who actually mean get rid of the police, and they are right for saying that. They are absolutely right for saying that because they live in a neighborhood where the police are the problem. There are people in America who live in the same way you fear a criminal from breaking into your home. There are people in America who see police the same way. Breonna Taylor, for example. There is that. There are neighborhoods in America where the police are the problem. There are neighborhoods where the police who must put up with people like me. There are cities like Los Angeles. I lived in Los Angeles for a long time. This is a town where the police put up with a person like me, and then they go to take it out on people who don't look like me. There are neighborhoods that are victimized by police officers after I called because my neighbor's party is too loud, and I'm being serious about this. In Los Angeles, I have asked my neighbors to dial back the noise. It's 3 a.m. The party is too loud, too drunk, and they don't listen. So, Karen that I am, I call the police, and the police, because I'm white, they come out and they tell my neighbors to end the party. And then those officers leave, and because they couldn't tell me they have better things to do than adjust the volume on somebody's graduation party, they quietly drive into a poor neighborhood and take it all out on people of color. They displace their resentment, for me, on people who have less power. The level of politeness shown to me by a police officer is in direct proportion to the cruelty heaped upon a person of color later that evening. And I used to tell this to my kids. Whenever we had any dealings with a police officer in Los Angeles, and they'd go, well, he seemed nice. And I said, however nice he seemed to us, he's going to be equally cruel to a person of color. And that's the truth. That's the truth. Again, I'm not one of those people who says, get rid of the police. We need police. I believe in defunding the police. I believe in stopping crime before it becomes a crime. And you do that by spending more on social workers and education and food and medicine. That's the police. That is the police on instruction from high above. Persecute people of color, get them behind bars by any means necessary so we can put them to work for our Fortune 500 companies. One of the most underreported stories of the past 40 years, how Fortune 500 companies rely on prison labor. I'm a broken record on this, but we all talk about the loophole in the 13th Amendment. Michelle Alexander writes about it. We all love to talk about it, but we never really talk about what that loophole has created, and that is prison labor. It's amazing how underreported this story is. Now, I have a friend, a black friend in Los Angeles. One night he was sitting in his car. He's a young man. He was parked on the street taking a nap. He was tired. He was in between jobs, taking a nap in his car on the street where he lives. The cops see an African American sleeping behind the wheel of his car, get out. They search him. no probable cause, no warrant. They search his car, no probable cause, no warrant, and they found marijuana in Los Angeles. It was medical marijuana. He produced the prescription for his medical marijuana. He was not stoned. No warrant, no crime, and they arrested him. And because he has little money, he did 7 days in Los Angeles County Jail because he couldn't afford the bail. And he finally goes before a judge, and the judge releases him. The judge says, no crime, well, you're free. No apologies. The judge didn't question why he was arrested for possession of legal medical marijuana. The judge never says this is false arrest, which it is. But even though it was false arrest, they fingerprinted my friend. They took his mugshot, and now there's a record that he's been arrested. He's in the system. He's in the system now. So the next time my friend gets pulled over, the cops will look up his record and they will see that he has, this is an important phrase, he has an arrest record. He has an arrest record. Think about this. Not a record of being convicted. He has an arrest record. So they arrest him again for being black and having an arrest record. And you keep arresting these African-American males for no reason whatsoever. This is catch and release. You build a false case against them, a false record. Arrest record, no convictions, just arrest records. And eventually enough arrest records are recorded, they get charged with a felony when they commit even the most minor crime or are believed to have committed a minor crime that they're innocent of, and their public defender says, plea out. Just go to prison for a year. Look, the judge is going to look at your arrest record. I'm telling you, plea out. And that's why our jails are disproportionately black. That's how our jails become disproportionately black and people of color. You have a black man, never convicted of a crime, who just pleaded out, working for free in that prison, building furniture for a department store. The media will go so far as the loophole in the 13th Amendment, and that's where they stop. Every white, entitled neoliberal knows about the loophole in the 13th Amendment, but they never talk about what that means, what that loophole means, because they are the beneficiaries of the loophole in the 13th Amendment. The reason we are locking up innocent black men is partly racism and partly the loophole in the 13th Amendment that dates back to Reconstruction, when white plantation owners felt cheated because the slaves had been freed and they needed to rely on prison labor. And that system, since Reconstruction, thanks to the 13th Amendment, the loophole in the 13th Amendment, that system remains intact to this day. And they never call out the Fortune 500 companies that benefit from the amendment, the loophole in the 13th Amendment, because they are sponsoring MSNBC, CNN, and of course, the New York, every place else. So what my friend was left with was an arrest record that will eventually, if he's not lucky, it will lead to something called coercive plea bargaining. Coercive plea bargaining. They get you on something, anything, even though you're innocent. Maybe you're guilty, but most likely innocent. And because of your arrest record, not your conviction record, because of your arrest record being so long, never convicted, your arrest record, you never go to trial. You're told first by the prosecutor and then by your lawyer to plea out. This is what coercive plea bargaining means. Make your life easy and plea out. But I'm innocent. I know you think you're innocent. You may be innocent, but you have this arrest record. You have this arrest record, not a conviction record. Make your life easier, plea out, because if you force a trial, then the judge and the prosecutor will not be so lenient. It's a coercive plea bargain. We see it all the time on Law and Order, where the prosecutor says, don't make things difficult for me, because if you make it difficult for me, I'm going to make it difficult for you. You put me and the city through the aggravation of having to give you a trial, all the expenses and time that we have to invest in your trial. I'm going to, if they find you guilty, I am going to send you away forever, to send a message to all future criminals. Do not ask for a trial, because if you ask for a trial and you get one and you're convicted, we will punish you not just for the crime you committed, but for the trial. You will get more time served for forcing the trial than the crime you actually committed. You are punished in America for demanding a trial more than you are for the crime you committed. Because if you don't ask for a trial, they lighten your sentence. So make it easy on yourself and take this plea. And they take the plea even though so many of them are innocent. It's called a coercive plea bargain. A coercive plea bargain where poor people, people of color, they just plea out, even though they're innocent, even though the Sixth Amendment guarantees the rights of criminal defendants. The Sixth Amendment guarantees the right to a public trial, a speedy one at that, the right to a lawyer, the right to an impartial jury, and the right to know who your accusers are and the nature of the charges and evidence against you. That's all in the Sixth Amendment, which should be applicable, but we don't want to pay taxes. We don't want to pay taxes. So a speedy trial, we don't want to pay. Who pays for that? Taxpayers. We don't want that. Save us money. If you save us money, if you take the plea, you'll serve less time. But if you exercise your Sixth Amendment right to a speedy trial, we are going to punish you more for that than we will for the crime you committed. This is America, where the Sixth Amendment is written into the Constitution, but it's eclipsed because we don't want to pay taxes. And we also have the 13th Amendment, the loophole. 13th Amendment frees the slaves unless we lock them up, in which case they can be forced to work for free, which they are. As I said, in Texas, prisoners are picking cotton for free. Some states, the prisoners get like $1 a day, which is pretty much slavery. Our economy is built on free labor, either here or overseas. If you're being paid $4 a day, it might as well be free labor. We use prisoners in America to build our furniture in America, to take our airline reservations, even to work for credit card companies. I've been over this, and I will continue to be over this. I'm not over this. I will continue to cover this. Read The New Jim Crow. Read Michelle Alexander. It's the new Jim Crow. The only people who haven't been all over this story is the media. They don't cover what that loophole in the 13th Amendment means because their sponsors are the beneficiaries of that loophole, as is our Capitol, as is Nancy Pelosi. Everything that was destroyed on January 6th, the window panes, the furniture, all of it, every inch of the Capitol was restored by prisoners. Why? Because it's the law. It is the law that any furniture, any window frame that the federal government buys must first be, a bid must be made, offered to the federal prison services. I forgot the name of the agency, but there's a federal agency, and they sell, it's the federal government selling furniture and all different types of wares to the federal government. It's written in the law that if you're working for the Justice Department and you need a new table, you have to buy it from the Federal Prison Industries Agency. I'm not getting the name correct, but that is the law. And of course, the media never discusses prison labor or the fact that prisons, especially private prisons, are the reasons we have prisons. We have prisons in America not to prevent crime, not to rehabilitate criminals. We know that. We know people learn to become criminals in prison. We have prisons in America because there's money to be made from having prisons. Prisons create jobs. And when they're privately run, they create profits. Prisons, for-profit, state prisons, federal prisons, they all use free labor to make money, lending its inmates out to slaughterhouses, candle makers, and farms that need picking. If you get arrested, especially if you're a person of color, you're not going to trial, you're going to prison. Let me say that again, categorically, if you get arrested, especially if you're a person of color, you are not going to trial, you are going to prison. And if you ask for a trial, the mere asking for a trial, if you get a trial, you will be punished more for demanding a trial than you will be for the crime you committed. That is the United States of America. According to the Pew Research Center in 2018, 80,000 Americans were arrested by the federal government and charged with the crime. We have about 2.5 million people behind bars. In order to fill those prisons, we have to arrest a lot of people each year. In 2018, 80,000 Americans were arrested by the federal government and charged with the crime. Of those, only 2% got a trial. 2% of the 80,000 Americans who were arrested by the federal government in 2018 got a trial. The Atlantic magazine reports that 97% of federal convictions are the result of plea bargains. Emily Yoffe, Y-O-F-F-E, wrote about this in the Atlantic magazine, and I quote, "This is the age of the plea bargain. Most people adjudicated in the criminal justice system today waive the right to a trial and the host of protections that go along with one, including the right to appeal. Instead, they plea guilty. Most felony convictions are now the result of plea bargains, some 94% at the state level and some 97% at the federal level. Estimates for misdemeanor convictions run even higher," she goes on to write. "These are astonishing statistics, and they reveal a stark new truth about the American criminal justice system. Very few cases go to trial." That's in the Atlantic magazine, and a piece written by Emily Yoffe, Y-O-F-F-E. This is your country. This is America. We don't address the roots of a problem before that problem gets out of hand. Defunding the police, which I believe in. I believe we need police who have been defunded. I'd rather see social workers than police officers. Defunding the police has a negative connotation. But again, the idea is if we have limited resources, if we have to suffer through austerity because the richest 1% won't pay their fair share of taxes, if we have the limited resources that They say we do. We're the wealthiest country in the history of civilization. And yet, Jeff Bezos won't pay taxes. So we're told that our government can't afford anything. We have to practice austerity, the wealthiest country in the history of civilization. We have to practice austerity, but we're wealthy because all the wealth is concentrated in 5 families who don't want to pay their taxes. So we have limited resources. Until we can get Jeff Bezos to pay his taxes, we have limited resources. So defund the police. We have limited resources. Let's spend that money wisely, right? We're always told to spend our money wisely. Well, spending our money wisely, it means investing in social workers, so you need fewer prisons. That's a wise move financially. Prisons are more expensive than social workers. If you invest in providing free treatment on demand for drug addiction, you will have fewer drug addicts who end up getting arrested for shoplifting, which means you need fewer police, fewer jails, and fewer trials, which we all know are so expensive. See how this works? The richest 1% demand austerity. They say spend what you have wisely, but they don't let us spend our money wisely. They just want that money thrown at the police, prisons, and of course, for-profit prisons, because that makes the rich even richer. Our jails are a source of free labor. So we have austerity, and we're forced into austerity by the rich, who also force us not to spend what little money we have wisely. It is wise to invest your money in your neighbor. When you provide your neighbor with a blanket, your neighbor is less likely to go out and steal a blanket. But instead, America doesn't care about the root causes. We only care about what's right in front of us. So we see the poo-face bandit, a man smearing feces in our face. Why aren't we locking him up? That's the question we ask. Why aren't we locking him up when we should be asking the question, how many steps along the way did we fail this man that he found himself homeless, crapping into a baggie, and then smearing it in a woman's face? We failed this guy. He hasn't failed us. We need to take care of our neighbor before they steal our blanket or rub feces in our face. And this is not some great thought. It is the foundation, the building block of civilization. I'm not telling you anything that's new. I'm telling you what's been encoded into our DNA. Take care of one another. It is basic. It's survival. It's part of evolution. It's why humans got to the place we got on the evolutionary ladder. Baked into our DNA is cooperation, community, taking care of one another. This is not some grand, noble thought. This is how we survive. When we take care of one another, we are taking care of ourselves. Every tribe, every civilization knows that you take care of your own. You may fight with another tribe. You may fight with another civilization, but you know to take care of your own. Not America. Every troop of chimpanzees understands that one in need is all in need. Occasionally chimps throw feces, but not at each other, only at us when we put them in a zoo. Not taking care of your fellow man and woman goes against nature. That goes against nature. That's not how we're hardwired. We're not hardwired to ignore the needs of others. We're hardwired to nurture others. In fact, we can't survive unless we take care of one another. I was reading about fire, and fire, the advent of fire, meant that we could eat food and our stomach didn't have to do all the digestion. It was pre-digested by the fire. So all the energy went to our brain, and our stomachs got smaller and our brains got bigger. And a woman's birth canal did not grow with the size of a human's brain, which means giving birth, we're one of the few animals that needs another human being, it needs a helpmate to bring life into this world. It is very difficult for a woman to go out into the field and squat out a baby all by herself. If she had to do it all by herself, the baby and she there's a good chance that they would die, because a woman's birth canal has not grown to accommodate the increasing size of the human head. We need other people to bring life into this world, and that makes us communal, and it is hardwired to take care of those in need, not to ignore them. You are going against nature when you have vast stretches of homelessness. That's unnatural. That goes against our DNA. Cruelty towards others, ignoring the plight of others is unnatural. It is pure, unadulterated ignorance to state that humans are animals and animals are cruel. Cruelty is human nature, and there's really nothing we can do about human nature. Cruelty is a fact of life. So all you should do, folks, is protect yourself. That's the Reagan ethos. Well, the Reagan ethos goes against our DNA. Humans are not cruel. They're capable of cruelty, but that's unnatural. Cruelty is not part of nature. A cat, we rarely beat up on our own. And when that does happen, it's obscene. But we rarely beat up on our own. We're more likely to beat up on another group of humans or another species of animal. But to ignore our own, to walk past somebody who's homeless and just think, it's part of nature, that you don't understand evolution. Cruelty is not a part of nature. A cat will torture a mouse. This is true. But a cat does not torture another cat. Sometimes it sounds like cats are torturing other cats, but that's only because a male cat has a barbed penis when he's tumescent. When a male cat is not aroused, his penis is as smooth as silk. It's really soft. It's really soft. Hang on for 1 second. Ooh, a cat has a barbed penis when he's tumescent, but when he's not aroused, it's smooth. The minute he sees a female cat, spikes shoot out of his penis. And so when he enters a female cat, she will scream from the pain. That's the screaming you hear outside. Cats aren't fighting. They're making what cats mistakenly refer to as love. It's painful for the woman. It's evolution's birth control. A female cat only allows a man inside of her if he's worth it, if his sperm is worthy of her, and she anticipates some kind of pleasure. And there is some pleasure for the female cat, but most of it is unpleasant. Female cats do not enjoy the spiky barbed penis of their lover. When you hear cats screaming, they are not fighting. They are having sex. Again, the male cat with his blood-engorged crown of thorns He may be enjoying it, but the female cat pretty much is not, which is why cats are insane. Cats are insane. And it's why lesbians love cats. Lesbians love cats because female cats can do without men. They rather not be around men. Lesbians or divorced women relate to cats. You like cats, you deal with men only when it's absolutely necessary, and they're right for thinking that way. Now, in my 20s, when I was single, dating, I always had one or two cats, which explains why I have problems with women. I now realize I'm a divorced lesbian. This is all science. This is all science and logic that Professor Ben Burgess, who teaches logic, can back up. And I am a divorced lesbian. The point is, lions eat humans, but humans don't eat humans because humans taste like rat. At least that's what I have found. But you don't attack your own. It's unnatural. Despite what Republicans, despite what the far right insists, despite what conservatives in the Democratic Party will tell you, humans cooperate. They feel better when they cooperate. Cooperation is baked into our DNA. We were born to take care of one another. We were born because someone was taking care of someone else. Every civilization gets that, at least taking care of your own. At least taking care of your own. Troops of chimpanzees, they will fight one another. It's very ugly. There are battles between troops of chimpanzees, but within the group, they protect their own. Americans do not. We are the only civilization right now, the only modern civilization that doesn't take care of its own. A normal society, again, can view some other society as the enemy. But in America, we view the world outside and the world inside as our enemy. As far as humans go, Americans are not nice because we're unnatural. The way we live, it is not natural. We're not a kind people. Stop flattering yourself, America. We are not a kind people. We spend only 1% of our federal budget each year on foreign aid. Now, because our budget is the world's largest, that's more money than any other country provides in terms of foreign aid. I'll explain later how we define foreign aid. It's not really foreign aid, but as far as most of us are concerned, 1% of our budget goes towards foreign aid. But as a percentage of our GDP, America ranks among the lowest in the developed world. And the money we do give is not really aid. There are always strings attached. For instance, the largest recipient of our foreign aid, the two largest recipients of our foreign aid are Israel and Egypt. That's because of the Camp David Accords. We cut a check for peace. Sign this, and we'll give you about, I don't know the numbers, what, $3.5 billion, $4 billion a year. That's how we brought peace to the Middle East. You cut a check. We cut a check, but the strings are that money must be spent on American weapons. We don't provide foreign aid unless it benefits us. In this case, the military-industrial complex. We provide billions to Egypt, billions to Israel, but only if that money is spent to buy our weapons. So essentially, when we give assistance, we're essentially subsidizing Boeing, Raytheon, McDonnell Douglas. We're subsidizing our defense industry, right? That's not generosity. It's here, take $3.5 billion, but I better see this on Boeing's balance sheet. Otherwise, no more foreign aid. We give anywhere between $40 to $50 billion a year in foreign aid. That's it. $40 to $50 billion a year in foreign aid. Where does this money go? 35% goes to weapons. We give them money to buy weapons from us. If they buy the weapons from Russia or they buy the weapons from Israel, we cut them off. No more foreign aid for you. We give a country money. 35% of our foreign aid goes to giving countries money. They buy our weapons. So 35% of our so-called humanitarian aid is subsidizing the bomb makers. Doesn't sound humanitarian to me. The rest of the humanitarian aid, foreign aid, is spent on wheat or pharmaceuticals. You know, you give them money and they have to buy our wheat, our pharmaceuticals. And 41% of our foreign aid, I'm looking at it now, is to support what are called bilateral economic development agencies. That's where most of our foreign aid goes, actually, to bilateral economic development agencies. That sounds really benevolent, doesn't it? That's where most of our foreign aid goes. It goes towards working with other countries like Sweden or Belgium to develop third world countries economically. It's not going towards free food, free housing, free education, or free medicine. We help third world countries with these bilateral economic development agencies. We help third world countries, so we say, by investing in their businesses, moving them from an agrarian culture to an industrialized one, because an industrialized culture is a happy people. Look at us. Look how happy we are. Get off the farm and come into the city and be like all these craven monsters who live in New York. That's our idea of economic development. We don't respect their way of life. We change it. We use much of our foreign aid to get third world countries addicted to debt. Do we lift them out of poverty along the way? Yes, it depends how you define poverty and lifting people out of it. It's all how you define what poverty is and what a better life is. It's our way or the highway. We use foreign aid as an investment. We are saving these countries for the sole purpose of creating a new market to buy our crap or provide our free labor. If you're getting $3 a day, that's free labor. Again, and speaking of free labor, I'm drinking coffee that was probably picked by children down in South America or Central America. Still good coffee, and I'm addicted to it. Again, some of this humanitarian aid helps, but is it humanitarian? Is it humanitarian? Humanitarian means promoting and improving the lives of humans, doing so in a neutral way, regardless of political or religious affiliation. Humanitarian means without judgment, without question. You provide aid to someone because they are human beings. And most importantly, you provide humanitarian aid to give to the recipient of that aid independence. Humanitarian means you expect nothing in return, but that's not how America views foreign aid. We expect loyalty. We expect you the third world country, to return the favor by switching to our economic system, our way of life. And when you do that, we expect you to be dependent on us. We rob you of your independence. That's how our humanitarian aid works. To be a true humanitarian, you are supposed to create independence. Our $50 billion in foreign aid is designed to make countries dependent on America for weapons, food, pharmaceuticals, and debt, our money. Now, one of the benefits to living in America, one of the few benefits to living in America, by the way, knowing who I am, I would probably be okay with this if it improved our way of life. I got to be honest with you. I wouldn't approve of it, but at least there would be the balm of living in the wealthiest country in the history of civilization and feeling like I'm living in the wealthiest country in the history of civilization. The justification for this behavior in the past was always, well, you like your way of life, don't you? And people would go, well, I guess I do. And we would buy into all the horrors we inflicted overseas. That was how they defended Vietnam. You like your way of life, don't you? I didn't like my way of life back then, and I don't like my way of life right now. During Vietnam, I was living with my parents. I couldn't stand that way of life, and I can't stand my way of life right now. I mean, what do I get out of all this? Oh, I'm the schmuck paying his taxes, and I get nothing in return other than what's left of freedom of speech. That's it. One of the best things about living in America is being able to say the following without dire ramifications. This is what doesn't make it all worthwhile, but the freedom, as long as you're white and you're a man and you're not working for a corporation and you have to do a podcast, you have the freedom, as long as you're doing a podcast that nobody listens to, you have the freedom to say, quote, and this is what I like to say, when you consider the size of America's military might, coupled with America being about 16% of the world's GDP, America's bad outweighs the good. America's bad outweighs the good. That's why I'm grateful to live in this country. I can say on a podcast that nobody listens to, I am free to say on a podcast that makes no money, that isn't making a dent into the top 50,000 podcasts out there, I am free to say America's bad outweighs the good. And that makes me somewhat grateful to be an American, that I have that freedom of speech as long as nobody hears my speech. We are 16% of the global GDP. We are responsible for 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions. Now, yes, we invent some alternative sources of energy, although the Dutch invented the windmill. But, we're working on alternative sources. But we, along with China, are the cause of climate change. We are. The EU, but mostly China and America. Eliminate America and China, you save the planet. Let me repeat. If you want to save the planet, you eliminate the American and Chinese economy. Who is China's biggest trading partner? America. Why is China creating most of their greenhouse gases? Partly to produce all that crap Americans consume or try to sell to the rest of the world. So, following this logic, eliminate America, you save the planet. We are the cause of climate change. The reason China is the number 2 cause of climate change, or number 1, depending on where you're measuring. The reason China is such a source of greenhouse gases is because they're making shit for us to consume or for us to sell to other people. America is the cause of climate change. If there was another country, if we had our military might and there was another country producing 30% of the world's greenhouse gases, I would invade that country. I would destroy that country. America is causing 30% of climate catastrophe. You shut down America, you shut down climate change. Planet saved. No American greenhouse gases means no Chinese greenhouse gases. You get rid of America, you've gotten rid of enough of Chinese greenhouse emissions, not all, but enough to save the planet. Therefore, and thusly, Noam Chomsky is right when he says the Republican Party is more of a threat to the planet than Hitler's Nazi Party. Noam Chomsky said he was voting for Biden because Trump and the Republican Party, because of their position on climate change, they are a bigger threat to the planet than Adolf Hitler and his Nazis could have ever been. The Republicans refuse to move on climate change. And because of that, America refuses to move on climate change. I know Biden, I know the Democrats, but they're not as bad. People say constantly to me, why are you so critical of the United States? They say, why don't you find the good in America? There are some people who come to office hours and say, why are you constantly beating up on Biden and America? Why? Because the people who only find the good in America are destroying the planet. I don't need to hear what's good about America right now because we are destroying the planet, and the bad outweighs the good here in America. And by the way, you can find the good in anyone. I can find the good in Stalin. I can find the good in Mao. I can find the good in Franco. I won't say Hitler. I won't say I can find the good of the Autobahn. I won't say the Autobahn. I will not go there. You can find the good in anybody. If you look at Stalin, Mao, and Hitler, they are responsible for 100 million of their citizens ending up dead. But I can assure you, I can find the good in those three fellas. And I can assure you, I can find the good in America. But now is not the time to wave the flag and talk about America being a source of good in the world. There's plenty of good in America, but the bad are winning. The bad are winning. America has produced Ralph Nader. It's produced Noam Chomsky. It's produced Bernie Sanders and Dr. Martin Luther King and AOC. Maybe AOC. But the bad are winning. The bad are winning, not the good. Noam Chomsky isn't winning. Martin Luther King isn't winning. Bobby Kennedy isn't winning. Trump is winning. Biden is winning. Which brings me to Vladimir Putin, who is bad. Bad guy. Bad guy. You cannot separate what is happening in Ukraine to what is happening to our planet. Yet again, America finds itself on the brink of war over oil, over fossil fuel. Oil kills us in ways just as deadly, if not more deadly, than climate change, right? Oil, it is fossil fuel that is killing us. It is killing us because of all these wars, and it is killing us because of climate change and the wars that will ensue because of climate change. We will have wars because of climate change, because of scarcity due to climate change, all caused by one thing and one thing only: oil. We fought both Gulf Wars because of oil. We are bogged down in the Middle East because we use 30% of the world's energy, and that energy comes partly from the Middle East. And yet, since 2018, America has become the world's biggest oil producer. So we can't blame the Middle East. We can't blame OPEC. We're to blame. We are the world's biggest oil producer. We cause 30% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, and we are the world's biggest oil producers. And our bad outweighs the good. And make no mistake about Ukraine. This catastrophe has plenty, if not all, to do with oil. Right now, people are dying over the thing that is killing us. I'm rooting against Putin because I'm rooting against Putin. Wall Street gutted Russia, and the only thing we left them with was oil, because we couldn't take that. It's under the ground. But we pretty much took everything else. Like I've been saying repeatedly on this show, as much as 80% of Russia's GDP is kept in offshore accounts, tended to by American, German, French, British, and Israeli bankers. We didn't take their oil. We didn't take their oil. We were like Clemenza in Godfather 1. Take the cannoli, leave the oil. And so 40% of Russia's economy is oil. It's all we left them with, oil. And so far, Joe Biden has refused to sanction Russian oil. Last Thursday, Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she was all for banning Russian oil. She said, let's ban it. We ban their oil, we crush Russia. And Nancy Pelosi said, ban Russian oil, probably because her criminal family has gone long on oil futures and has bet that it's going up to $200 a gallon. I'm sure Paul Pelosi has bet oil goes to $200 a gallon. Republican Congressman Michael McCaul, he's the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. He told the Biden administration last week that they must stop American dollars from funding Putin's war machine and that they must cut off U.S. imports of Russian oil. But he doesn't give a shit about the planet. He doesn't give a shit about the people of Ukraine. He's from Texas. McCaul represents Texas. He couldn't care less about Ukraine, the war, or democracy. He cares about Texas. If oil isn't coming in from Russia, it means more is coming in from his beloved, poisonous, Permian Basin. The United States consumes about 20 million barrels of oil a day. We consume 20 million barrels of oil a day. 400,000 barrels a day come from Russia. And Texas wants that business. They want those 400,000 barrels a day coming from Texas and not Russia. Europe, whole other story. If we do sanctions against Russian oil, Europe, they account for 70% of Russia's gas exports and half of Russia's oil exports. Guess who the EU has to turn to for that gas and oil to make up for not having Russia's? America. Like I said, we are the world's largest producer of oil. So when Biden strangles the Russian economy by sanctioning their oil, Texas wins. You ban Russian oil, that's 40% of their economy. America puts the final nail in Russia's coffin. We don't get all their oil. We just end up with all their oil customers. We will have succeeded in getting it all. We will have gotten all of Russia. We got all the reserves, close to $1 trillion of Russian reserves are sitting in Western banks. We looted their reserves. We couldn't steal their oil, but we can steal their customers. And then that's it. We got it all. Supposedly, it would be game, set, and match. The only thing left for Russia is to go from oil to nuclear power. And by nuclear power, I don't mean selling it. I mean using it to destroy parts of Ukraine. Here's the scary conversation. I'm running 5 minutes late. Here is the scary conversation we need to start having about nuclear weapons. This is really scary. Scarier than a nuclear weapon is what I'm about to tell you. Intermediate range tactical nuclear weapons are not Armageddon. Let me repeat. If Putin drops an intermediate range tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine, it is not Armageddon. It's only Armageddon when Biden decides it's Armageddon. And we need to brace ourselves right now for the eventuality that Putin will use a small-scale nuclear weapon. Now, history rhymes. Japan is the only nation to be hit by nuclear weapons, twice by America during World War II. And then 11 years ago, they were hit by the Fukushima disaster. It was the world's worst nuclear disaster since Chernobyl. And where is Chernobyl? It's in Ukraine. And the world works in mysterious ways. History rhymes. And the same way Japan was nuked and then had a nuclear disaster, Fukushima, perhaps Chernobyl will have a nuclear disaster and then be nuked. I'm not trying to be glib here. I just pay attention to the way history sometimes unfolds. And we should brace ourselves for a tactical nuclear weapon being used in Ukraine. We should consider right now what the West's response should be to that, because a tactical nuclear weapon, a one-off, is not Armageddon. We used to test nuclear weapons above ground. It wasn't safe, but we did it. There's been an estimated 528 above ground atmospheric tests of nuclear weapons, plus the 2 we dropped at Nagasaki and Hiroshima. So that's 530 above ground nuclear explosions. It's not Armageddon. Now, it's not healthy. Some say John Wayne. I'm running 5 minutes behind, and just to alert our affiliates, sometimes we're just running 5 minutes behind, Lorna. John Wayne contracted cancer. Some say playing Genghis Khan in a movie called The Conqueror, filmed in 1954. It was downwind of a nuclear weapons test. By 1980, of the 220 people who worked on that film, cast and crew, 91 contracted cancers and 46 died. That was by 1980. So what was that, in 25 years? Dick Powell, the director, John Wayne, Susan Hayward, all died from cancer. 2 of John Wayne's sons, who were playing with Geiger counters on the set, also contracted cancer. There was a big nuclear test, I believe it was in Nevada. They were downwind. It was a big thing. They all watched it. 100,000 permanent residents inside the Utah Canyon, where The Conqueror was filmed, became sitting ducks living in a cancer cluster back in 1954. One of the, 530 some odd tests, above ground tests of nuclear weapons. So setting off a nuclear weapon isn't Armageddon. How we respond is Armageddon. And we need to have this conversation. We have lived through a lot these past 3 years. The use of a tactical nuclear weapon will be devastating, but It's par for the course. And how we respond to it, how the Russian military responds to it, how the Russian people, if they ever get to find out that they detonated a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine, how they respond to that determines whether or not it's Armageddon. We need to talk about this. It's like getting that will. We never like to discuss our will, but we shouldn't let the planet's future go into probate. We need to have an open and frank discussion. We need to grow up and discuss what happens when and if Putin, a cornered rat, uses a small nuclear weapon. What are we prepared to do? I don't want to leave the unthinkable to the crazy Christians who see this as the second coming, or the crazy oligarchs here and overseas who think nuclear war is winnable, or they think that a nuclear winter is just what we need to keep the sun from heating up the planet. Seriously, you drop a couple hundred nuclear bombs, they will kick up enough radioactive dust to block the sun. Climate change, not solved, just different. And don't think for 1 second that isn't on the menu for the people who think we can re-engineer the planet to fight climate change. We should go slowly on cutting Putin's oil. It could lead to nuclear. He may go nuclear. Something we should think about, and I want to wrap it up here, is we should cut off everybody's oil. Putin's, America's, Texas's oil, Brazil's, Venezuela. Cut off the world's oil, not just Putin's. Yes, it will cause the price of gas to go up. It will devastate the Russian economy, but let's do it now. We're coming up on spring. The Northern Hemisphere is getting warmer, which means we no longer need fuel to heat our homes, just to travel. And this could serve as the catastrophe. Ukraine can serve as the catastrophe we need right now to address climate change. We need to get off oil. The Northern Hemisphere needs to get off oil. Russia, America, Saudi Arabia, all of us. And this is the chance, the moonshot, the opportunity for the entire planet to unite, not just on the economic sanctions against Russia, which we are uniting on very quickly. And whether or not you're for the sanctions or against the sanctions, you have to admit how impressively quick the world came together to attack one common enemy, Vladimir Putin. Now imagine if we all came together to unite against our real enemy, which is fossil fuel. Let Ukraine join NATO, let Russia join NATO, and together we can all wage war against our real enemy, climate change. What if NATO declared the oil industry a threat to all neighboring countries, and we use our troops and economic sanctions, our muscle, and our weapons, not to just shut down Russia's oil, but the flow of oil throughout the entire world? Imagine if we use this moment to get off oil in 5 years. Think of all the wars we have fought over oil. Let's fight a war against oil. Right now, we could unite to keep fossil fuel in the ground. Right now, every country, every economy, we insist that every index fund remove oil companies from its basket of stocks. We insist right now that the Dow Jones Industrial Average get rid of any oil companies, the S&P 500, remove all fossil fuels from its basket of stocks. So even passive investors are not feeding into climate change. Pension funds, universities right now divest their portfolios of energy companies. The Green New Deal has been sold as a job creator, but it also creates peace. Unless we tackle climate change right now, we will see more and more wars over oil, over energy, water, land, and food. That means our Pentagon spending, all $1 trillion of it each year, is another in a long line of oil subsidies. Oil is not profitable. It's only profitable for the people who own stock in Exxon. We are subsidizing Exxon through wars, through tax incentives. You get off oil, you can spend that money on schools, roads, dams, bridges, free tuition at all public universities, and most importantly, free healthcare. We have a common enemy. It's not Putin, it's oil. We are primed to do this fight right now because we have spent the past 2 years already biting the bullet. We've already shut down the economy because of COVID. We know how to do this. We know how to shut down an economy and print money until it can be restarted. Let's treat oil the way we treat COVID. Let's bite the bullet now. The CDC needs to declare oil a bigger threat to humanity than COVID. Let's fight it out now. Fuck the oil companies and fuck Texas. Texas and the oil companies are killing us. And I know this is crazy talk, but no crazier than the talk leading up to and during the invasion of Ukraine. There's nothing wrong with crazy talk when it's on the right side of history and I am right. This is the kind of crazy talk all our religious leaders should be shouting from the mountaintops, because uniting the world to take on fossil fuels, because reminding the world that many of our wars are fought for oil and all our future wars will be fought because of oil, reminding the world that oil is a bigger threat to the population than COVID, and that we can cure the oil disease by uniting to keep it in the ground. This is no crazier than insisting there's a benevolent God above us who is watching over us and everything happens for a reason. It's no crazier than believing that. And if you can accept that kind of crazy talk, that there's a benevolent God who provides for us all and everything happens for a reason, we can accept my crazy talk. So I call on all religious leaders around the world to speak out right now against oil. I call on all religious leaders around the world to condemn fossil fuel and for once do something that's good for this world. We will be back right after this.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an enemy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
I wish I was Professor Mike Steinel, who will be with us a little later on, but joining us right now is the author of a brand new book that everybody has to go out and buy. It's called Free the Press, The Death of American Journalism and How to Revive It. Please welcome investigative journalist Brian J. Karem. Hello, Brian. Are you there, Brian? Did he run away?
No, he's here. He's muted, David.
Oh, I'm a little, I'm telling you the God's honest truth. I'm on decaf today. Uh, Here we go. I'm sorry, Brian. Sorry to keep you waiting. Welcome, Brian. Let me unmute you. There you go. Oh, this is now.
Now
You
we're
can,
good.
we're almost there.
Yeah,
How are you, sir?
pretty good. How are you?
I'm much better now that you're here. I know you have a hard out. Let's sell some books, and hopefully you'll come back. I apologize for keeping you waiting.
That's okay.
Your book, Free Press: The Death of American Journalism and How to Revive It. When you look at what's going on in Ukraine, and they've shut down RT America, whether or not that's a propaganda arm for Putin, we still need sources of information. When you look at the consolidation of wealth in journalism, local news is just bloodshed, crime. How bad has it gotten here in America when it comes to journalism?
Well, every place I've ever worked at has been bought out, sold, or closed over the last 40 years. When I first got into the business, 80% of what you see, read, or hear was owned by about 20 companies. Today, a mere 5 or 6 companies own more than 90% of what you see, read, or hear. We need to bust up the media monopolies. We need to give tax incentives and low interest loans to community journalism, because that's where real journalism, that's the backbone of journalism. We need to have governments, and this is at the state, local, and federal level. They've gotten rid of public notice ads. So, announcing when the city council is going to have a meeting or an estate sale or any of the other things that were always in public notice ads have gone away. So their transparency in local, state, and federal governments no longer exist. And that subsidy to small newspapers no longer exists. And for many small newspapers, that was the difference between succeeding or dying. They say newspapers are dead, and that's true because we've killed them. If we invested in them, they'd still exist. They're very viable and very valuable. They provide information that cannot be hacked, cannot be changed. A newspaper I hold in my hand today that was printed in 1850 still says the same thing as it said in 1850. It's finite, it's valuable in a court of law, and it's valuable to help build communities. So it's bad, but it can get better if we bust up media monopolies, if we reinstitute the fairness doctrine, if we provide for journalists a shield law so journalists don't go to jail if they have, if they protect confidential sources. All of those things will help revive it, but you've got to have a government that understands it and will support it. And every president since Ronald Reagan, every single one, Democrat, Republican, all of them have contributed to the demise of journalism. So it's going to take an active legislature and an interested executive branch to bring it back.
Well said. What did our founding fathers say about a free and open press?
Well, Thomas Jefferson, who, by the way, hated the press, said, if he had the choice between a free press and government, he'd surely take the press. There's a reason for that. All voices need to be heard. If you don't allow voices to be heard, then they fester in darkness and they grow in darkness. And facts you cannot present facts to people if you don't know they're there or if you can't get to them. So vetting facts is important. Today, we live in informational silos where we listen to the news that we want instead of the news that we need. Exactly. And that's a huge problem. And that won't change until we bring back the fairness doctrine. That has to be done. There are a number of things that aren't being done that should be done. And if they're done, within a generation we'll be okay. But look, we have vast and militant ignorance in today's press. I walk up into the press room. The very first day I walked in the White House press briefing room in 1986, I met Helen Thomas and Sam Donaldson. And Sam pointed to the front row in the Brady briefing room. He said, Brian, there's probably more than 200 years of experience, about 220 years of experience in that front row. Listen to every single one of them. And then he pointed to Helen and he said, and she's probably got 200 of it. And Helen said something smart to Sam, and Sam said, hey, Helen, it's okay to have an unexpressed thought. And she said, Sam, when it comes to you, I have a lot of unexpressed thoughts. And I didn't know what else I was going to do for a living, but I knew I was in the right place. Today, in that first row in the Brady briefing room, there may be 30, 40 years of experience. There are kids that get straight out of school. They leave school and go straight to the White House. You should have 5 or 10 years of experience before you're allowed to be a White House reporter, just so you can know what's going on, so you can speak truth to power, so you don't practice access journalism, and so you don't kiss the butt of the people in government. Our job is to hold their feet to the fire, not to kiss their cooking.
Even Ducey, the Ducey kid, you got to love him, even though he's a Fox News.
Everybody there has a place there, and ask them tough questions. I don't think it's gotcha. Look, it's a well thought out.
There's nothing wrong with gotcha questions. There should people. I'm not a journalist. I do a podcast that people say to me, "Why don't you ever say anything good about Joe Biden?" That's not my job to say. I'm not a publicist for the Democratic Party. My job is to criticize everything about this country. You encourage the good, but right now there's way too much bad to focus on, to pat on the back and say you're doing a good job. What is news? How do you define news?
I define news as imparting of information of a factual nature to a public, whether they want to hear it or not. If I'm just going to publish what they want me to publish, that's called propaganda. Investigative reporting and journalism by nature is presenting to people information they may not want to hear and they may have difficulty hearing, but it always should be vetted. It should always be factual. My definition of news is bringing information to the public, vetted information.
I was having a play date with some new friends up in Albany, one of whom is in your business. And I asked about how you create a story, and what you choose to present first is subjective because you're saying this is more important than something else.
Well, and it depends on the story. Look, if you go to cover a fire, what's the most important thing? I've mentored and I've hired a lot of young reporters, and a lot of them have come up to me and go, "Hey, I got an idea for a story. This is what I think." And I go, "I don't care what you think. I barely care what I think. What do you know?" Mm-hmm. What do you know? So I get to a fire. What's the first thing I see? A building engulfed in flames. Firefighters fighting. They're dragging people out. It's letting people know in real time, often at spot news events, what's happening. So you categorize it. I teach people to categorize those things by injuries or deaths to humans first, property damage second. There's a method of doing news. Politics is subjective, but everyone will agree we all want paved streets, we all want lights to work, we all want electricity, all of that stuff. So you prioritize the presentation of news by who it affects most. How many people are affected most? There's a trick to doing it, and you cannot do it overnight. And I'm 40 years in this business, and I'm still learning. That's right. But I want to prioritize so people understand exactly what's going on at exactly what time, and without my opinion on what's important. That's called an editorial. The presentation of facts, there's a logical way of doing it, and we need to stress that more than ever today, and a lot of people don't do it.
Yeah, we're talking with Brian Karem. He is the author of Free the Press, The Death of American Journalism and How to Revive It. It really is on life support. I get most of my information from overseas.
One of the biggest problems we have are vulture capitalist groups, the venture capitalist groups that go and buy.
Is it Alden Capital?
Yes, that's one of them. There's iHeartRadio, does it in radio, Sinclair in television. All of these, there was a time when unions still ruled in our business, and we went to Congress and we said, listen, limit the number of ownership of newspapers, radio, and television stations in order to benefit the most amount of people by making sure that there are enough reporters out on the street. There are twice the number of people on this planet as on the day I was born, half the number of reporters. Constriction in this business has destroyed real journalism.
Yeah. Let's go through the presidents, because Donald Trump, to his credit, and I'm being serious, was honest. He called the press the enemy of the people, and he believed that. And he is.
He didn't believe anything he says. Donald Trump is a grifter and a con man. He said the reason why he said that is because he didn't want anybody believing what we said bad about him. Donald Trump is the worst, but I'm sorry, every single president I've covered has screwed over the First Amendment.
Who locked up the most members of the press here in the United States? Who enforced the Espionage Act the most?
Barack Obama used the Espionage Act 8 times to go after whistleblowers. Bill Clinton introduced the 1996 Telecommunications Act, which led to iHeartRadio and multiple ownership. Ronald Reagan got rid of the Fairness Act and allowed consolidation in television stations. George Bush II put out the wonderful Patriot Act, which allows them to spy on reporters without having any kind of notice in court that they're going to do it. There's no president that I can point to that's been exemplary. Our current president on the campaign trail said he would go after the people who killed Jamal Khashoggi, and then he would hold MBS and the state of Saudi Arabia accountable. And then as soon as he got in office, he didn't do it. There isn't one single president who has told me the truth and who cares about the press. This isn't politics. This is free speech. I'm sorry. I don't like any of them.
What do you think of Julian Assange's extradition? We're still trying to bring him to America for violating the Espionage Act.
What you care about Julian Assange doesn't matter. What he did was an act of journalism. So that you have to defend the act, and you can dislike the guy all you want, but what he did was turn over information and make it available to the public. Now, if you want to split hairs on it, have at it. But that act of journalism should be defended.
If a journalist gets the fruit illegally, is he entitled to release it to the media? It won't hold up in court.
What do you mean? What's illegally? Define it.
I'm just saying that if somebody were to hack into the DNC's server
and hand information over to a reporter?
Yes.
If someone hacked into the DNC server and handed me the information, I would go public with it, and I would go public with who hacked it. I'm under no obligation to protect the son of a bitch if he's a criminal, but I'm also if it's newsworthy information, I'll present it, but I'll also tell everyone how it was gotten and let the chips fall where they may. And I wouldn't flee the country.
I'm sorry?
And I wouldn't flee the country.
I don't think Julian Assange was ever in this country.
No, I'm talking about someone else who
Edward Snowden.
Yeah,
Edward Snowden. Right. What if you're a journalist and they give you, they hacked something and you can verify that it is accurate, but they don't want to be named. They're doing it anonymously.
I'm under no obligation to respect anyone. The idea of that someone says, hey, off the record, and you give it is bogus. I mean, I've had people come up and say, listen, very famously, I had in a newsroom in San Antonio in 1986 or 87, I killed someone, but that's off the record. I said, no, it's not. Well, I said it was off the record. Well, good for you. I didn't. The idea of off the record rests with the reporter. And if you're responsible, you use it very judiciously and very rarely. And when you do it, you stand by it. And if they burn you, if they lie to you, you burn them. I'm under no obligation to defend a liar, and I won't do it.
Right. Prior restraint. I'm sorry?
Or a murderer, for that matter.
Right. Is there ever an incident where prior restraint should be used?
No. None that I can think of, and that's been challenged quite a bit. I think that prior restraint to publication is anathema and leads to authoritarianism and a squelching of the First Amendment.
Wasn't prior
hard out. So I
Oh,
would
okay.
love to talk about this forever, but I have another hit in about 5 minutes, so I have to go. But I'd love to come back.
Yeah, and I would love to have you back, and this is something that I care very much about. Please go by Free the Press, The Death of American Journalism and How to Revive It. It gets the Feldman guarantee if you buy the book and you don't get a fire lit underneath your feet, I will reimburse you. That's how much I believe in Brian Karem and his book, Free the Press, The Death of American Journalism and How to Revive It. And please come back.
Thanks, I will. Thank you.
Thank you. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Go buy that book, please. We don't ask you for much here. Just pick up Free the Press, The Death of American Journalism, and How to Revive It. We have 5 minutes. Let's bring in Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom. Why don't we raise money for our staff? Should we do that?
Sure, let's do it.
And then we'll do community billboard. How are you on time?
Oh, I'm good. I'm pretty free.
Dan Frankenberger.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not sure. Good segment to break in at, but we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. We'll play some music and talk. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. We have a YouTube channel, and we have a lot of people helping to sustain this YouTube channel. We have Joe in Norway, obviously the Invisible Ninja, Andy Brown, Sarah, Dan, and Hannah. I'm probably leaving somebody out. Professor John. They've been coming to the meetings, trying to figure out how to grow our YouTube channel. And so we are asking you to donate right now via YouTube, and all the money goes towards our YouTube channel being grown out. We're cutting up episodes we're cutting up the episodes. These shows go anywhere between 6 to 8 hours. I'm a pathological, a malignant narcissist I expect all of you to just sit and watch the entire show. Not all of you can honor my mental illness. So what we're doing is we're cutting up the episodes into individual digestible bites on YouTube. And that takes time, and time takes money, and we need to pay people for their time. And so please, if you're in the chat room right now, we're going to do some super chats and read them out loud, which I'm almost getting used to. I was a little reluctant to do this. Now, we owe somebody a thank you from the last super chat,
Yep,
right?
we have a few that donated some dollars last time that we didn't give their shout outs to yet. So we have Diane P, who donated $19.99. That's awesome.
Her middle name is I Have To.
That's right. We have two more. RB donated $5, and he said he was waiting for mutual fund advice. I
Right.
don't remember which segment that was referring it to, but and also Doug A. He said he's pumping it up for the stage crew. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Well, so far, nobody's giving us any money in the super chats. All right, that's a failure. We're shutting down the YouTube chat. I knew it wouldn't work. I told you, Dan, it wouldn't work. Nobody loves us. And by us, I mean me. Woe is me. Poor, pitiful me. Hey, we're trying to keep, not just keep, we're trying to grow the YouTube channel. There's a lot of opportunity here because what I'm discovering after a year and a half of the YouTube channel is that it's the easiest way to spread the podcast. Audio doesn't spread the way video does. And so we're cutting these episodes up for your enjoyment and for you to spread. If you're listening to this as an audio podcast, we do time codes. So you can see the individual episodes, or hear the individual episodes just by clicking on the individual time. Well, we're waiting for somebody to do a super chat.
Well, at least you're going to have a super chat with Howie Klein in it here.
Yes, we are. Then you and I'm afraid of Howie, so I want to make sure he's happy. You'll be back with Howie Klein. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com, office hours. We just did a 24 hours of office hours. It was fantastic. Please, every Friday night, starting at 8 p.m., office hours. Some music now from Professor Mike Steinel.
Whoa, we just got a huge super chat as you're reading that.
Oh, what do we get?
$49.99. Holy moly.
Oh, hang on. Todd Levine. And just like that, somebody can get a livable wage, seriously, for cutting up. That's, a livable wage is what, $20? That buys 2 hours of time to work.
He was always my favorite. He was always my favorite chatter in YouTube. That Todd Levine. Oh, he's great.
We have to figure out what a livable wage is here. 2 hour, maybe an hour and a half. Well, to be discussed. Let's go to, we're going to play a song and then we'll come back with Howie Klein. Thank you, Todd Levine. You're in my prayers. That's the other thing. If you donate on the YouTube channel, you end up in my prayers. And I pray to the right God. So, Jesus Christ.
Ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop. Back in our day, don't ever seem to stop. The man went down 'cause his heart gave out. Get back to work, we heard them shout. They said the EMTs are coming, that's what they're for. And life slipped away on the cement floor. I know the bookstores are all gone away. Got me some books, I'll read them someday. Right now I got to make my rate in all these extra shifts. If I can make it to Christmas Eve, the kids will have nice gifts. And the big boss will have more money so he can go up into space. But there still won't be no chairs in this Bessemer place. When I was young, my dreams were bold. Now every day my life's controlled. Last year we had a meeting and they made us go. They gave us all pins that said, vote no. But maybe this year union can give us a little more and put some chairs on this Bessemer floor. I'm hoping the union might make things right. Some days I just don't have the strength to fight. This plant down here can take its toll. It'll break your body, it'll crush your soul. Feels like this packing ain't never gonna stop. And there still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop.
wish I were Professor Mike Steinel, who will be joining us. I wish I could do that. That's Professor Mike Steinel. Ain't no chairs in support of AmazonLaborUnion.org, the great Christian Smalls, who is going to bring a union to Amazon workers in Staten Island, New York. One of the great labor leaders of our generation, Christian Smalls. Let's support him by donating to AmazonLaborUnion.org. Let us now go, I hope, to Los Angeles, where Howie Klein is standing by. Hello, Howie.
Hi, David.
Hi, I don't think anybody heard me. I
heard you. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. Am I talking about Amazon Labor Union? I don't think you heard that.
Heard.
Oh, you did hear that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Howie Klein, the beloved Howie Klein, is founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC. They raise money for progressive candidates and more DSA candidates around the country. And he writes down with tyranny, which is must reading. What are you cooking tonight?
Oh, well, right now I'm working on a salad which features avocado and cucumbers and what else? Something that's in my hand right now, which is called a grapefruit. And let's see, what else is in there? I forgot what that's called. Oh, radicchio.
Radicchio. Well, that sounds ridiculous. I don't know. It doesn't. Let's do an intellectual exercise. Are you ready?
I am.
Okay. On this show, we try not to be too dogmatic. We rather that the facts get spilled no matter where and whom they fall upon. Give me both sides. Give me a pro-Biden argument for the handling of Ukraine. Defend Biden as best you can, and then criticize him as best you can for his handling of what's going on in Ukraine. How would you defend Joe Biden?
Let's see, defend Joe Biden.
Defend Joe Biden.
I don't know. I mean, he's managed to unite the West in this. I'm very undecided about this whole Ukraine thing.
That's why I'm asking you to take both sides. So let's start. Let's do it intellectually, dispassionately. As a lawyer, you're not a lawyer.
I don't see it as a real Joe Biden thing. I think it's American policy rather than Joe Biden. And, American policy seems to be to make Russia the enemy. But is it deniable? I don't know if it's deniable or not that Putin is a psychopath. One of the writers at Down with Tyranny is a guy who's very, very, very he's very, very anti-American foreign policy, and kind of he comes off as very pro-Putin. And sometimes I get a little queasy about running his stuff. I feel like we don't know. We just don't know what's really going on.
Right. And you have a piece over Down with Tyranny that just came out, which is called War is Always Murky. The one between Russian and Ukraine is not different. So this is a murky situation.
I meant to say Russia.
Oh, I liked it the way it is. So it's murky. So again, let me ask you, did Biden do everything he could? Because, let me ask you this. Is Biden does he speak for the coalition? Does he speak for NATO? Does he speak for the West?
I think so. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're personalizing this to Biden, which is kind of funny because, I think of him as just really kind of a figurehead for the American administration. I don't know. I mean, it's a common thing to do to say Biden when we're talking really about the regime rather than him personally. I would be uncomfortable to make this all about Biden.
Okay. Did our regime, do you feel we did everything to save the Ukrainian people from an exodus of 5 million? I mean, we're looking at possibly 5, now they're saying 10 million refugees. Did we do everything to prevent that?
Well, no, but the thing is this: what it really comes down to is, are we going to get into a war in Europe? Are we going to risk putting Russia in a position where there could possibly be an accident that destroys and incinerates the whole world? And that's a very serious thing. And I'm worried about it. Did you read that thing about from? I mean, I don't believe it's real, but that the Russian equivalent of the CIA, the FSB, this analyst from the FSB wrote this long thing about how they see it, how the FSB is seeing this thing. And one of the things he said that caught my attention was he doesn't believe, and he explained why, he doesn't believe that there's going to be any kind of nuclear exchange.
And that would be what?
What?
Why?
Oh, he doesn't think, I mean, it's completely up to Putin, and he doesn't think Putin will do it. And that's, that's got to be a fear on the, and Putin has made sure it's a fear by talking about it explicitly, but it's got to be a fear on the mind of all policymakers if Putin would do that or not. I mean, I've heard people already talking about, we can win a nuclear exchange, and that's really pretty frightening.
Right. It's a scary world. So what is legitimate? There are some legitimate claims that Putin has, doesn't he, in his defense? Aren't there some legitimate?
Even if they are somewhat legitimate, you don't go to war over it and start like shelling cities.
Right.
So what his claims are.
Has America lost its moral authority? I read an interview where there's Americans, advisors to Joe Biden, are thinking of bringing a case to the International Criminal Court, which is funny since America refuses to be a signatory to the International Criminal Court. They're charging war crimes. Am I un-American? Am I unpatriotic to suggest that we have lost the moral authority to charge another country with war crimes?
Well, there are, first of all, there are, I can't remember the number, but I think it was something like 36 countries that are bringing Russia to the Hague for that. So it doesn't matter what Biden is doing there.
Right. But have we lost our moral authority on the world stage? Before, even after Vietnam, which was far worse than anything Putin did or is doing to Ukraine. I mean, we destroyed not just Vietnam, but what we did to Laos with the CIA. I think we dropped more bombs on Laos than all the bombs we dropped during World War II. Even after Indochina, we had some moral authority, but we don't have that. Well, I would think there's still.
Where? What are you talking about when you say moral authority? I mean, I think that, I was traveling the world at that time, and America as a country didn't have any moral authority to the people who I met.
Right. But there are still some people who could maintain, as heinous as Vietnam is, it was the wrong war for the right reasons. We had to stand up to the spread of communism because Mao and Stalin killed, close to 50 million of their own people. And you could judge.
Up what Mao and Stalin did was what the the Vietnamese people want it.
No, I'm not. Again, my parents raised me on I went to moratorium, the anti-war movement. Believe me, I know Vietnam. That's my political petri dish, is being opposed to the Vietnam War. But we had an anti-war effort at home. The country almost fell apart because of Vietnam. We had heroes like Daniel Ellsberg and the Washington Post and countless, the Berrigan brothers. I mean, there were people who Dr. King actively protested the Vietnam War. There was still some moral authority left in this country. I don't think we have it.
Moral authority. What are you talking about when you say moral authority? Moral authority in whose eyes and for what reason?
In the world's eyes.
In the world? I mean, there are fascists in the world who cheered America on. I mean, what do you mean by in the world's eyes? Like I said, when I was traveling, everyone I met, whether it was in Europe or Asia or Africa, everyone I met hated the United States for Vietnam.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that their country's leaders did or wealthy people did. So it really, what I'm saying is, moral authority in whose eyes?
My eyes and my eyes, basically. That we even Nixon, as bad as Nixon was, he served. I mean, he was bad, but at least he served his country. He knew what sacrifice meant. He took from this country, but the country took from him. Now we have leaders who just take. Biden, they don't give anything back. Vice President Harris, Trump, Pence, Clinton, Obama, they just take from this country. They don't know what it means to sacrifice for this country. They have no moral authority, in my eyes. And I think a lot of people overseas agree with me. You don't.
Yeah. I mean, yes, I think a lot of people do. But, it varies. I mean, some people, yes, the U.S. lost its moral authority in the 60s. Did they admire Martin Luther King? Absolutely they did. But Martin Luther King wasn't a member of Congress or a senator or a president or elected to anything.
All right, let's talk about Texas.
Are Americans that have a moral authority, but does our government have moral authority? I don't think so.
Let's turn to, because we haven't talked since Texas voted on Tuesday, March 1st, I believe, was their primary. Yeah. And what was your overall, what did you think? There were two.
Democrats didn't go out and vote, and that's a big problem. But part of the reason why Democrats didn't go out and vote is because the Democratic Party discourages primaries. So here we're talking about a primary election where, there weren't a lot of choices. There were some places where there were choices, but, it wasn't like the Republican Party where there was a really good turnout. They had a good turnout. The Democrats had a shitty turnout. They had candidates fighting each other on whether it was personality or on issues or whatever it was on. Well, we didn't have that. We largely, if I don't remember the exact number, but I think it was 19 congressional seats where there was no opponent. So why would those people go? And the top of the ticket was Beto, and there was no real opponent there either. It was a foregone conclusion that he was going to win. So why would someone go out to vote in the primary? For what reason? When there's no contest. I mean, in those 19 congressional seats, if there was a primary and it was for real, what would be happening is that all of the candidates would be trying to get people to come out and vote, and they would vote up and down the ticket because they were voting. Whereas we didn't have that in Texas this time. And that's the Democratic Party. They hate primaries, hate them.
Right. What was the most interesting result? What surprised you?
That surprised me.
Yeah. What
Well,
surprised you and what pleased you?
Well, what pleased me is Greg Casar, who I think will be among the best members of Congress in our generation. So that pleases me tremendously. And what surprised me was because I knew the poll that Jessica Cisneros' campaign had taken, and it was very, very bad for her. The poll was terrible. She was down by 7 or 8 points, and then she did really well. So that surprised me in a very pleasant way.
When is the runoff, and what are her chances?
I don't know. I don't know what her chances are. Honestly, it's just going to be a matter of who's going to be able to turn out the most voters. And I think the runoff is in May, but I'm not certain. And
is she going to face the Democratic establishment? Are we going to see what they did to Bernie, or is this going to be a fair fight?
Well, it's two separate things, two separate questions. He's got a lot of corporate money. He's got a lot of backing from wealthy Republicans. The Democrats would just as soon get rid of him. He's the worst Democrat in Congress. He doesn't vote for Democratic things. He's not well liked, and they can't come out and say that, but that's how a lot of the Democratic establishment feels about Henry Cuellar. They really don't like him. Some of them do.
Is the DCCC, if they see somebody like Cisneros, do they run for the hills? Is there any chance the DCCC would support somebody?
There's absolutely no chance that they will ever support somebody against an incumbent. That's just not going to happen.
Against an incumbent, would they support? What is the DCCC's relationship to somebody like AOC?
She's a I don't think they love her, but she's an incumbent, and they don't take on incumbents. I mean, they might under very, very special circumstances. They may even have it's like, so if Cuellar were to actually get indicted, which is close, but it hasn't happened yet, and I don't think it will. But if he were to get indicted, I think they would. They might try to help her in order to save the seat. Because if he gets indicted, he's going to lose that seat to a Republican if he's the nominee.
Right. Are you more optimistic or less optimistic about the House and the Senate in November?
Oddly enough, when you say more optimistic or less optimistic, you mean than I was the last time you asked me?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm neither more or less, optimistic. I'm just. It's a very, very weird cycle, and by this time in the cycle, you should be able to. Normally, you'd be able to tell what's going to happen, but I can't tell. There may be a red wave, or maybe there won't be a red wave. I think people hate the Democrats, but they hate the Republicans more or as much. Some people hate the Democrats more, but no one likes anybody.
Right. Let's turn to California, which it's a cliche to call it a failed blue state.
California, but we're getting close in, and I did want to mention the contest that Blue America is doing now.
Yes.
Did you notice?
Tell us about the contest.
Yeah. So, it's not a contest actually. So I should start with that. But Nancy Ohanian, who's voted best political cartoonist year after year after year by the American Journalism Societies, she and I teamed up and we put together something called a MAGA zine. Mm-hmm. And it's full of her political drawings. I wrote the copy, and you can't buy it. The only way you can get a copy is by donating at least $40 to one of the Blue America candidates on a special page that we have just for this contest. So we started it today, and it runs through daylight savings time, or if that's what it's called. But anyway, next Sunday we change the clocks.
And what is the contest?
No, it's not a contest. If you donate, you get. Everyone who donates gets a copy. So everybody wins.
Oh, okay. So
yeah, and each one costs $10 to make. I mean, when we make them, that's $10 out of our pocket. So that's why I didn't want to, say whatever you like. We usually just say whatever you give, even if you give $1. But in this case, I don't want to do that. I felt like it's too expensive to do that this time. So we're just doing it. I mean, none of the money is going to Blue America. We're paying all of the costs, and all of the money just goes to the candidates. So in other words, anyone who wants can donate to Blue America, but that money that doesn't count towards getting the prize. The only way you get the prize is by donating at least $40, but feel free to donate $4,000 to any of the candidates.
All right. Should we talk about
how horrible California Democratic Party is? Is that what you?
Yes.
Happy to talk about that. So we had our California Democratic Party convention this weekend, and it was just the same.
You're talking about CPAC? Was the CPAC? Did Trump speak at it?
No, the California.
I know. They should call it CPAC. Go ahead, because it's so conservative.
Neoliberal is what it is, and corrupt is more. It's more corrupt than anything else. And again, there was only one non-establishment Democrat who managed to prevent the party from endorsing the establishment candidate. So in every congressional district, I'm talking about Congress, not any of the seats. So in every congressional district, all the crappy blue dogs who never, like Costa, everybody who doesn't ever vote with the Democrats, they all got endorsed. And the only person who had the strength and the savvy to prevent it was Cristina Garcia. She won by not that she won. She prevented the endorsement of Robert Garcia, who is the former Republican who claims he's a Democrat now, although he's not. He's a conservative corporate shill, and he's the mayor of Long Beach, and she's a member of the assembly. They're both named Garcia, but Cristina is really great, and he's really horrible, and she managed to prevent it, to prevent the endorsement. And he's in shock, and the establishment is in shock. They can't believe. I mean, even Nancy Pelosi was calling people and saying, "You got to vote for Robert. We need to get Robert in." Just awful.
Right. This is the blue state. This is what everybody holds up as an exemplar of Blue America's potential. No single payer this year, right? They had an opportunity for that. It's kind of speaks to our previous guest, who has written a book about the death of journalism in America. Californians really do not follow what's going on in California, up in Sacramento. It's a private club, the Assembly and the Senate, isn't it? They get to pretty much do whatever they want with the help of the lobbyists.
Well, I was just going to say that it really isn't run by anybody but the lobbyists. I mean, that's the downside of term limits.
Explain that. Yeah.
Term limits would be great, really great, if not the way this thing works out. Since there's nobody there long enough to have any kind of institutional knowledge or to accumulate the kind of power you need to do stuff, except for the lobbyists who are always there. So they wind up running the show, and that's disastrous. And that's the only reason why I don't push term limits in a federal sense.
Right.
Otherwise, I would.
There should be term limits for lobbyists,
or something much more interesting for lobbyists than term limits.
Yeah. Howie Klein is the founder, treasurer of the Blue America PAC. Who are you? Which new candidate should we raise money for today?
Well, next week we have a guest.
Good.
Well, he's an interesting guest. You should read up on him. I think you'll find him fascinating. This is right up your alley. This is a guy named Matt West, and he's running in a new district in Oregon. So there's no incumbent. So it's a blue district, so it's just a bunch of Democrats running. And the thing that's interesting about Matt is he is a cryptocurrency guy. Now it goes a lot further than that. That's just the easy way to say it. But there's a lot more to it than just that. And I think you're going to be fascinated by him. He's a really, really brilliant guy. And he's going to explain when he comes on with us next week what a progressive perspective on crypto is.
And two final questions before we wrap it up.
Excited about?
I'm sorry?
Are you excited about what I just said?
Yes, I am. But I'm.
I think you would. This is something someone who you could argue with.
We have two questions from our listeners. One, Chartreuse, who I believe is in Los Angeles, asks, Howie, are you making a grapefruit vinaigrette? Wondering what your ingredients are for the dressing. Thank you, and I really appreciate your point of view and clarity on everything, including grapefruit vinaigrette.
Well, no, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to take some garlic, some minced ginger, and some, what is that called? Very, very sort of spicy mustard. And I'm going to put some balsamic, some tamari, and some really fine olive oil. And I'm going to, let that sit for a little while and then pour it over the salad.
And we have one final question from Professor John, and I apologize for the frivolity of the question in light of the searing question that Chartreuse asked of you. But Professor John, apparently he doesn't take this segment seriously, and he asked, I apologize for having to ask you this question. Is Howie familiar with Lyman Chahati running for the new House of Representatives, District 3 in Illinois?
Am I familiar with him? I think we spoke one time, and as is the case with so many people that I talk to, you talk with them one time and you never hear from them again, which is fine. And I think, although I'm not 100% sure, I think he was one of the ones who that happened with. I'm almost positive. The first name doesn't sound familiar, but the second name completely does. And which district it was?
Illinois 3. And would you consider joining Professor John to vet him on our show?
Yes.
Okay, Professor John.
But I'd like to know if Professor John is working for his campaign, even as a volunteer.
No.
That doesn't mean I wouldn't do it, but I'd like to know about that.
Okay, we'll talk about. We have a production meeting on Wednesday.
Right, but the thing is next week we already have a candidate coming on.
Right, but
we have to do it another.
Yes, very good. We're keeping Jason and Pascal waiting. So Howie Klein, founder, treasurer, Blue America PAC. Give them money. Go to Blue America PAC right now. Give them money.
No, please don't say that. Give our candidates money. Please don't.
Yeah, give the candidates money and give yourself a treat. Go to Down with Tyranny every day for Howie Klein and you have guest writers as well. We love you, Howie. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Talk to you soon.
Thank you. When we come back, our friends from This Is Revolution join us, and I'm really excited about that. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com, and I am a pig for love.
I'm a porcine gourmand of the art of romance. I'm a maestro of the boudoir when I take off my pants. All of this is true, all of the above. I wouldn't lie to you, 'cause I'm a pig for love. He's a pig for love. My appetite's rapacious, but my capacity is dim. I seem so audacious, some call me Gentleman Jim. When all is said and done, and push comes to shove, I'm second to none, 'cause I'm a pig for love. He's a pig for love. Some ladies claim that my lips are delicious. Others won't come close 'cause they think I'm suspicious. Please pardon me if I'm somewhat repetitious, like a hand in a glove. I'm a pig for love. Yeah, I'm a pig for love. He's 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 a pig for love.
I wish I were Mike Steinel. I wish I could do that. Well, this is Revolution, is fastly or quickly becoming my favorite podcast. And here are the hosts, Jason Miles, and I'm probably going to mispronounce your name, Pascal
Robert. Like Steve,
Robert.
take Stephen Colbert and put the R on.
The T is silent, but not you. And Jason is
That's my new.
Jason comes to us from Mexico. And Pascal, where are you out of? Where
I'm in Miami, Florida.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Sometimes
Miami.
I am too.
You're the Florida man.
No, I'm not the Florida man. I'm originally from New York. I live in Florida now.
Okay. Well,
I will never be the Florida man.
So sometimes we prepare our segments and sometimes we fly by the seat of our pants. And I think listening to This Is Revolution, I pretty much know what we can talk about. And that would be Ukraine, right?
Oh,
I
shit.
think.
Oh, that's the last thing I wanted to talk about. I not talk about.
I love that. I love that. Somebody gave me the trombone. That's
I
fantastic.
have my soundboard here, so
Oh, please fire away. Fire away.
I was. That's definitely a curveball because I was not expecting we talk about that at all. It's nothing
it's
people are
my
talking
fault.
about.
I blame myself. There was a video. By the time I sent the video, I knew it was too late. You were deep into your show, and I knew you didn't have time to watch it. I even cut it extra short.
What did you want to talk about?
We wanted to talk about what our show is tomorrow, which is about racecraft in medical statistics, and explain exactly what that means.
Or that one didn't work. That was inappropriate. So close. So racecraft and medical statistics. Now I'm going to guess, let me just guess that this would be showing how African Americans are treated by our healthcare system.
Actually, it's a bit of a nuanced spin. The scholar that we're going to have on our show.
What I think it is. Let me tell you what I think it is, and then you guys
Sure, go right ahead.
I would talk about the African American nurse who died from COVID, not the African American doctor who died here in the United States from COVID. It was treated as though she were a common criminal. I would talk about pain management for African Americans and how they lucked out because of prejudice. We see fewer African Americans addicted to opiates because doctors always assume that a person of color is complaining about pain to work the system, whereas a white person, their pain is legitimate. So here's some OxyContin. I would talk about experiments on African Americans that were conducted unwittingly. Is that where we're going with this?
No.
Actually, not the spin we're having at all.
Oh, hang on for 1 second. Hang on. Okay, Jason, before we get serious, that's not correct, you're saying?
Nope.
Okay, hang on. You're not the only one who can. All right. What are we talking? What are we talking?
What we're talking about is the way in which statistics that are used to demarcate the health condition of Black people oftentimes turns into racial categorization of quote unquote Blackness, when the actual contributing factors have nothing to do with actually being Black, but the economic and class position of Black people disproportionately being poor. I.e., when you hear a statistic that says the percentage of Black people who suffer from heart disease is 35% higher than it is for white Americans. Part of the consequence of having that outlook is just like, oh, well, Black people have defective hearts almost genetically, because obviously 35% more Black people have bad heart conditions. So there must be something genetically defectively wrong with Black people. What that statistic won't tell you is that 35% of Black people statistically have more heart disease, because the difference between the rate of poverty and the proximity to certain foodstuffs that Black people eat that will increase heart disease is actually 35%. I.e., well, what percentage of Black people actually eat the kind of food that will contribute to heart disease? Oh, my, it's actually 35%. So what we find is that it has nothing to do with actually Blackness causing a 35% higher rate of Black people with heart disease. It has to do with that people who happen to be Black are eating foods because of their proximity and their economic poverty. And part of the consequences of just simply relegating this to a problem of Blackness as a problem of economic situation is that it denies the resources to change the actual class position of the Black people who are suffering from these adverse health statistics.
Food deserts, for example, the supermarkets not going into poorer neighborhoods affects people because of their class, not because of their race. Although it is fair to say that a lot of supermarket chains are racist and don't want to open in a primarily Black community. That is fair.
I would say they'll open in a Black community that has where it's the economic standing meets their requirements. When these businesses open, they're first and foremost looking at economic demographics. So if your neighborhood doesn't fit within that paradigm, then of course you're not going to open a store there. It's just not cost effective.
Right.
So
yeah, I mean, you're going to see fast food restaurants.
You're going to see dollar stores. You're going to see fast food restaurants. You're going to see a lot of nothing. I mean, also we have to keep in mind that a lot of the way these places open up, especially the bigger the place, like a grocery store, is centered around highways, your ability to drive there. So we're not really seeing that in more urbanized areas, right? Unless it's economically viable.
Now, someone in the chat asked a very good question. They were saying, well, there are certain illnesses that have a racial component. They mentioned sickle cell. Sickle cell is a different situation. There is definitely a correlation between being a descendant of African diasporic people and sickle cell. Sickle cell is a disease that exists amongst African diasporic people because of the genetic necessity to create a remedy for malaria. So this is a disease that is correlated to the geographic proximity of Black people to the African continent. I understand that, but someone also mentioned, what about high blood pressure or diabetes? I would argue that those illnesses are a product of class and diet that are a consequence of race being a form of class oppression in America. What do I mean by that? The reality in America is that race is a means of categorizing Blackness into poverty. In other words, the default assumption is that if you are Black, you are poor, not because there are more Black people that are poor, because anyone who actually looks at statistics knows there are many more white people who are poor, there are many more white people who are on welfare than Black people. But what it is that there's a disproportionately larger number of Black people who are poor. And part of the reason that is that persistently throughout American capitalism, Black people have been relegated to surplus redundant labor. What does that mean? That's a fancy way of saying that Black people generally are the least ones hired for the best jobs and the first ones to get fired for the mediocre jobs.
Right.
And that
right.
has historically been the case.
What do we see in Africa? In primarily,
I'm going to say that. I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to use Haiti because that's a better example that I'm familiar with because my parents are from Haiti. If you look at Haitians who live in the United States, you will find that there's a high rate of diabetes that Haitians in the United States suffer from. Now, that's largely a consequence of processed food, diet, the kind of rich foods they eat, and the kind of Haitian food they eat in America is Haitian food that is like the food that you only eat on Easter Sunday once a year. In Haitian society, you're eating that every night. If you actually look at Haitians, particularly in the poorer populations, the peasant population, the rate of diabetes is profoundly low.
Interesting. And China, we saw that with China. When Deng Xiaoping opened up China to the West, he opened up the Chinese to obesity, heart disease.
Same thing happened in Japan.
And
their doors to a lot of Western fast food restaurants.
Right. So the point that we're trying to show with our show, Rudy, talking about racecraft and medical statistics, is not that because of social, economic, and some would say cultural phenomenon, Black people are not disproportionately suffering adverse health qualities and statistics. The argument we're saying is that they're not suffering this because they are Black. They're suffering this because disproportionately they have been relegated to poverty. And if we understand that and deal with the problem relative to the fact that this is a class and capitalist problem, perhaps we'd be more adequate to address the remedies to the.
I think a bigger issue here is that, flyover country isn't really sexy to talk about. And since a lot of Black people live in major metropolitan areas, it's going to be a big city topic, right? New York, LA, Chicago. Right. No one really wants to talk about the problem with, Twin Falls, Idaho. No one really wants to talk about, obesity in, Parkersburg, West Virginia.
Every Walmart, there's a whole meme of Walmart shoppers. Half this country is obese. Half of America is obese. So how does this compare to, is there a country in Europe, Great Britain, that where
America sits alone in a lot of the obesity. You can go across the border to Canada, and even their McDonald's is vastly different from ours as far as what they serve and even how it looks. It just, when McDonald's is healthier across the imaginary line.
What do we see with people of color in countries in Europe where there are safety nets, where there isn't the kind of poverty we see here in the United States?
Well, there's still a racialization factor that exists even in countries that have a larger social safety net. For example, I use this kind of analogy all the time that demonstrates that even in Europe, capitalism requires a racially otherized community. For example, in France, 10% of the population of the country of France is Muslim. Right? Now, these are mostly Algerians, North Africans. You'll have some West Africans as well. 60% of the prison population in France is Muslim. Now, that's a massive disparity. So the question you ask,
That's what
right?
I'm saying. That's almost America. I mean, that's like something we do in America.
Right. Well, this is the
It's-
thing, and I'm glad you said that, Dan, because in America, we
Usually
often,
they go in France, they go in as Muslims. In America, you have to wait till they go in and then they become Muslims.
well,
That's
that
usually
is a trope that I understand where you're going with that. But the point I'm going to make is that in America, we usually ascribe racialized criminality or black crime to cultural defect, social defect, family dislocation, a variety of other proxies that are really just race. In other words, because we are beyond the age of eugenics and we can't say, well, black people are genetically criminal because they're genetically criminal, we'll just say, well, oh, black people are criminal because their culture is defective. And black people's culture is defective because they happen to be criminal. It creates this absurd tautology.
We had John McWhorter on the Ralph Nader show, and he's written a book
Yes.
that criticizes black culture. That
Right.
It's
That's like his thing.
Yeah,
it's an
absurdity because this is my response. Okay, French Muslims are not watching Soul Train and going to the disco and eating chitlins and pork chops, yet they make up 60% of the prison population in France. What exactly is the Black American culture or cultural phenomenon that is causing them to be inclined to crime? Those same Francophone Muslims, if they were in America, would be owning all of the cultural, the corner stores and bodegas in Black neighborhoods. And would be considered, some of them would be considered model minorities.
So the Quarter, a linguist, teaches at Columbia, African American, grew up in some, privileged parents were professional.
I'm familiar with upper middle class Philadelphia. I know him well, and I'm not a fan.
And like another African American from Philadelphia, he tells black people basically not to steal the pound cake and pull up your pants. And I'm talking about Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a scold, and he says that you have to blame the black culture for some statistics about their schooling, like black nerds. It's frowned upon to read.
I mean, look, I push back super hard on all that stuff that McWhorter has to say, because basically,
I said to him on the show, I don't know if they cut it out. I said, "You're right wing. You're just
right wing." He works for the Manhattan Institute. It's a right wing thing. He works for John McWhorter is financed and supported by the Manhattan Institute, which is a right-wing think tank that literally is a supporter of Charles Murray and pushing scientific racism. All right? He is basically I say this all the time. I'm going to be very frank, Dan. I hope I don't offend you and your audience. There are liberal race pimps and there are right-wing race pimps. What do I mean by that? There are liberals who make their money talking about race to get paid, who really are not interested in solutions, but they're there for the gravy train.
He's Candace Owens with an education.
Say it again? What'd you say?
He's Candace Owens with an education.
Pretty much. And what I'm trying to inform your audience is that the same way you have liberal race pimps, you have right-wing race pimps who do the same thing. Because let me ask you a question. John McWhorter is a linguist. Thomas Sowell is an economist. Glenn Lowry is an economist. Does anyone ever ask them about linguistic studies, economics, or economic research? Why is it the only thing that they talk about is something that has nothing to do with their specialty?
Wow.
Which is black people.
Wow.
In other words, if these folks didn't talk about black people, no one would care what they had to say.
I mean, the fact that he's kind of bringing out this racial trope that, I mean, you could really look back into kind of the culture industry in the mid to late 80s, which really started to define a black culture as being something that was inherently ghetto, right?
Well, this is the thing. What's really fascinating is that John McWhorter will tell you that, like, oh, it's the urban culture of black people, post-civil rights and blah, blah, blah. Charles Johnson was a black sociologist in the early 20th century. As a matter of fact, he is the grandfather of Jay Johnson, who was the former head of Homeland Security, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Charles Johnson, I believe
Under Obama.
Yes, under Obama, yes. Charles Johnson, I believe in 1925, basically said there are 2 or 3 things that America will always assume about Black people. 1, that they're inherently intellectually inferior, and 2, that they are criminal. This is in 1925. Where was the hip hop music and the urban underclass culture back then?
They called it jazz.
Right. Which we must preserve, which we should. This is great. First of all, I want to thank Rodrigo for booking you guys on the show. I am very grateful, and I hope you find a home here because I'm quitting, and I want you guys to take somebody worthy of my audit. No, I hope you'll keep coming back.
Keep having us, and we'll keep coming back. We have a ball coming on here, so.
So McWhorter's new book. Can I just return to McWhorter for a second? Do you mind?
Sure.
You're triggering Pascal, so I got to hear about this.
No, I love hating him.
Okay, so Ralph Nader said, make sure you read his new book.
Mm-hmm.
Before he came on the show, I didn't read all of it. I read, I know how to skim a book.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to this passage.
Oh, shit.
And I couldn't believe what I saw. Welfare. He said during the 60s and 70s, leftists went into Black communities to encourage Black people to get on welfare in the hopes that they would overturn our economy. These were leftists, these were communists who believed that the way to destroy capitalism
was get on welfare?
By putting it was white people who were communists who want to destroy the system.
I know exactly what he's talking about.
Is there? And I read that and I thought, you write something like this, you're in QAnon country.
No, right? I know what he's talking about. He's talking about Francis Fox.
Is that true? Is that true?
Let me listen. He's talking about Francis Fox Piven. Francis Fox Piven was a left academic in the 60s who made the argument that we should actually push for the state to provide for poor and working class people. And if they do not, we should push the state to the point where they break the system. It was not a conspiracy theory. He's framing it as if it was some kind of quote unquote conspiracy theory. And it's actually a right-wing talking point. And the notion that quote unquote white people were quote unquote pushing Black people on welfare is absurd. Because if you actually read the research on welfare at that time, the main reason why Black people were going on welfare is because they were disproportionately and adversely affected by deindustrialization, because they were the last ones who were eligible for those already disappearing manufacturing and industrial jobs.
He doesn't talk about that. McWhorter doesn't really discuss that.
Because why? Because up until 1965, over 60% of Black labor were sharecroppers or domestic labor. Because of mechanized farming and the rise of the end of Jim Crow, that labor became obsolete. So what happened?
And not covered by Social Security.
They were not covered by Social Security up until 1959. No, but that's correct. Yeah. So that labor force becomes basically obsolete in terms of American political economy, and they are integrating into an American capitalism that is beginning to pivot to neoliberalism and deindustrialization. Urban crime rates already start to rise in America in the 1960s, before the implementation of the Great Society. So how is it? It's the welfare. How is the welfare the problem that's destroying these communities? What's destroying these communities is that what happens is that you have a lack of capacity of Black people to actually function and compete in capitalism, because there are no jobs anymore. Because if you listen to actually what King and Bayard Rustin and even Malcolm X said during the 60s, they said that deindustrialization and technology are making labor obsolete, and legislating jobs is not going to change things. And what is ironic is that even Bayard Rustin and King's acolytes knew in 1965 that the civil rights movement '64 Civil Rights Act, and all those other acts were not going to be enough to change the condition of Black people. And that's why they tried to propose the Freedom Budget for All in 1965, which would have been in American money today over $1.4 trillion of a program demanding a federal jobs guarantee and things of that nature that couldn't be implemented because of the Vietnam War.
Okay, first of all, will you come back next week?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
This is the last. We're out of time, but this is what John McWhorter said on the Ralph Nader Radio Hour this week. Go download the Ralph Nader Radio Hour as a podcast. It's the best. I happen to believe it's the best podcast out there.
It took me forever to realize that you were the host, because
I introduce the guests. That's all. This is Revolution is also up there. This is what John McWhorter said. He said everybody was worried about Bill Clinton's welfare reform in 1994, 95. I think it was 90. I'm not sure. 94. And he said, and you look and you'll find that there are no single Black moms sleeping on subway heating grates. That it was everybody warned us that Bill Clinton's welfare reform would increase homelessness. And I went, I mean, it's okay to think that.
In 2008, under the Obama presidency, within the first 2 years, Black child poverty was the highest it has gone in recorded history of the United States.
So how could he say that
because he's paid by the Manhattan Institute to make Americans believe that Black people are the only people who fail in capitalism because they're culturally defective. That's the job of the Black conservative. The job of Black conservatives is to tell the world and America that the only people who suffer during capitalism are Black people because they're culturally defective, even though more white people are on welfare, even though more white people are actually poor, and even though the rate of white single parenthood is the exact same amount that it is now when the Moynihan report came out in the 1960s. So where's all the cultural defectiveness that white folk are going to all the speciation? Because Moynihan literally said that Black people will become a different species because of single parent birth. So I'm waiting for this to happen to white folk.
So on the show, Pascal and Jason, on the Ralph Nader Radio Hour, and I don't know if they cut it out.
Someone in the chat said they cut it out.
Huh?
Someone in the chat said they cut it out. I gotta hear it. I gotta hear it. Pascal's gonna go listen to it and yell at the computer the whole time.
I said to him, "You're right wing," and he said, "No, I'm not." I said, "Did you vote for Bernie?" And he said, "Well, I'm more of an Elizabeth Warren type."
Listen, John McWhorter is a hustler. Okay, John McWhorter has profound contempt for poor and working class and urban Black folk because they rejected him because he was a corny geek. All right. He doesn't like Black people because he was always antagonized by them because he basically talks like a caramel colored white guy. That's his whole problem.
Right. We have to wrap it up. Pascal Robert, Jason Miles, host of This is Revolution. I hope to see you next week if you can do it. We've only scratched the surface, so thank you so much. Please come back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, and download This is Revolution wherever great podcasts are heard. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Let's go to a civilized country that's better than the United States, but that's not saying much these days. Mark Breslin is founder and president of Yuck Yucks, the largest comedy club in North America. How are you? It's good to see you, sir.
I'm fine. It's nice to see you too. I'm glad to see we're going from This is Revolution to This is Accommodation. What can I do?
Now, as a Jew, would you pimp out? Would you turn your back on your people there to make a buck?
Well, I've been doing that most of my life since so many comics are Jewish. But I'm not really sure what you mean by that, and I'm not sure what you mean by the context of that. Do you mean
What- what-
am I the guy who would stand in the window, pointing up at in front of the window, pointing up at Anne Frank's attic, going, "She's up there." A little money, please. Do you mean it that way? I'm not sure what you mean, David.
Tell the Pia Zadora story. And was it you?
The Pia Zadora story. What's the Pia?
Where she played Anne Frank on Broadway.
Oh, I don't know that story. I'm
You
sorry.
know that.
I never
Zadora-
told you that story. That didn't come from me.
This is probably not true. Pia Zadora is very talented, but she had a sugar daddy who she married, who pushed her and spent a lot of money on her. Even though she had talent, there was resentment because she was being financed. Rickless or somebody, I can't remember the name.
Shulam Rickless. And he was very rickless in the way he conducted her career. And you say she's very talented, but I don't remember the talent part. I remember the firm butt of Pia Zadora. That's what I remember.
Oh,
Now,
that's-
you know, Oscar Wilde said beauty is a form of genius. So maybe she is a genius. Her butt is a genius. Let's say that. But I don't know this story.
So I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt that she was unfairly hated because she had a rich sugar daddy as a husband. And okay. And she
All
was
right.
appearing as Anne Frank on Broadway. And about 20 minutes in, somebody screamed from the balcony, when the Nazis come in, she's in the attic. She's in the attic.
Now I've heard the story. I do remember that story, but I don't think I'm the one who told it to you.
Right.
It is a funny story. No, I thought
Probably
it
not
was,
true.
maybe it is true. I mean, I thought she was a terrible. What's the name of the movie that she starred in? It was her own. It was her vehicle that Rickless put together for her, and it was unwatchable.
Right.
Somebody will be at their Butterfly. There it is. Thank you. Have you
Pia.
seen
Who
it?
named her? Pia
Pia. Well, Pia is a Scandinavian name.
for P.
Yeah, it means urinator.
Urinator.
She used to urinate on Mechoulam Rickless all the time, evidently. And when she was finished, she would say, "Well, you know, you're no Danny Thomas, but one is the loneliest number."
Right. He was called Pua Zadora. Now I have to plug St. Jude. I have a rule on this show. Every Danny Thomas joke, he is responsible for St. Jude. They do not turn away a sick child. Give to St. Jude. It is one of the best charities you can give to. And not just because it gives me license to make Danny Thomas glass coffee
No,
table.
and in fact, to tell you the truth, I have supported St. Jude, and I have a little plaque on a coffee table there.
Please, I don't ask you for much on the show. Actually, I am beginning
You
to
asked
ask
for a lot, actually, but I will not do any
No, I'm
more
asking
Danny
to
Thomas jokes this show.
No. Every time somebody makes a Danny Thomas joke, an angel gets a wing, and
It's
because
covered in poo, and it's very hard to fly when one of your wings is covered in poo. I find that's why you see all those pigeons in those bird baths, because Danny Thomas had been there earlier.
now give to St. Jude's, please. He set up St. Jude's. I'm sorry.
It's a good charity.
It's a great charity,
Yeah,
and $5, whatever, give to St. Jude's. How are things in Canada? How is Yuck Yucks? You're open and people are going out and laughing and seeing live comedy, and
We're open. Fewer people are going out than before the pandemic. People still haven't gotten used to the idea that they can go out. Not everybody feels comfortable. You know, Canadians, I wouldn't say we're more conservative, but we're more we're more likely to watch ourselves. You know, when we don't take as many risks. We're risk averse, the Canadians, and so it's
I have
been a while.
I have a theory.
I just spoke to the guy who runs my Halifax club, and I said, how are you? He said, I got the COVID. I said, where did you get it? He said, I went to Prince Edward Island for the weekend. Now, Prince Edward Island is one of the provinces of Canada. It's the smallest of all the provinces. It's a tiny little island. You could drive from one end to the other in 4 hours. And it has the lowest rates of COVID in maybe North America. And he got it there. So,
Wow. And it must be beautiful.
oh, it's a gorgeous place. I went there. I was recovering from a nervous breakdown when I was, 22 or 23. And a friend, a girl that I knew, had a place there. Her parents had a place there. And I went and stayed there and, played with worry beads for 3 weeks and then felt better and came home.
What do people do? What do? They fish?
Oh, you mean what do they do for a living, or what do they do?
What do you do?
Yeah, there's fisheries, there's tourism because it's a beautiful place. There's a big theater festival there, and they play Anne of Green Gables every single year, full of Japanese tourists. Because the Japanese, love Anne of Green Gables. They love that story. I think they love the schoolgirl uniform personally. That's only me. Now, you're laughing, but
I have a theory about Dave Chappelle's last special.
okay.
He, arguably the best comic of the past 30 years, arguably, he can defy an audience and do whatever he wants. But a comic is a comic, and what works, you keep in the act, and what doesn't work, you take out. It's the scientific method. He's above the scientific method where he'll decide to keep something in the act, even if the audience isn't enthusiastic. But for the most part, a comedian keeps what works. Is that fair to say?
Generally, yeah.
Okay. The conservative bent that we saw in his last special, and it was conservative, is that partly due to the fact that he built that special playing to audiences in the time of COVID, and that in 1920 or 21, most of the people who would be going to a comedy show would be young and right-wing?
Maybe. It's also possibly the place that he was working that material out, which is in the middle of Ohio.
Or Texas, also Texas.
Which has, because he lives in the middle of Ohio. He lives in the middle of nowhere, and he has some stages that he works out in. And I'm wondering whether that affects it as well. He's not working the stuff out in New York or Los Angeles or Chicago, and that could be. But I think he also fancies himself a bit of a populist, not necessarily a right-wing populist, but a populist.
Right. Do you think that we're going to see mainstream comedy move a little more to the right temporarily, because mainstream comedy audiences tend to be those who aren't afraid of the COVID, they'll go out and see comedy?
No, many of those people who go out are vaxxed. Certainly everybody who came to my club.
I'm talking about last year. I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about last year.
They were all vaxxed.
I'm sorry?
Well, in my clubs, you couldn't get in unless you were vaxxed, remember? So, and I thought that was true in many, many states in the United States.
Right.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not so sure that that's exactly true. No, I don't necessarily see that. Plus, there's so much comedy. It's on such a wide berth of a rainbow that it could be, you'll see everything. I mean, do you think, watch people like Samantha Bee or Trevor Noah or any of those kinds of late night talk show hosts and see if they start to drift toward the right. And then I would say maybe you have a point. But without that happening.
That's different. That's different. Well, that's top-down comedy, whereas stand-up comics are from the ground up.
Yeah,
The
I
Senate-
told you this before, David, and I don't think you go to enough shows anymore. If you go to any of the shows, you will find absolutely no politics whatsoever. They're not talking about any of this stuff whatsoever. They're talking about getting laid, masturbating. Those are the women. And they're not really talking about what's going on. It's people are coming to comedy clubs as a relief to get relief from what's going on.
Right. And so, much like music, comedy can be pretty much about the same thing: love, sex, and hatred for a lover who broke your heart.
It's the standard stuff. It's never
Right.
really changed. You know, I mean, every once in a while, a song like, you know, Buddy, Can You Spare a Dime comes out and kind of changes the world. And in the 60s, there was a lot of music that came along that did change the world, but it's rare and it applies more to music. I've said this before. The revolutionary impulse expresses itself in music way more than it expresses itself in comedy. Because comedy
Because
is
nobody
always
knows what you're really saying. You can hide behind, nobody knows what you're saying with music. You can't quite hear the lyrics, so you don't know exactly what somebody's saying. Right?
No, it's because music is a chant, and it's really easy to pick up on a political position when it's a chant. You can't chant your comedy. It's not, and comedy is also always based on some kind of ambiguity. So even when you strike a position, there's always a tinge of maybe to it. So I just don't see comedy as having a great deal of political impact, except these late night shows where they're right on the money, right on the time, and 2 days later it's dead. The joke is dead because the world has changed just that small amount.
A couple of things. Dave Chappelle saying gender is fact is not comedy because there's no ambiguity there. You say comedy has to have some kind of ambiguity.
Well, I'll give you the gender is fact till you go into a prison and you spend a couple of years there, and then gender isn't a fact at all. And you realize gender is really fluid, and gender is full of fluids. Some of it yours, some of it your bunkmate.
You're right. You're right. As for comedy,
I would say that I believe that gender and these gender issues are often situational. People who think that they are one thing in different circumstances turn out to feel differently.
Okay.
For me, it's always been, if I can personalize it, which I love to do, for me, I mean, it's always been that I knew I was a guy and I knew I was a man, but my problem was I wasn't a man like all the other men I knew. And I somehow wanted to be a man, but I didn't want to be a man like them. I didn't like sports. I didn't like drinking. I'm not part of any kind of bro culture. So how do you manage to be a man a straight man who loves Sondheim and shopping for clothes and still feels like he's a man?
Right.
It's always been problematic for me. Still
right.
is.
Me too.
Yeah,
I had a play date. Huh?
Of course, you're a creative guy, so that makes it difficult for you.
We had a play date up in Albany with some new friends, and one of them was like a real man who is like I would want him around to protect me, and I was around this guy, and I thought he's a man, and I should feel like a man, but compared to this guy, I don't. And I cowered in the corner. Okay, back to comedy for 1 second, because I think we're on to something, Doctor. I believe there are two types of comedy. There's top down and then the bottom up. And I think Dave Chappelle is a power bottom. That when he had his show on Comedy Central, he walked away, and that was top down. He walked away from $50 million, having a show on Comedy Central. You tell the audience what is funny. You don't care what the studio audience thinks. It's fascism. I'm telling you what is funny. That's why Colbert, that's why Samantha Bee, that's why Jon Stewart, who I reluctantly have to, his new show, the new iteration of it is excellent. It pains me to.
Just saw it for the first time yesterday. I saw his show on the stock market, and I thought it was excellent.
It was excellent.
It was excellent.
The story's a year old, and he has $1 million writing staff. You think he could have talked about Ukraine this
Maybe
week?
That's the next show.
Well, he was talking about short squeezes and GameStop, and
a lot of people don't know that story, David.
A year old. He had
but a lot of people don't know that story, and they have to catch up with it to understand what's happening with the stock market and with the economy and how it's manipulated.
It was the Jon Stewart who I hated because I was jealous, not the Jon Stewart who I hated because he's a horrible human being and anti-union.
I've never met the man. I don't know anything about him, actually.
But I recommend the show. This new iteration, it's the old Jon Stewart, and you if you don't look too closely, you'll almost forget that he's an ignoramus, which he is, by the way. It's worth watching. That segment was great. He's still not an original thinker, but it's great. And he's still anti-union, but his show is great. So, but that's top down. You can't do that kind of comedy in a comedy room. And Chappelle walked away from a television show and went into the clubs, and he's a power bottom. He's coming up through the clubs and putting it up on Netflix. Dave Chappelle is a power bottom.
By the way, did he do this through the clubs? Did he practice it? I was always under the impression that he was kind of arrogant enough to just do it without even working out the material, because I've always thought that he was so loose that it sounds like he really hadn't worked it out. That's my big complaint with, there's always this debate. Who do you like better, Chris Rock or Dave Chappelle? Chris Rock or Dave Chappelle? Because, hey, they're the only two black people in show business. Obviously, those are the two we have to compare. So, and I've always been a Chris Rock fan more than the Dave Chappelle fan, because Chris Rock is so tight. Every word has a purpose and every joke has a purpose. Whereas Chappelle,
he's tight, he's not a power bottom then.
I'm sorry?
If Chris Rock is tight, I wouldn't consider him a power bottom.
It depends on the lube and the size of the microphone. Right? Right. Remember those old microphones from the 60s? They were like long and narrow. Dick Clark used to use them all the time.
Gene Rayburn.
Yeah, that kind of
long. It was long.
Long, and it was a long like cylinder.
Power mic.
I like those microphones.
Me too.
They fit really well.
Hey, how many mics do you go through a year at a club?
Well, we usually have 3 microphones and 2 stands in most of the clubs. That's in case we have a guitar act. Otherwise, people just keep using the same mic, and they're trained not to drop them, throw them, but inevitably somebody does. So I would say we go through maybe 2 or 3 mics a year.
And the windscreen, how often is that changed?
Never. I like to get it so full of virus and bacteria that you could actually squeeze it like a loofah and have it all drip all over yourself. Sometimes, in fact, when I'm really thirsty and the Coke machine is just too far away, I just take off the windscreen and I put it in my mouth.
So advice, you teach at Humbert College, you teach comedy.
Yeah, well, right? I act as a mentor more than a teacher. There is a teacher who actually goes through the kids act. I shouldn't call them kids. They're in their 20s, who go through the students' acts line by line, working with them. I give them kind of a bigger overview, like go faster, or you should be going slower, or why are you talking about this when you're clearly not interested in it? Talk about what half the battle is, getting them to talk about what they're interested in. And half of that battle is getting them to figure out what they are interested in.
Right. So 2 questions about making it. Forget being an artist, just making it. I have a theory. You're a club owner. I'm just starting out. Now, you can get a big laugh. Since the invention of the microphone, a comedian can get a big laugh by staring at the audience and dropping the mic. Right? Somebody says something stupid, you're heckled, or you say, President Reagan said this today. And instead of saying, can you believe it? You just drop the mic and the audience laughs. Always laughs when you drop the mic. When in trouble, drop the mic because it makes a funny sound. However, the club owner, my theory, I've never done a mic drop.
I've
Because
never
I'm
done it either. When I was starting, there was a guy who was really
Well,
funny.
let me ask you the question first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
You run Yuck Yucks.
Yeah,
A mediocre comic like myself comes to your club.
not mediocre. You were never mediocre. You were a lot of things, but you were never mediocre.
Well, let's just say a young comic. I was never young either, but
Think of it your way.
I come to your club and I drop the mic. Isn't that a fuck you to you if I drop the mic? Because I may break your mic.
No, he just doesn't understand that I might have to go replace it at a cost of whatever it is, $48. And I suppose I should charge him if the mic breaks. I don't, but he
What do
shouldn't
you
do
think?
that. Well,
What do you
I approach him and I say, don't drop the mic. I'm only going to have to pay for it unless you want to pay for it. And I try to reduce it to that very simple economic transaction because he's being unprofessional unless it's his mic. By the way, I've always encouraged, and I've never succeeded, in trying to get the comics to bring their own microphones. Everybody should have their own mic the way they have, gunslingers have their own gun, or maybe
Love
a
that.
better, or maybe a better example is if you're playing pool, you bring your own stick, you bring your own cue. You don't go for the one that's on the rack that everybody has touched and used and half broken. Bring your own mic. It's not even that expensive.
What a great idea.
And no one will do it. No, everybody's too lazy, too cheap, too this, too that. But
It's a
if
sound.
I went back on stage, I would bring my own mic, especially these days.
Now, what if you're Sam Kinison, you're playing to sold out audiences and he's dropping the mic and breaking it at every show? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking, what a great way to spend $48. Do I care? I'm the promoter. I'm making thousands. I don't care about the $48.
Break the mic.
Take the
Second
mic. Go
question.
ahead. Stand on the mic. Do whatever you want to do to the mic. It's okay. Sammy, you coming back tomorrow? Great.
By the way, Peter Townsend breaking those guitars, smashing.
Yeah,
them.
well, there was a trick.
What was the trick?
They weren't the guitar. It wasn't the guitar he was actually using. It was an old beat up guitar, and he would surreptitiously switch it off, and then he would start bashing it. He's not gonna start bashing a really expensive guitar. You know the guitar that Jimi Hendrix set on fire at Woodstock?
Yeah.
Marzipan.
Sugar?
Yeah. No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
That one I don't know because Hendrix didn't end every show with burning the guitar. That was kind of a special, but yeah, it was the stock and trade for him to do, for Townsend to do it. But I understood that he had fake guitars ready that he could do that with, so that he wasn't smashing up something worth thousands of dollars.
Wow. Last question
Yes.
about making it as a stand-up.
Yeah.
If you were advising some young stand-up comic and you said, look, if you want to make a statement, go into politics or write a song. But if you just want to make people laugh and get wealthy and make people happy, is it fair to say, talk only about love, sex, relationships, and then the people you hate because they stopped loving you, talk about failed relationships, talk about love and the people you don't love. Isn't that the best way to make it in stand-up comedy?
No, and I can give you too many counter examples. I'll start with George Carlin. But no, that's not what I would say, because that's just too shallow. What I would say is your first goal is to get laughs. You've got to get the laughs. Before anything happens, you've got to learn how to be funny and how to make something funny. And then if you can layer on a political position or a social position or even an emotional position, so much the better, because when they go home, the stuff they're going to really remember in the end is something that may have touched their brain or their heart. But you've got to be really good to do that. That's your PhD.
Right.
Don't do your PhD before you do your BA.
Right.
That's what I would say. And by the way, I have to say that all the time at Humber when I talk to these students, because they're all woke and they want to, change the world. And I think that's great, but they got to learn how to be funny first.
Right. And you're not teaching kids at Humbert.
Meaning, they have to.
At Humbert, you would be teaching actual kids.
Yes, no, it's not Humbert, it's Humber. That's true. But one of my best students, Lolita, I can't remember her last name, but her first name suffices. Don't you?
Annabelle Lee, I believe. Edgar Allan Poe called her Annabelle Lee, I believe.
Right. No, I tell them to, by all means, to try to keep their passion for whatever they're passionate about. But also, I advise them not to expect too much, because the audience will sit there and they will agree with them as long as they're on stage. And then when they go home, they'll revert back to, the official CNN version of life.
Right. I was on the train. Can you indulge me for 1 second? Just
Sure.
Because you're the only. Adlai Stevenson said that the cruelty of old age is there's nobody left to talk to. Is in Mort Sahl's book Heartland. And Mort Sahl is gone and Adlai Stevenson is gone and there's nobody left to talk to. And I was on a train, and I apologize to my listeners, but I just wanted to tell Mark something I wrote to somebody that I felt really proud of. Okay? You got a minute?
Yeah.
This is self-indulgent.
Go ahead.
So there's a guy named Mark who listens to the show. He's an art historian, and he does restoration. A lot of people who listen to this show as an audio podcast, they listen to it while they're working with their hands. And he is he restores art, and there was a party at the Met that I didn't go to. He had restored, I don't know, like a Rembrandt or something, and he's really bright. And on last week's show, we were talking about Alexander Graham Bell, and I said, I think Alexander Graham Bell went to France to study painting, or maybe it was Samuel Morse, right?
Yeah.
It was either Morse or Alexander Graham Bell who studied painting and was actually pretty good at it. So Mark, who listens, wrote to me, it was Samuel Morse, inventor of the Morse code, who went to France to learn how to paint and was actually a great painter. To which I replied,
I know it. Can I guess
Go
the punchline?
please.
He was a pointillist. Like Seurat.
Well, I wrote, no, you're right. I love you. I love you for that. I said something to the effect of, whereas Samuel Morse painted with dots and dashes, Seurat was more of a minimalist and went only with the dots.
Okay.
But yours is better. And we've just alienated everybody. Everybody now
I have
hates
no
us.
idea what we're talking about.
And nor should they. Or maybe they should. I don't know.
They should, actually. Seurat is a brilliant artist. Everybody should just go online after the show and just look up Seurat and see what he does.
Yes. K. Sarab was his first name.
K. Sarab
The first name was K. K. Sarab was his full. All right. Thank you. I love you for that. Sometimes I think I'm insane. I really do. And because sometimes you do some deep cuts. This is what I used to say to Dennis Miller. I said, you can't fire me. I'm the only one here who gets your references.
What are you talking about? The references.
Yeah, I'm the only one, Dennis, who gets your references. If I'm gone, you're insane. I love you. Thank you.
I love you
Thank
too.
you for that. And you got me to say that I hate saying that Jon Stewart did a great job, but his new show, they've revamped it. And even though he's a union busting, middle of the road hack, who I can't stand, his new show is worth watching. Even though he's going to burn, even though he should burn in hell for the way he treats workers, and he's a fraud.
I know none of this. None of this. I know nothing about. I never met him in my life. I don't know anybody who worked for him. I just don't know. This is all news to me.
But his show is definitely worth watching, in spite of him.
Actually,
'Cause he's a
Mark,
pro-
I can clear that up. John once gave David 14 minutes on a 15-minute break.
What? 14
Yeah.
minutes, 15-minute break.
Yeah, he gave him. He thought it was 15. He only gave him 14, and David has been cursing his name ever since.
Oh, you're talking about the way the workers, he treats the workers.
Yes. It was just you. I believe you, David. I'm just
Okay.
pointing out.
I don't
how
know
petty-
about how people treat their workers, but I can tell you one thing's for sure. You can really tell what a comedian is like by the way they treat their writers. And one thing I always loved about Joan Rivers is that she treated her writers so well, and actually would rather be in the writer's room probably than any other room in the building. So, that means a lot.
I worked on the roast, and she came in, and she would go through the jokes, and this is what she said. She would read, I like this. Mean. I like it. Mean. I want mean. And I went, wow, I just got my PhD from Joan.
Well, it's so important because I know some people who worked for Johnny Carson in the writer's room. And I said, what is he like? And they went, I don't know. We've never met. And they worked for him for 11 years.
Yeah.
Because Johnny would only talk to the head writer. So, I judge these successful comics by how they treat the writers. No writers, no comedy.
Jon Stewart hates his writers, and the feeling is mutual, but none of them have the balls or the ovaries to go public with how horrible a human being he is. And he is a horrible human being. That being said, his new series on Apple is worth watching.
Yeah, I like it.
All news to me. Thank you. You guys have a great time. I'm going to go have some dinner.
Good
I love
luck.
you. Thank you.
Okay.
Joining us is Dave Cyrus, fresh from a Hollywood party.
Yeah.
I'm sure, are you in Brooklyn or Hollywood?
I'm in Brooklyn. I'm very tired. I've been up all day, unlike usual. I had to go to the hospital this morning, so I had a very special day. I'm fine. Don't worry.
What?
What?
Oh, you have, can we talk about your
My grandmother?
You have a health condition, don't you?
Well, yes, I do, but that's not why I was in the hospital.
We don't want to talk about that, right?
No, we don't need to bother illuminating the audience as to what's wrong with me.
Right.
No,
Your grandma.
Yeah. She's not doing well, so I took her to the hospital today, and it's okay. Everything's fine. I just like to. No, I just like to tell people that it's because they haven't shown me enough attention that she's feeling sick. But
Yeah.
but yeah,
Now,
it's fine.
Is she? Yeah. But let's move on.
No, we can talk. Yeah, I don't think anyone gives a shit about this, but yeah, no, she's a good person. End of life type of stuff.
I'm sorry that I know that you are a bit of a caretaker with her, aren't you?
Yes, I've lived in the apartment above hers for the last 6 years. So I really took care of her a lot through COVID, and since, because she got cancer during COVID. So, I'm very glad that I got to be there.
Right. Right.
I wouldn't want her to be alone through all this, especially with COVID.
This is almost as sad as my having to say that Jon Stewart's show is great.
I mean, you're
I don't know
obviously
what-
more emotional about that.
I don't know what's
Now-
sadder. You're going through with your grandmother or me having to admit that Jon Stewart's new show is pretty great.
He's a good person. What do you want? So you mentioned Dennis
Hey.
Miller. You mentioned Dennis
Yes.
Miller, which is actually exactly what I wanted to talk about today. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, okay.
Dennis Miller, I don't know if you know this, a week ago stopped
Yes.
having a show on RT America.
Yes.
Now, did you know that Dennis Miller had a show on RT America? Did anyone?
Yes. Yes.
That was not a fever dream. He is no longer just Bill O'Reilly's sidekick. He had an RT America show, and to his limited credit, he quit. That Aura Media, which did his show, and I guess Larry King's show before it, they,
And Shat's.
obviously.
Shatner?
Yes, thank you. Shatner's show as well. Shatner and Dennis Miller's shows, which are both under Aura Media, suspended operation. And this is important. They do deserve this credit before RT America shut down. And yeah, you remember when Dennis Miller was Bill O'Reilly's sidekick, he would have him on and he would have like a topic to come on and he would do like a watered down version of his old thing. But yeah, I guess he got a show out of it. And RT America, a lot of other people have not been quite as graceful in losing their jobs. I don't know if I should say the name, but there was one host who I've talked to you about before. I met him. I saw him do stand up the day I met you. You were doing stand up with
Lee
him.
Camp.
Yeah, Lee Camp.
Lee Camp.
Lee
He's been
Camp.
on this show.
Yeah.
We like Lee Camp. We like
Did you
Lee
see,
Camp.
did you see what Lee Camp said about RT America being shut down?
Let's see. No,
Well, he
I'm
said
gonna
that
guess.
it was. He says he believes that it was censorship by America, not a choice. And he said that it was done on purpose to prevent the American people from knowing the truth about the Ukrainian war. Because, as you know, if you want the truth about the Russian government, you have to get it from the Russian government.
An argument could be made if you want the truth about the American government, you have to get it from the American government. I mean, we're not. We
That's
do
what Trump
need.
said. Yeah,
Well, I mean,
go to the source.
I paid attention to RT.
Mm-hmm.
Al Jazeera, when we invaded Iraq, was vilified. There's a documentary called Control Room. I think it's called Control Room that came out a year.
Al Jazeera was more vilified by the people in the Arab world than anyone else because they thought it was a mouthpiece for the West. That's how much of a weird position Al Jazeera was in. Oh yeah, they were called a mouthpiece for the West all the time in those countries.
We the American troops we fired on, I believe it was the Al Jazeera bureau, I believe in Baghdad. I believe there's a bureau in Gaza that's been fired on. Qatar finances Al Jazeera, and it is a responsible, reliable source of information that was vilified during, not just vilified, but attacked by American troops. And I rather get my information about what's going on in the Middle East from Al Jazeera than from Richard Engel.
Yeah, no, I kind of like Al Jazeera.
So the same goes with RT in that, yes.
Kremlin controlled media is what you're defending?
I'm not defending, I'm saying RT is, I looked, if you go to their website, which was up over the weekend, they're reporting, they do report Russian propaganda, but they also report what Zelensky says. Reporting I'm not defending RT. It is the job of a news bureau to say, Winston Churchill said this, Adolf Hitler said that. Winston Churchill said this, Adolf Hitler said that. there's implicit bias. You can tell where the bias is, the same way you can sense the bias in the fair and balanced reporting of Fox News. But we should, if America shut down RT, that's
America.
more
RT America. Yeah.
RT America. But if our country shut it down, that speaks volumes to how bad our press is. The fact that we have to shut down the quote unquote enemy's propaganda organ when we can't provide the American people with reliable news. You know, the solution to bad speech is more speech and good speech. And we can't respond to Putin, so we have to shut him down. Right. Putin's evil.
You know my history with RT. You know my history with RT, where I used to do comedy on them before because I thought they were
I apologize. I want to get to your story in a second. I just want to clarify here because I've been getting email from people who think I'm in favor of Putin and the invasion of Ukraine. I'm not. The first casualty of war is a soldier. And then the second casualty of war is the lie about how that soldier died. That's what I say. They say the first casualty of war is the truth. No, it's somebody died first. And then they lie about it. And America is, I'm seeing reports about the Azov Brigade was it The Nation? The Nation magazine did a whole piece this week vilifying Ukraine and how it's a hotbed for the neo-Nazis and the Azov Brigade. And they link to stories from 2015 to 2000, all their evidence about Ukraine falling under the spell of right-wing neo-Nazis. All the sources come from 2015 and 2016. Got to do better than that to convince me that Zelensky is under the spell of Nazis and that Putin is just when he says he's denazifying Ukraine.
That is the drumbeat of Russian propaganda, that this Jewish president was elected by Nazis and is a puppet of Nazis. And I mean, I'm sure yes, I know there is a Nazi problem in Ukraine, like a lot of countries. It's not why he's invading. And look, like I said, you know my history with RT. I did comedy for them many years ago before I knew what it was. I did comedy for the channel because I was asked to, not for pay, but just, do like a little correspondent piece. And if there was a magazine show that seemed like liberal news, thought it was cool. I'm a Russian liberal, didn't think anything was wrong with that. So, and I would write pieces where I would make fun of different, news stories. And then when Russia invaded Crimea, I wanted to talk about that. And I was told, oh no, you can't criticize Putin or the Russian government. We can't do that. And I'm like, oh, I guess I'm never coming back here again.
But that might have been an apparatchik, if you'll pardon the expression, speaking for themselves as opposed to the news director. Who told you that?
A person in charge there.
Of the show, of a comedy show.
Yes.
Yeah. People in charge of, I believe that's true.
No. It wasn't a comedy show. I was doing comedy on a news show. Like how CNN will have a comedian on and do like a quick 2-minute monologue.
Right.
It was a news magazine show.
Producers of news magazine shows, many of them are ignoramus, and it is conceivable that he or they were doing some preemptive challenge because they thought they were servicing the news director. I've seen interviews with the news director who insisted what you're telling me is an impossibility. I'm not here to defend.
They made it very clear. They made it very clear it was policy. We cannot criticize Russia.
Okay, what was left of, again, I'm not defending Putin. I'm defending freedom of speech and.
Well, don't you think that RT America kind of no longer became relevant once this happened? What don't you think that this war basically became the the day after 2012 date that the world was supposed to end, where like at some point when you bullshit this much, you have to actually pay off at some point. And this is when they didn't, when they go around saying the American media is completely lying about this invasion and Russia would never do this. And then it happens, you kind of get into a position where it's like, why would anyone watch this? Who is the audience for the American propaganda arm of Russia?
Hey,
Because it's for people who thought they were watching liberal news and like, oh, wait, that's not what this is. This is just someone trying to coax liberals into not hating Putin and just kind of giving this sort of light, sort of leftism without the tolerance. It's like fiscal liberalism and social conservatism.
but have you ever seen RT? Have you ever
I was
seen
on it.
RT?
Of course. I watched lots of
But
it.
have you ever watched? Did you ever watch it? Did you ever watch
Yeah.
the documentaries?
I didn't watch it every day, but yeah, when I was learning about it, I checked it out. And then when I later found out what it really was, I also watched it because then it was a different thing. It was sort of trying to understand what was going on with this. I mean, look, I can have a hatred for Russia. What?
Don't you think we need a news organization in America that is hypercritical of the power structure? And you're more likely to see that when you
I
have
think
real
it doesn't
journalists.
matter. I think it does not matter if the core goal is not that what you just said. If the core goal is to support a screwed up dictatorship or to support a country and goals that don't really match up to the values that they're portraying, it doesn't matter. It's like when people say, well, sometimes Alex Jones tells the truth. Who cares? He usually doesn't. So it's invalid. Like it matters where you're coming
But
from.
Alex Jones is different from RT. RT had, Christopher Hedges.
Oh no, RT did have legitimate journalists who meant well, but I think since the Crimean War, RT morphed into something much more sinister and much more driven to defend Vladimir Putin at all costs.
I didn't see that. I saw a subtle shift. What little I saw, and since it shut down, I went on YouTube to take a look at their coverage. I saw a Fox News-like shift, a subtle shift to propaganda. It was very
When
subtle.
you bring people like Scott Ritter on as experts, you are a propaganda network. You are
I think
actively
our next
just
guest-
trying.
Well, if you can, I'll tell you what. If you're willing not to be, I love you, and I'm not looking for a fight. And especially since the invasion started, I've been trying not to be certain of anything. And I think that's my responsibility, is not to be certain about anything. And if you can dial back the opinion and listen, I'll let you talk to our next guest about Scott Ritter without certitude, without moral or intellectual certitude.
Look, I don't know enough about Scott Ritter to have a full scale debate. I'll admit that.
I'm not looking.
I've seen things he
for a
said,
debate.
and I've read things about what he said, and I've read things he said, and it just felt like this guy seems like he's just pushing what Putin wants people to hear. That's what I got. If there's information I don't know, sorry.
Okay, so what I'm trying to do on this show, especially now with the invasion of Ukraine, is try to hear the truth, no matter where it falls, no matter what my Weltanschauung dislikes.
Like when
And not to
WikiLeaks says,
sound
well,
like
even
Weltanschauung.
like when WikiLeaks says, we give you the truth, we just only give it about Democrats.
There's value to that. In fact, yes, it's in fact, my friend, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. The idea of objective news is an early 20th century conceit. When journalism became a job, they set up journalism schools, and the journalism schools in the 20s, the 30s, invented objectivity. But before objectivity, the American press was the arm of the person who was funding it. So you had labor unions that put out their own press. You had corporations that put out their own newspapers, and you had political parties that put out their own newspapers. And you always knew which side they were reporting from, and you took it with a grain of salt or a grain of sand or whatever. The idea of objectivity came about in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, where we were training journalists. We've reverted back to the norm, which is we think all reporters have inherent bias, and that may be okay. And so there's nothing wrong with hearing Putin's propaganda, the same way there's nothing wrong with hearing America's propaganda.
Yeah, I think it's really important what the person informing you has as their goal.
Well, we know what RT's goal is, and it's to put America's feet to the fire. I hate Vladimir Putin. I'm rooting for Zelensky.
I mean, me too. I mean, I didn't hate Putin, all those years ago
Hitler,
before. Yeah.
I want to know what Goebbels is saying. I want to know, Mussolini, before he was the leader, he was a journalist. I want to know what they're writing. I want to read Mein Kampf and find out what they're saying.
I mean, personally, I'd rather see an interview. I'd rather see a non-curated version of what they believe. I'd rather see them have to say in real time what they believe, as opposed to a curated version where they get to meticulously plan out and know exactly what the message will be and control the message. Look, right. I mean,
and again, I'm the first one to criticize Rogan for bringing quacks on his show, saying that mRNA viruses are not safe. I'm not saying I never said to shut down Rogan. I simply said people should probably cancel their Spotify to protest misinformation, because he's not, he's dangerous, but you're free to listen to him. I just don't want to give him my money.
Yeah, no, I believe that people should decide, on their own what they think is okay and not okay to watch. But is there a limit? Is there a limit to propaganda? Is there a limit to misinformation? Is there anything the network could have said that would be over the line, that would say, I don't think this cable station should offer this? Or if just people are complaining, they said they should listen to the complaints and say, I don't want this here. They think that this is damaging.
Don't you think history, when you look at America, my country that I love this shithole we call America. I do. What is passed off as objective reporting from America in retrospect is propaganda. You look at Afghanistan, you look at Iraq, everything in the lead up, with some exceptions, Scott Ritter being one of them, who the weapons inspector said, Scott Ritter said, he doesn't have weapons of mass destruction.
Oh, I know.
He was drowned out by the propaganda machine here in America. What you read from the New York Times, to their credit, apologized, but it was propaganda.
See, that feels very relativistic to me. That feels very much like when Trump said, "Oh, we kill people too," though. Like, why are we trying to relativize what Putin's doing? Why are we trying to make it about like, well, it's not that bad because of this?
Here's what I'm saying. I'm not wanting to know what Putin is saying is not the same thing as agreeing with Putin. I want to know what the other side is thinking and why. Why are they thinking?
That's the problem. I think there's a disingenuous nature to it that just makes me tune out the whole thing, because it's not about, this isn't Russian propaganda. It's fake liberalism coached in Russian propaganda. It's this idea of trying to slip shit in through slip medicine in through the sugar here, of saying this is what you want to hear because you're leftist, but we also really want you to like someone who's the furthest thing from a liberal.
I'm not Tim Pool.
I think it's subterfuge. I think it's all. I don't think we're seeing journalism. I don't think we're seeing an opinion. I think we're just seeing a fake reality being presented to us. And yeah, there's lots of propaganda, but there should be, levels of how bad it is, that we can't just say, well, over this, you can do whatever you want because it doesn't matter. You can't get any worse than America is.
Let me be clear.
It just seems like
I am not Tim Pool. Let me be clear here. I am not a crypto fascist who believes that Vladimir Putin is the bastion of white supremacy, that we must protect the Slavic race from the mongrel hordes. We have a right wing in America that identifies Vladimir Putin as the standard bearer of white supremacy.
Yeah,
and
it's weird.
They say things like, we should listen to. All I'm saying is, we should be able to hear what Russian television is reporting.
See,
and the
that
reason
doesn't bother me. I do want to see their propaganda.
The reason you're afraid of Russian propaganda is because journalism in America has died. It's on life support, and we can no longer trust America to provide us with good journalism. And that's why we have anti-vaxxers. People do their own research because we've corporatized American media to the point where the only information you're getting benefits the war machine, the pharmaceutical companies, and the health insurance companies. You cannot get anybody on mainstream media to sit down and explain that Medicare for all will actually reduce costs.
You see, what I see there
it can't be heard in America. And so people do their own research and they go crazy and they become anti-vaxxers. Because they do not trust any reporters in America, because anybody who's making a living now as a reporter in America, 95% of them are compromised, and they will not touch the third rails because they'll be fired.
Yeah, it seems like what you're describing is a miniature version of what RT America would do, because RT America to me seemed like a bunch of people with transactional ethics who wanted to be stars in this left political world and were willing to sacrifice a chunk of their ethics up as long as they could just basically say, well, if I could do everything but what the problems I would have with Russia, that's enough. That's what it felt like to me.
Are you talking about Rachel Maddow and Lawrence O'Donnell and MSNBC?
I'm talking about RT America.
Yeah. And again, I hate Putin. I do. But the reporters for RT are no more compromised than the reporters we see on MSNBC. When it comes to debt.
So you're saying being compromised by Putin and being compromised by America, it's tit for tat, you're saying?
I'm saying that when you look at death and destruction, when you look at the 50,000 Americans who die every year because they don't have health insurance, the something like 200,000 Americans who die every year from a medical malpractice that's swept under the rug. Nobody on MSNBC, CNN, or Fox is going to sit down and point out who the real enemy is, because they are their sponsors. You are not going to hear about why we should negotiate drug prices. You are not going to hear why Medicare for all makes financial sense for this country. You're not going to hear how you can cure inflation by taxing the rich. Now, this has nothing to do with Ukraine, but when you want to pile up dead bodies, just in terms of the dead bodies that have been piled up right now, the press, the mainstream media, is a propaganda arm for the health insurance companies, for the drug manufacturers, and for the military industrial complex that has hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of dead Americans and dead foreigners on their hands. Putin, bad guy. But to suggest that RT is any worse than the propaganda you get from any journalist who is making six figures.
When you say worse, hold on. When you say worse, I want you to define that word there. Worse as in more so, or worse as in morally different?
I would say that
the things that they're,
in terms of killing Americans, forget Ukraine.
Let's say people.
Rachel Maddow, MSNBC, CNN, by not reporting how the health insurance companies, pharmaceutical companies kill hundreds of thousands of Americans every year. By not reporting that, they are a more dangerous propaganda arm than the people who are spewing propaganda on Russian television when it comes to America. As for Ukraine, that's a different story. But there's more blood on the hands of American journalists who refuse to protect their six-figure salaries, who refuse to report on health insurance companies, drug companies, our prison complex, the things they purposely or just are not allowed to report on, where people die because of this. There is more blood on the hands of any mainstream media journalist earning six figures a year in America than Russian television propaganda when it comes to America. Hands down.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a pretty easy analogy to make if you only make American lives count, isn't it?
I'll tell you this.
I could say that more Indonesian people.
Al Jazeera, my friend, Al Jazeera, go watch, I think the documentary is called Control Room.
I told you I like Al Jazeera.
Yeah, well, they were vilified far worse than Russian television, America was. American mainstream media, from the New York Times to CNN, to Ted Koppel, who was embedded with the invading troops of America. Our mainstream media has more blood on its hands as a propaganda arm for the military-industrial complex than Al Jazeera has. We enabled the illegal invasion of both Afghanistan and Iraq, perpetuate to this day that it was the Taliban and Afghanistan that attacked us on 9/11, which is a lie. There is more blood, Afghani blood and American blood, on the hands of journalists in America earning six figures than anybody from Al Jazeera or Russian television. And that's a fact. That's a fact.
Well, yeah, but you qualified it by saying more Americans died from
or Afghanis,
American journalism.
Yeah. More Iraqis, more Afghanis. No,
Iraq was really horrible. Iraq was really horrible. But the thing is, I don't remember.
That is MSNBC's fault for firing Rosie O'Donnell and Phil Donahue because they were against the war, not Al Jazeera's fault. Al Jazeera comes from Qatar. Qatar did not invade Afghanistan. Qatar did not invade Iraq. We did, and our media was the propaganda arm for those war crimes.
Yeah, and a lot of later war crimes.
The world would be better off with Putin, but the world would also be better off without MSNBC, CNN, and Fox News. Marianne, are we? Am I Am I being rude
It's all
to
right.
our
No,
guest?
we are behind. It's fine. I want to be
No,
fair.
no, no. I think Dave can take it.
It's
I
fine.
mean, look, we go here, to.
Who's up? Is it you or Peter?
I think Peter should be on next.
Oh, okay. So let me get
And he
order.
wanted
Let
to
me
talk to me at the end of his show about the nuclear reactors, which I've actually had some information on. But
Well, I would like to hear from a particle physicist. This is one of the things we do on this show is we talk to experts. So unless you're a particle physicist, I'm not interested in what you have to say, Professor Marianne. Are you a particle physicist?
I just happen to be, even though I would not want anybody to hold that against me, I am first and foremost Parks District Commissioner of the Fox Valley, state of Illinois.
All right, I apologize. First of all, let me apologize. What I want to do is I want to bring in Peter B. Collins.
Yeah.
And what I want to do is subscribe to Pacifica Radio's doctrine of promoting peace through gentle dialogue. And I don't think I've been particularly gentle to Dave Cyrus. So what I'd like to do is dial everything back. And I hope I wasn't rude to you, Dave, because I do love you and you're a big Hollywood person. I didn't mean to argue with you.
No, I honestly, I feel bad about how tired I am. Like I said, I spent the whole morning in the hospital, so I was really hoping I was going to be on 3 hours ago.
I know.
But no, I mean, look, like I said, my
argument
argument is very simple. I just think it's a little relativistic.
Yes, Peter B. Collins joins us. Yes.
I don't think either of you was rude, and I enjoyed an earnest exchange with two comics being serious. And
thank you. Much like Ukraine's president, we have found that Jewish comedians are best when improvising, because before this war, no one liked him.
Right.
And now a little improv, and the guy won us all over.
Here's the real problem, and then I'm going to say goodbye to Dave Cyrus. There is so much gossip this man could give us.
Yeah.
You
have no fucking idea. You have no idea. My phone right now would make Harvey Levin orgasm glitter. You have no idea what I'm living through.
And you have no idea the restraint that I exercise in not and asking you anything at all. So let's just end it there.
Why don't you talk? Once I'm off the air, you explain what that means.
Yeah, no, Dave Cyrus could, but we don't do that kind of show here. Hence, no audience. Hence, we're a small.
Yeah, there are two major stories that I'm directly involved in right now.
I know.
I would love to talk about, but I can't. I mean, can't is the right word. I'd rather not, on the show.
You are a brilliant, brilliant comedy writer, and I'm grateful that you're here. And you should be grateful that I don't ask you to do this as often as I do.
Yes, thank you, David.
And I was unfair to you because you're dealing with your grandmother, and I kind of came at you, and I apologize.
Oh, hush. You kids have fun.
Okay, and Dave, get some sleep, will you? You just what you've described. I'd be exhausted by that now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go sleep at 4 a.m. Bye, guys.
I'll talk to you tomorrow. Thank you, Dave Cyrus. Young man, Dave Cyrus, good man, trying, good to his grandmother. And we'll have Marianne, and we're running 15 minutes behind. Peter B. Collins joins us. He is a Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer who, blows me. You just blow me away. By the way, I need Michael Krasny's home address, please.
I don't have that, but I'll text him and ask him for it.
I need to send him a note. I had a mini vacation.
You did?
I went to Amtrak. I went to Albany on Amtrak, and I had a play date with some new friends, and we got along very well. And I was looking out the window thinking about what a horrible friend and human being I am, how I don't keep up with people, and I need to do a better job communicating with people. Peter B. Collins, Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer. Go to peterbcollins.com for this man's podcasts, radio shows, and interviews with the likes of Scott Ritter, who was, I don't know if you heard that part. Tell us who Scott Ritter is. Tell us what he said in the lead up to the invasion of Iraq. Tell us what happened to him for speaking the truth, and tell us what he is now saying. I believe Consortium News is where he writes. Tell us who Scott Ritter is, please.
Okay, I'll give you a thumbnail. I've known Scott for over 15 years. He was in the U.S. military, Marine intelligence officer. He served in Soviet Russia and was there in the early 90s when the Soviet Union imploded. He went on to become a United Nations weapons inspector. He was the one who publicly and repeatedly declared that Saddam Hussein, who was demonized in the way that Putin is now the world's public enemy number one, Ritter established that there were no weapons of mass destruction, that it was a huge lie. And he had the expertise and had been on the inspection teams that were brought into Iraq prior to the US adventure, the invasion that was launched by George W. Bush following the lies that Colin Powell told about WMD at the United Nations. I believe that was February 5th of 2003, just about 5 weeks before the shock and awe invasion. And in a few minutes, I want to comment on and make a comparison between the coverage we got of the glorious invasion of Iraq and the difference that we're seeing on the current coverage of Ukraine. But Scott Ritter has gone on to write a couple of books, and he makes a living now as a writer. He served about 2 years in federal prison behind phony charges of attempted pedophilia. Scott was working as a volunteer firefighter in his hometown in upstate New York, and there were these accusations that were made that he was trying to solicit sex from a minor. And I believe Scott when he claims that that was a total frame-up. Now, since then, in recent years, he has written a lot of important commentary, and he goes where they will pay him to publish it, because that's how he makes a living. And one of his major paying outlets in recent years has been RT. And like Lee Camp, and I enjoyed your discussion with Dave Cyrus about Lee, he has reported to me without any qualification that his articles have never been censored or edited to remove critical commentary of Russia at RT. He enjoyed, zero censorship. And he told me off mic that he has had attempted censorship from American publications that he has freelanced for. Mm-hmm. So Ritter is a guy who I have the highest respect for, and with his experience in intelligence in Russia, I think he has a pretty good understanding, to the extent that a Westerner can, of what has been going on there, and the extent to which American-driven provocations of Moscow and Putin, its leader, have occurred in recent years. So, Ritter, Hedges, John Kiriakou, I don't think I've seen Kiriakou's byline at RT, but he co-hosts a Washington, D.C. radio show that is, and he is paid by Sputnik. Sputnik is the radio arm of RT America. And he too reports that he hasn't, experienced any adverse, management interference in the daily broadcast that he does. So we can hold two thoughts. And, I believe that it was by design that RT hired Ed Schultz after he left MSNBC because he wanted to advocate for Bernie. And that was not part of the MSNBC agenda. I don't believe Ed Schultz was ever interfered with. But by mixing these American media expatriates, if you will, with the, it ranges from favorably spun coverage of Russia to outright propaganda. And we saw this in RT's coverage of the war in Syria, because as people may recall, it is a blur, and I understand people may not remember.
Right.
But during the first 3 years of the conflict in Syria, which was riven with outside influences, including U.S. covert operators, militias that were hired guns for Saudi Arabia. And at one point, there were so many different proxy groups in Syria. It was
Russia was on the side of Assad. Is that correct?
Well, I'm getting there. So we
Okay.
had this range of militias, and Jane's, the British military publication, could not even keep up with how many different groups. We were funding Kurdish fighters who we called the Syrian Free or Syrian Democratic Forces. We trained up a group of fighters at huge expense and saw them either give away their weapons or melt away into the crowd when we sent them to fight. So it was a huge clusterfuck. And at a certain point, Assad persuaded Putin to interject Russian forces into Syria. The trade-off for Russia was they got target practice, and they also got their first active military port outside of the Russian sphere of influence.
Of the Black Sea.
Yes, Crimea. So this was a trade-off, I guess, and in a lot of ways, because the media cooperated in the covert nature of U.S. involvement during the Obama administration. And this started while Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, continued under John Kerry. It was actually a relief when Russia entered the war. And we never heard Obama say thank you, but it really changed the dynamics and reduced the number of adventurers that I referred to a few minutes ago. So when we look at, and I'll circle back to Scott Ritter because that was your question.
Mm-hmm.
He did an excellent job of reporting the actual facts in Syria, much of which was published by RT. So it's a real mixed bag. And I interviewed Lee Camp a few years ago, and I asked him what the process was for Putin to approve the scripts that Lee Camp delivered on RT. And I tried to find the clip after I heard you and Dave talking about him, and I don't have it at my fingertips. But he said something to the effect of, well, I type it up and I send it to my handler, and Putin rolls it up into a ball, eats it, shits it out, and then I operate from that final script.
Mm-hmm.
And, if people who know Lee Camp, and I'm not a friend of his, but I have enjoyed several encounters with him, I don't think you can tell him what to think or what to say. And so I can disassociate myself from Dave Cyrus's quote of Lee Camp's comments after RT was, taken down in the United States. But I stand with you, David, that the biggest problem is the propaganda machinery of the commercial mainstream media in the United States. And having RT on your cable channel doesn't mean that people watched it. And one of the fake allegations in the second published CIA dossier about so-called Russiagate cited a program on RT that had been hosted by Abby Martin, who is an independent journalist who I respect for her intelligence, and she's also pretty good looking. But she had been canceled because I'm trying to think what the precipitating issue was. But at any rate, she left RT, and this CIA report that was trying to establish that Russia meddled in the election and that it divided Americans with dangerous propaganda, it was based on Abby Martin reporting honestly about the election problems here in the United States. Now, if you go back to the Soviet era, the Russian propaganda machinery often focused on societal ills and failures in the United States. So they would report on poverty in Black communities, on the police killings of Black citizens before any of it became mainstream coverage here in the United States. And so we have been conditioned to believe that anything that would be reported with any taint of a little borscht or a little vodka is completely untrustworthy. And we see that today, where Putin spewed out this comment, right, that Kiev is riddled with Nazis and drug addicts. Now, I've never heard anything about widespread drug addiction, particularly in the government of Ukraine. But the American media slams back that there is absolutely no neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine. And you and I know that that is flat out false. And so this is where
there's a neo-Nazi problem in America. And we don't have neo-Nazis serving in the Ukrainian parliament. Maybe one or two. They don't poll particularly well. And this was all the reporting that I'm reading, I mentioned this earlier, comes from 2015, 2016, 2017, before Zelensky. It seems to me this was during the Poroshenko presidency. So you got to do better than 2016, 2017 to convince me that Ukraine is rife with neo-Nazis. Not saying they don't have them. Marianne has talked about, Professor Marianne has talked about the Azov battalion. There's no question they've been absorbed into the military, but we've got here in America, there's, they're everywhere, these Nazis.
They wear military uniforms here in the good old US of A.
We had a problem, the chairman of the defense secretary, Austin, one of the first things General Austin did when he became our defense secretary was to start looking into the proliferation, the problem of white nationalists who serve in our military. Something like 25% of our military, a poll showed, 25% of our military say they were exposed to crypto-Nazi, neo-Nazi ideology while serving in our military. Go ahead, sir.
Well, what I wanted to mention is I've mostly been watching the corporate news channel, CNN, and what I'm seeing there in a typical hour is about 5 minutes of update about the war. and it's relatively factual. And, they show you on the map where the Russian forces are. And then they will show you quick reports from certain scenes where brave Ukrainians have stood up unarmed to Russian forces who are heavily armed and rolling tanks into their towns. And I want to be clear here that, like you, I'm rooting for Ukraine, but the coverage that we're getting only has hints of realism, that the idea that this resistance is going to be able to prevail over the larger and much better armed Russians, particularly when it comes to air power, is leading people in a false direction. And I believe that when you couple that with the victim centric coverage, and again, I don't want to in any way denigrate these victims, the people who have died, innocent civilians being shot in the middle of a street by Russians, or being shelled from a mortar or a tank or a cannon, a piece of artillery, and also the airstrikes have been quite indiscriminate in attacking schools, apartment buildings, and public places that have no military value. But I want to contrast the victim angle of the current coverage with the conqueror angle of the coverage that we saw in Iraq, where shock and awe was celebrated as American testosterone. And shock and awe killed a lot of innocent civilians. It did not, even though we use smart weapons, right, that are computer and GPS controlled to only hit a selected target, and then we apologize for the collateral damage. Well, Fallujah was a case that is not much different from Kiev today. This is medieval approaches to warfare. Yes, you put a town under siege and you pummel it with, in the Middle Ages, they had crude cannons and, flaming arrows and things like that. But we have much more sophisticated weaponry.
Trebuchet, perhaps? Is it called a trebuchet? Am I getting that wrong? It's one of the new words.
I don't know that term.
Go ahead. Sorry.
We rolled into Iraq with reporters who were embedded with military units and who celebrated the kills. And this was seen by cheering American viewers as a good thing. Well, now, and I don't in any way support the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but it is a real thing, and it's a real ugly and terrible thing. But the news anchors are shifting into propaganda mode with these endless stories of the heroism of Zelensky. And today, he taunted Putin by going to his official office and shooting a video instead of doing it in the bunker where he has been for the past 10 days or so. And I don't want to take away the personal heroism of Volodymyr Zelensky. He certainly has risen to this moment. And I also don't denigrate the people who are standing and fighting, or the people, the now 1.5 million who have packed up and left. That's mostly women and children. But they are being used. They are being packaged by American media outlets to push Americans into war with Russia. Now, Putin isn't helping because he now claims that sanctions, and by the way, I support sanctions on Israel, but I'm not allowed to. We are all in on sanctioning Russia. So the selective use of that is another, issue that I have. But we are seeing all of this propaganda, including the use of children who are calling now for a no-fly zone. Well, how would a no-fly zone be different from just putting American troops in there to push the Russians back into eastern Ukraine and over the border?
You just need one MiG shooting one soldier out of the sky and game on.
Yeah, but I want to acknowledge as a pacifist and, you know, as somebody who doesn't want to see World War III, that Putin is putting us in a very difficult position by threatening to use nukes. And in a minute, Professor Marianne will join us, and I want to talk about the vulnerability of the nuclear power plants in Ukraine. But
right,
we may end up in a lose-lose situation where if Putin does use a nuclear weapon, even a small one in a controlled manner, just to try to shock us the way we used nuclear weapons in Japan in 1945, our calculations may change. And we may actually see NATO for the first time in decades with a real mission in line with its origins, its founding. And so events may spin us into joining the conflict in some way. But my point at the moment is that our media is feeding people the notion of a no-fly zone as a reasonable way for us to support the valiant efforts of the Ukrainian people and their government. And I don't pretend to know at what point we stop our current posture of saying that we won't get directly involved, because Putin may antagonize us in ways that give us no choice but to enter. And that's where my concerns about Joe Biden and his ugly history on foreign policy and the coterie of people around him who are even as subservient to Biden as we have seen on television, of Putin's National Security Council cowering at the other end of that 25-foot table. And so, we hear these talks that Putin's in a bubble and he's unstable. And well, Biden's in a bubble. And is he stable? Probably more than some of his sharpest detractors, but he clearly is declining in his mental acuity. And bad judgment coupled with bad advice could put us in a very bad situation.
I definitely want to talk to Professor Marianne about the Chernobyl plant, the other nuclear facilities, as well as the use of a small tactical nuclear weapon.
Well, let me make one final point here, David.
Before you do, before you do, let me ask you a question. Okay. Before you bring Professor Marianne. One of the things we don't want to practice here is whataboutism, and this is the new thing that I get accused of, and I accuse other people of, that Putin invades Ukraine and we say, what about what we did in Afghanistan? And I say, both are wrong. Both are wrong. The what about, there is legitimate whataboutism that goes back to something John McCain said when they were doing the torture hearings. Now, we tortured the global war on terror. We tortured enemy combatants. Waterboarding is torture. We had extraordinary rendition where we took enemy combatants, I believe, to even Syria. Didn't we do some torturing in Syria?
Yes.
Yeah. We relied on, I don't think Syria is a member of NATO, but they did some torturing for us. And we heard hearings about what we were doing. And John McCain, who was tortured, not just by having Meghan as his daughter, but in the Hanoi Hill, He was tortured. He said, the problem when we torture is we lose our moral authority because one day an American soldier is going to be held as an enemy combatant. And we have lost the right to say, you violated the Geneva Conventions. We have lost the moral authority to say, how dare you torture our soldiers? We don't do that. And so when you look at what's going on in Ukraine, it is not whataboutism to point out all the horrible things we do in Afghanistan, Iraq, and around the world with our drones, with our Apache helicopters, to citizens and journalists. That's not whataboutism. I'm echoing the sentiment of John McCain, who says, when we do something this horrible, we have lost the moral authority to point to Putin and say, you are violating the Geneva Conventions. Nothing is so laughable right now as one of Biden's spokespeople saying, we are building a case against Putin in the ICC, in the International Criminal Court. And if you're not informed, you think, yeah, take him to the ICC. The only problem is America is not a signatory to the ICC.
We've done everything we can to destabilize it.
Because if we were a member of the ICC, Cheney, Rumsfeld, Bush, Condoleezza Rice, Colin Powell, I believe Barack Obama, and given that drone strike we did, killing 7 kids in Afghanistan on our way out, Joe Biden and Mark Milley would all be frog marched before the ICC. The only people who get frog marched before the ICC are African generals.
And a few leftovers from the Balkan Wars.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
So
bring in
I
Professor.
have a couple of quick comments. The
Yes.
thing that I find a bit of a silver lining moment is that last week, and you don't know this because we're only getting wall-to-wall war porn on cable news, but the Biden administration sent a high-level diplomat to Caracas to reopen relations and to end, presumably, the sanctions that have crippled that country and increased the number of people who've died because we want to put in Juan Guaido to replace the current elected leader there. And because prices have jumped a full $1 for gasoline here in California already, and Russian oil imports only accounted for about 4% of the US volume. So this is price gouging by the oil companies using the fear factor of scarcity to line their pockets at our expense. Now, it may be justified down the road when the spot price of crude goes up even further. It's been ranging between 100 and 120 a barrel.
I think it's up to 135 right now.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
I saw that.
So, and I want to recommend just 2 articles. Chris Hedges, who we mentioned before, is back at the Sheer Post today, where he parses the difference between worthy and unworthy victims. And it relates to what I was saying earlier about the victim-framed coverage so far of the war in Ukraine. And also, I want to highly recommend, if you just do a Google search for Andrew Bacevich, he published a piece just totally taking down Tom Friedman. And I'll just quote his final line. What Friedman ought have written is this: by invading Ukraine, Russia has demolished what little remained of the lucrative line of bullshit that I've been peddling for the past 20 or so years.
Right.
So that is worth taking a look at.
Is that over at the Quincy Institute?
It's unusual because the Quincy Institute published a truncated version of it And the full version is at spectatorworld.com. But the Quincy Institute is a bipartisan or nonpartisan think tank that Bacevich founded over the last few years.
Okay. We should listen to Andrew Bacevich. Well, let's bring in Professor Marianne Cummings. She is a particle physicist as well as an elected official, Parks Commissioner of Aurora, Illinois. And welcome. Peter, you had some questions for Professor Marianne.
Yes. The coverage that we've seen continues to represent that the not Chernobyl, but the one in southern Ukraine, Noro Energy. I can't remember the name of the town, but it's close to that. It's a 6-reactor facility.
6 gigawatt, yeah, 6 gigawatt facility. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we've been shown a murky picture that looks like special effects were used, but it almost shows like an orb, being lowered into this facility, and they repeat it over and over again. And since then, it's been reported that 2 Ukrainian soldiers were killed. They were buried today. But the claims that the facility had been shelled are at least in dispute, if not inaccurate. And it does appear that Zelensky and other Ukrainians have been exaggerating the risk that we face from an abnormal event at a nuclear power facility. So I wanted to hear your take on this because I'm not sure what to believe.
Well, first of all, I posted just in the chat a link to the Nature article in nature.com that came out that's entitled Ukraine Nuclear Power Plant, Scientists Assess the Risks. And that goes into some detail. I just got a email message from one of my colleagues because my company has a design of a subcritical reactor, which doesn't exactly make it technically a reactor, but basically a way of burning spent fuel, carbon-free energy for the next 200 or 300 years. Anyway, these people, of course, when you deal with nuclear design, you have to deal with proliferation issues. You have to deal with a whole host of international rules and regulations. So one of my colleagues just sent me an email. He said, "Hey, Marianne, I follow a few folks who regularly report on our IAEA assessments, have been keeping track of the deployments off and on." He says, "I'm not concerned on what I've heard. Most reactors are designed to withstand a direct impact from a 747 filled entirely with jet fuel." Apparently, that is the standard now by which these things are measured. There's no strategic value to damaging the power reactors in Ukraine. And taking over Chernobyl was just the Russian Federation moving their lines forward. So he just, so anyway, basically, it's funny that neither the people that we work with directly on our nuclear design, nor a mutual friend of Saul and I, Saul from the chat, who works for a Department of Energy contractor who does measurements, who does nuclear metrics, have expressed a whole lot of concern. In fact, one of the guys our friend talked to said, they actually had concern for nuclear reactor sites and Chernobyl because of the weakness and instability, perceived instability for proliferation, non-proliferation concerns of the Ukraine National Security Forces. One of the things that we know that there are neo-Nazis and white supremacists coming into their ranks right now, but several years ago, they were also taking jihadists, people who were veterans of Chechnya, Syria, and other conflicts with Russia. And the thing is, it's not so much the nuclear reactor itself. It's that these facilities store spent fuel. Some of them, Chernobyl actually stores plutonium, and that's a major concern for people who are working on non-proliferation. It's not even that, some renegade group would make a nuclear bomb. They could make a dirty bomb, though, which is not a nuclear fission-induced weapon. It's just a conventional explosives covered with a nasty shell of plutonium or, any number of dangerous actinides that you get out of spent fuels. So anyway, so that's the two-prong. It's the proliferation and the nuclear material that they're kind of concerned about, but the actual shelling of a nuclear reactor, not so concerned about.
So are the Ukrainians exaggerating that risk as part of the effort to get intervention from the West?
Well, I just have to believe my colleagues. I think from what my colleagues say, and I would defer to them because I don't have firsthand information of those risks, specifically for Ukrainian reactors, but I would have to believe them. There is a problem that I think was discussed in the Nature article, is that a lot of these nuclear reactors aren't walk-away safe. Ours would be, but the nuclear reactors have to be cooled down, and the spent fuel has to be cooled down. The single most dangerous thing about spent fuel is that one of the byproducts of fission is hydrogen, and they're solid rods, and you have little pockets of hydrogen, which is an incredibly explosive gas. They believe now that that the first explosion at Fukushima was fuel rods in the reactor losing all the water coolant and all the backup systems not working. And the explosion was from hydrogen that had built up. So that is the concern. You want to have people, you want to have a military you can rely on, or some kind of security you could rely on for several days after a nuclear reactor is brought down because of that. And so, look, it's a war zone. There's never any such thing as zero risk for anything. But I was a little reassured by what my colleagues told me last week and what Lane just said this just today in his email. So, yeah. But it's not like people aren't paying very close attention.
Well, the hardest thing to try to understand, okay, so Putin wants to reintegrate Ukraine into Russia. That's what we're told his mindset is. But he is destroying it in the process. And, the Ukraine has what, about 20 to 24 nuclear reactors? I think it's in that range.
I don't know what the number of nuclear reactors. I'd heard 10, but it does get, I think, 50% of its. Now there's individual reactors and there are reactor complexes. Many reactor complexes have several reactors, so that figure might be right. But
I think there are 10 locations, and many have multiple reactors.
Right.
So just ballpark it. If he prevails, he's going to have a country that is largely destroyed, and the cost of rebuilding and the effort, the insurgency that will likely be present for a long time. It just seems like a lose-lose proposition.
Yeah, that's true. It is a unfortunate thing all around. And my number one, what really strikes me is, where are the voices, either on our media or actually at our State Department, for negotiation? I mean, it's just, you don't negotiate with your friends. But, we had built up a system, particularly since after the whole world was freaked out over how quickly the Cuban Missile Crisis, escalated. At that point, we thought we had mutually assured destruction and nobody would make the first move. Well, I think Khrushchev badly miscalculated when he did what he did. But, there was a whole culture and regime of people engaging, and there still is. I mean, there's still these START talks still going on about non-proliferation and lowering the stockpile of weapons grade plutonium, which are
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Professor Marianne, because I agree with you. And over the weekend, I was searching for diplomatic channels. Foreign Policy has an article where they ask this question: what happened to diplomacy? The Americans, the Biden administration, is saying they tried diplomacy and that Putin wasn't. This is what the Americans say, that he everything was non-negotiable, and that this is what the Americans told Foreign Policy, that even when they're going through Russian diplomatic channels, they're not in the loop with Putin, so that they can make deals, but then Putin rejects them. They're not speaking for Russia. Putin is. So it's hard. In defense, because I came down really, I agree with you. I came down really hard on Biden for not going through diplomatic channels. There may not be, according to Foreign Policy, diplomatic channels.
There is a report today that they're attempting to have bilateral talks, this time not in Belarus, but Ukraine and Russia are supposed to be discussing a ceasefire at a meeting tomorrow. And I just can't remember what city it's in.
It's Israel. This is how bad things have gotten. Israel has become is it Bennett, the new prime minister or president, is shuttle diplomacy when Israel is the voice of reason. Israel is trying to tamp down the war.
Well, they're actually working on Syria. I mean, amazingly enough, they do. I wouldn't say collaborate, but they do coordinate on Syria, and Syria is right. I mean, that's a
right. They need to be. Israel needs to be able to attack Hezbollah in Syria, and they have to do that with the assistance of Vladimir Putin because they don't want to get shot down. And they also have about 300,000 Jews in Ukraine, and about 135,000 Jews in Ukraine, and about 200,000 Jews still in Russia. I mean,
look, it's complicated, and this is my point. My point is that everything is devolved into utterly stupid, juvenile, jingoistic nonsense on the part of people who I would have expected to have a little more. What is that word? Perspicacity. It's like you would look at the whole system and say that, look. There's reasons why we have adults in the State Department doing this kind of thing. Right now, we have some very dangerously irresponsible people in our State Department, and one of them is Victoria Nuland.
Yep.
And just a little bit about that. She was Dick Cheney's deputy, actually chief of staff when he was vice president. Cheney and Zbigniew Brzezinski and others like Wolfowitz and I think even Henry Kissinger, they were far beyond just using our military force to conquer places like the Middle East. They wanted to destroy Russia, and they were very vocal about that. And God damn it, I have never been more right about anybody in my life than when I was a teenager about Zbigniew Brzezinski. And it was, he was our national security advisor to Jimmy Carter. Smart guy, no doubt about that. But, even then I said, wait a minute, he's got a chip on his shoulder because he came from Iron Curtain country. Okay, I get it. But that's not who you put in charge of our, national security. I mean, we have to be first and foremost concerned about how America survives and maybe how the world survives. And, but Brzezinski has just been one of these people pushing hard for, to dissolve Russia, and they think they can do it. So my question to everybody who is, pick a side in this war, for God's sake,
Right.
there's no side in this war. I would have to ask you, do you want a nuclear power backed into a corner who believe that, what's been happening with NATO, and now that they're pushing toward, Ukraine, a NATO at their border in Ukraine, possible NATO and their border in Georgia. I mean, do you think that's a good idea? Do you think that's the way adults should be handling a situation, is to escalate tensions? I'm sorry, I don't see any adults, standing up here. And I get it, even when I was a kid, I noticed that what I considered the reasonable and, liberal arguments were always harder to make because they required acknowledging that reality was multifaceted, that there was many sides, that people had motivations that weren't always black and white. Whereas, the right wingers could always go, it just says here in the Bible, God damn it. And that's it. That's all they have. That's the only thing they have to do. I think a little bit is this devolving into the Democratic side, even progressives, without acknowledging how multifaceted and dangerous the situation is. So,
all right, now you're a particle physicist. You are an expert on this stuff. Is it fair to say that the use of a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine is not Armageddon? What happens after, but the use of the idea that Putin unleashes a nuclear weapon. We have tested close to 500 nuclear weapons above ground. One nuclear bomb does not mean the end of the world. Is that fair to say?
It's not the nuclear bomb, it's people's reaction to it.
Right. But so this is the conversation.
Okay. Yeah, that's so. Can I say something? I put earlier, it scrolled up, but I put in the chat a link to a discussion that was moderated by Consortium News, and it was an excellent conversation. Several people, including Ray McGovern, who
was against the CIA, who opposed the invasion.
He was the CIA, head of the Russian desk. He was one of the founders of Veterans Intelligence Professionals for Sanity. That formed,
this is with Mearsheimer? Is this the interview? Is this the conversation?
Mearsheimer, Jack Matlock.
Great
there was
interview.
Also Theodore Postel who was there. And Theodore Postel is he's now emeritus, but he was the MIT professor that he spoke at Fermilab like over 20 years ago about, how you assess whether or not, somebody is making the bomb or traces of nuclear weaponry. But he was the one famously back in 2013, after Syria had quote unquote crossed a line, but Obama didn't attack because it appeared that, the gas attack was not from Assad, it was from rebels on the ground, and that was Theodore Postel. He also assessed that the attack in 2017 was not consistent with, an aerial bombing, the kind of thing that, you would expect from the Syrian army. And again, even at the time, before I knew anything about it in 2013, I said, why would Assad do that? I mean, there was one thing that would unleash the ire of the planet is to unleash a chemical weapon. And anyway, so he was the guy that made sober assessments about that. And then, he was saying something, it was either he was in a conversation with McGovern, and he said the problem we have right now in terms of security for the planet is the early assessment system that Russia has. I mean, they don't really have one. I mean, their technology has become obsolete. And he says, this didn't matter so much when things about 20 years ago, when there were some, people accidentally, planes going into Russian airspace and things like that, they weren't so trigger happy that it mattered. But right now, when there is a war going on and Russia doesn't have the kind of early warning, in other words, they don't have as much time to figure out what to do. They're putting protocols in place right now. What is the chain of command? When do you launch? That people don't think about. The other thing, I guess some people are thinking about it because he did say something about a test, an aerial missile test that was about to happen, I think over the Black Sea. The Biden administration has canceled it. I said, well, that's sane. That's one little ray. And the problem with
we don't want to. We do. They said openly, we're not trying to provoke Russia. It would not be smart now to raise the nuclear.
Now when I think it's dawning on some people that, hey, this was what, Chomsky, everyone from like Cold War, advocates to Noam Chomsky for decades have been saying, hey, this aggressive march of NATO right up to the Russian border is a very unnecessary, dangerous, provocative thing to do. And maybe people just didn't believe it. Well, believe it. This is not fun and games anymore. And of course,
So what is a reasonable, let's be, this is going to be an ongoing conversation. What is a reasonable response? I'll ask you today, and I'm going to keep asking this question. If Putin does the unthinkable and uses a nuclear weapon, what is a reasonable response? Then you shut off the oil? Is that what we're holding on to? Because we have not exercised sanctions on his oil, which makes up nearly half the economy is oil. We shut down oil. Is there something almost beautiful to that, where we don't have to drop a nuclear bomb? Is there something in defense of neoliberalism? He uses excuse me for 1 second, please. Is there something magnificent in this fantasy? We're holding off on the oil sanctions because that's all their economy is now, oil. And if he uses and gas, if he uses a tactical nuclear weapon, we use the nuclear option, which is we're shutting down Russia. We're shutting no more oil, no more internet, no more electricity. We're shutting you down. And then we have to hope that the generals, the Russian generals, don't obey his orders to go to Armageddon.
Well, there are a couple things. I just read this morning, and there was so many things I wanted to say here. I just didn't. I
go ahead. You have plenty of time.
But there apparently was a 30-year deal just penned between Russia and China for oil and gas deal. But what made it remarkable was that the business was not conducted in dollars. It was conducted in euros. Now, I've never quite understood the petrodollar, argument for, the US currency being the supreme currency. And I just could not see any scientific explanation for why when the economies of the world like India and China and other nations start growing significantly larger than ours, why that has to be the exchange. Well, that happened. We have friends in Russia whose bank accounts didn't work for a couple of days over the weekend because the credit cards have been and ATMs are no longer function. They refused. I think it's Visa and MasterCard, and I think American Express has joined them. Well, they had made a deal with a Chinese company. I think it's called QuickPay. That's got like a 2.5 billion customer base. And that's going to be up and running. And
it's called QuickPay?
quick, I can't remember. It was something like that. It was something that was kind of a innocuous sounding, but it was a Chinese company. Lesser fees, apparently. I don't know. I
Right.
think that all of this, projections like yours, and these are nice things to think about, but we're in a mindset that we're still dominant in the world. And I think there is this might be triggering just a big realignment of economic forces and geopolitical forces in this world. You noticed that
Doesn't
the
feel
entire
that way
world
though.
doesn't
Feels
feel
like
that way
the-
from your apartment, doesn't feel that way doesn't feel that way here. But I think over the world, you notice that the entire world is not with us on, condemning Putin.
It feels that
the-
way. It feels like Japan.
You're
It
watching
feels
MSNBC, that's true. But if you see a map, well, first of all, India and China right there, like about half the world. All right. And
they're
a
neutral.
lot of-
They're neutral because they're on the border and they're not trying
But
to.
that's not only that. I mean, there was a lot of bashing of Mexico for not, explicitly condemning Putin. Well, I looked at a map earlier today of, this Belt and Road program of China. I want to say belt and suspenders, but Belt and Roads program. The number of South American and Central American countries, and Cuba, is impressive that has joined this. Mexico hasn't officially, but apparently they have a lot of ongoing trade negotiations with China. So that's what I'm saying, is that, we had a chance to use our military superiority and our economic superiority 30 years ago when the Berlin Wall fell down. We could have used it to really push negotiation, to push, human rights, to push environmental concerns. We did none of those things. We did not. We never had the peace dividend. We have just been engaged in wars and continuing warfare nonstop. There has been no sense,
Undeniable.
And so that maybe we have, hey, we might be done. I mean, there might be an emerging reality in the world right now where we can't leverage like we thought we could. So I say, I have faith that we're all going to all of us in the world want to cooperate and have decent life and have basic human rights. I have a faith that's kind of what everybody who enjoys Netflix and decent food, eventually wants.
It is my understanding that every big corporation, except the oil companies, like I think Shell, I think you talked about this, was it Shell that was shutting down? And then they said, you know what, we're back in because it doesn't help the alliance. But it seems to me that every major corporation has pulled out of Russia. The only companies that haven't pulled out are McDonald's and Pepsi, and I can't help but think that's because they kill Russians.
Them with those guys, with that stuff.
We're killing them, yeah. It's radioactive. So
I'm sure they're selling Diet Coke, Donald Rumsfeld's chemical warfare weapon. Yeah.
Before we bring in Dan, and I dragoon you into playing How Old Are They? You thought it was just, you were going to pontificate here, but we have to prove how smart you are on important stuff, like how old are you? Let me run this by you. I discussed this at office hours, and just as a brain exercise. We don't know what is going on in Joe Biden's brain because he doesn't know what's going on inside his brain. And we don't know what is being said in the Situation Room and what three-dimensional chess they think they're playing, right? They think they're playing 3 steps ahead. Let me ask you this. What if Putin's money has gone into the Republican Party. We know it's gone into the NRA. We know that. We know that he has been spreading dissent, bad dissent, right-wing populist dissent in London in the lead up to Brexit, maybe, maybe not. We know that Marie Le Pen in France is funded by Putin. We know that Orban in Hungary is funded by Putin. We know that Putin, or at least we think we know, that Putin wants to divide and conquer the West by funding right-wing authoritarian regimes who look inside instead of outside, and so they're less likely to form alliances. What if Joe Biden sat down and the CIA and Homeland Security and the FBI put the receipts on the table and said, you have no idea how many billions are being pumped into America, that the Republican Party is owned and operated by Putin, that the NRA is owned and let me just hang on, that the January 6th was funded by Putin, that Trump was funded by Putin, that this right-wing authoritarian surge in America is being funded by Putin. Invest a couple of $1 billion. You can buy Lindsey Graham for a couple of $1 billion. That's why he says crazy things like we need to assassinate Putin. You can buy these people to just be crazy. And that our democracy is at stake because Putin has invaded America, and instead of using troops, is using money to prop up the deplorables, and that we have to have the battle in Ukraine. It has to be fought in Ukraine as a proxy war. Otherwise, it's World War III. Is it possible, whether or not that's right or wrong, is it possible that that's what he believes? I'm not asking you to disprove that. I'm asking you if it's conceivable that Obama's and Hillary's old intelligence people believe that. Is that conceivable?
You're asking me to read minds again. I don't know if that is that conceivable.
Well, it's Biden's mind speed reading.
To the extent that, people, if they're spouting out propaganda, the dangerous thing is that you begin to believe the stories that you weave after a while, because that's how our brains work. It's possible.
Do you explain the insanity we see on the right? It sure feels like you have these right-wingers who are saying stuff. The only way you can say this is you've been bought and paid for by a think tank that has been bought and paid for by either the Koch brothers or Vladimir Putin.
I have heard people my entire life, say just the most insane, craziest stuff. So as I said earlier, it's always back in the day when it was just between, Democrats, liberals, and conservatives. It's like, man, it's so much harder to take what I would call the reasonable liberal position, because you have to have nuance, you have to have a belief in reality, you have to acknowledge the complexity, blah, blah, blah. On the far right, all you have to have is just a belief that's compelling. And the slogan.
Yeah, but they're not getting their own television shows and radio shows and getting elected to office the way they are now. They did in the past, but not the way they are now. And if you believe that Putin believes that the end of the Soviet Union was a catastrophe, and he has, some say, I've read that he has $1 trillion. I've heard that he has stolen $1 trillion. What is a couple of billion to sow dissent in the United States. And I do believe, I know you don't, I do believe Russia, I do believe that Trump was bought and paid for by the Russians. And if you look at, what's his name, his national security advisor who lasted a week, Flynn.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Flynn is woo-hoo, woo-hoo, woo-hoo. And you hear what he's saying now. And he is owned by Putin. And the idea that he was going to be installed as Trump's national security advisor, maybe Biden thinks that Putin is the cause of the insanity we're seeing on the right.
That might
And
be.
maybe,
But we have right now people in our State Department, in our national security apparatus, leftovers from Bush Cheney era, that Dominionist Christians, of which Mike Pence is one, that
and Mike
really
Flynn,
believe,
and Mike
yeah,
Flynn.
they all really believe that their sky god needs their personal help to bring about the end of the world, which is going to happen in Israel for some reason. And, that Jesus is going to come down and anybody who doesn't accept him is going to be killed. I mean, there are just people who have the most just outlandish beliefs that are embedded in our own State Department right now. And, I think there's a lot of cynicism. I think a lot of people have been, taking the easy way out and just playing along with these guys because that's the way you grow in power and influence. But the idea that I'm old. When you want to play guess how old, I'm old. And decades before Putin, I saw just insanity and craziness, bigotry, hatred in this country. The whole
But they
civil rights
didn't,
movement was.
other than Father Coughlin, they weren't given access to AM radio the way they are now. They didn't get there. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to be having this conversation, but two things. We're going to go to Dan Frankenberger. I should tell everybody that the David Feldman Show is doing something new. We actually have staff. We're clipping these segments and we're growing our YouTube channel. There's a little money that can be made on YouTube. So we're building out the YouTube channel, and we're going to try to pay people to do all the work that's necessary with the infrastructure by taking super chats, and that goes into the work that's done to laboriously cut and trim our episodes into digestible chunks. So Dan Frankenberger, I understand there were some people stupid enough. Some people who were generous enough. I got to learn how to do this right. Don't turn on the audience. Don't be self-destructive. There were people kind enough to offer up some super chats so our staff can produce this show. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have 4 more donations that had come in since our last segment. We have Connor Mahoney, who donated £10 from Ireland. He said, okay from Ireland. Love the show. Support you all big time. We have Ryan Armenta donated $20. He said, we are like the left's answer to the Proud Boys, and I am a proud hump. So that's good. Hey Now LS donated $5. And then John 0288 donated $20. He said, enjoy the show, David. 20 big ones.
$20.
Yep. Enjoy the show, David. Health and happiness to all. What was that?
A livable wage, I would say, is $25 an hour. Is that what you pay people? What is?
I have no idea. I don't pay people.
By the way, we're putting Professor Mike Steinell's music up on YouTube, and we will give you the money from that. Just so, I know that once we bring in money, there's going to people are going to. But I cannot. I need people to work on this show. It's been a one-man. I use the term "man" loosely. Operation here. and I need people to help. I will not take advertising, and I will not do interns. So there is advertising on the YouTube channel. I don't know who's advertising, and if you tell me who it is, I will gladly shit on anybody who's advertising on YouTube. We got rid of the Amazon link. To ask people to do some of the back-breaking work with no credit, you have to pay them. And I will not hire interns. It's immoral because you're not hiring them. They're basically slaves. So I can't have volunteers. If we're going to grow this thing, we're going to have to pay people. Or tell the audience I'm paying them and then bully the people who are doing the work, practicing wage. Does anybody know anything about wage theft? Are there any experts? Do you know about wage theft? Professor Mike Steinel, teach me about that, where I present one thing to my audience and another thing to the people who are building the show.
We have the first set of 6 workers now, and then you just tell them you're going to pay them until like 5 or 6 months goes by. We'll have to recruit the next 5 or 6 until then.
I have issues when it comes. Everybody has issues. Everybody has issues when it comes to food, sex, and money. And that's why Frank Sinatra ate ham and eggs off a prostitute's chest, because the chairman of the board was able to combine all 3, food, sex, and money. That's why Sinatra was great. But everybody has issues when it comes to food, sex, and money. And what was I going to say? People keep asking me, why isn't this show more popular? And I say, because I host it. And they say, no, you have great guests. And if you would shut up, the show would be more popular. Why isn't your show? And I think it's because we don't have a production crew. We don't have a spine building the show up. And I will not have people help this show for free. I can't. I know we have guests who come on here for free, but it's backbreaking work to do crew work is, anyway,
Playing the birthday game.
I'm neurotic. Okay. Marianne Cummings, Professor Marianne Cummings, is a professor, a particle physicist. Professor Mike Steinel, do you have a quiz for us today?
Yeah, the birthdays.
Well, no, I'm talking to Professor Mike Steinel, but Quizmaster Dan is going to play a little game of Stump the Humps. It's time to play Stump the Humps. That's this game, and it's going to be brutal because I'm an expert on how old people are. And we're going to do birthdays, and we're going to quiz Professor Mike, Professor Marianne, and me. And I will win this, by the way, to find out how old people are. And we'll go around. You have to give. We'll start with Professor Marianne. You will give us how old you think this person is, and then Professor Mike and I have to guess whether or not you're higher or lower, or just high.
We don't give
First
our own.
question,
We don't just give our own age. I mean, our own assessment of the age.
Well, you can do that too, but we do that. One person is the pivot for each question.
Yeah, but what if we both say higher? Then it's a tie. Or if we both say lower.
Yes.
How much lower? I think that's what. It's got to be a tiebreaker, David. Come on, man.
And this is why
what kind of game are you running? Are we playing for money? Communism work.
This is why you can't. You know what? You ever heard that a camel is a horse designed by a committee? Have you ever heard that?
Yes, no. I've heard that.
Isn't that great? A camel is a horse designed by a committee. And you know what a camel has, Dan?
What does it have?
Humps.
Whoa.
Time to play Stump the humps.
All right.
Go ahead, Dave. First
Professor
question.
Marianne, the first person for tonight is Brian Cranston,
Bryan Cranston.
Tony
What?
Award-winning actor who starred in
Oh, I know.
Walter White.
We just put some money in the kitty.
I would say Bryan Cranston is probably in his early 60s. I'll say 61.
Okay.
Prime number.
Professor Mike Steinell. Higher
saying-
or lower?
Higher, I'd say 64.
No, you just have to say higher or lower.
David, I just told you that that's not going to work, because what if we both go higher? Then we both win money? Okay.
Yeah, we both win
I'll
money.
say higher.
When you said, for those of you who aren't listening, he said higher and then kind of did a higher Hitler. That kind of scared me.
That's the respect I give to you.
Higher Hitler.
Mein Führer.
I like that. Thank you. So you say higher. I'm
Higher
going to
than-
agree.
Yes. Okay.
Professor Marianne, you said how old?
61.
I am going to go with higher.
Brian is 65 years old.
I was very close, 64.
You were very close.
So that would be Professor Mike has 1 point. I have 1 point.
Okay.
And Professor Marianne, particle physicist who subscribes to the international journal called The Globe and the National Enquirer, I believe, you have 0.
Now, somebody else goes first this time?
Now we go to you, Professor
Okay, I'll be
Mike.
first.
Steinell.
Okay. All right.
This is round 2 of
Here we go.
Stump the Humps.
Wanda Sykes, the comedian Wanda Sykes.
70.
Ooh, we're never going to get her on the show. Lower.
I'm going to go lower than that. I'm going to say that she's about 60.
She is 57 years old.
Oh, God. Jeez.
Well, that's 1 point for Professor Marianne and 1 point for David. And Professor Mike has only 1 point. And wouldn't you know it, I'm in the lead. I have 2 points.
I thought you were going to end the game so you could win.
I'm winning. I'm winning because I am an expert on how old people are. So it's my turn to guess the age.
Way off.
Yep.
Jeez, I was way off.
You are way off, and you owe Wanda an apology.
She's been around a while.
Hey! There's a come on now.
Okay, all right.
There's a 1 in a million chance, 1 in a billion chance that
She might do the show, but not if she
Yeah,
thought that somebody on
yeah,
the show thought she was that old. Okay.
F it. I agree with you. She could be 70.
Okay.
We're not
All right.
kidding around.
Next
No.
up is actor Freddie Prinze Jr.
Actor Freddie Prinze Jr. Well, I can figure this out. Freddie Prinze committed suicide in 1977. So his son had to have been born in 1976. Ergo, therefore, and thusly, let me do the math. If you
This is
were
going to be the
born-
hard part.
Okay, if you were born in, say, 1975, that would make you 25 in 2000, 45 in 2020. It would make you 47. I'm going to say 47 years old.
Go
Professor
ahead,
Cummings.
Marianne.
I think he's a little older. I'll say he's 50.
I'll say higher too.
I'm going to say right now, before you give me the answer, that I'm right and you're all wrong.
Okay. Is that the way we play this?
What did I say? I said he's what, 40 what?
47.
I said 47.
45 years old.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. 0 all around.
No. All right, I don't get a point. I have to get it right on the nose. You know, in the future, we should.
No score.
No score. But in the future,
You were close. You were the closest. Give yourself a point.
No. What we should do is when we ask you, the person a question, the pivot question, if you get it right, you should get like 2 points.
Yeah, because it's amazing.
Yeah, it would be amazing. So what did I say? I said 47.
Yeah.
And you said what?
45.
So he was born after Freddie Prinze killed himself.
The website said he's 45 and he was born in 1976. I don't know if your math is wrong or if their website's wrong.
That would be closer to your age, because that would be
I said 75.
He's at least 46.
I said, yeah, Freddie killed himself in 77, I believe.
Okay.
I don't think you can procreate after you're dead. Although some women have accused me of that. Felt like.
First impressions.
Boy, I'm losing. I just got a dirty look from somebody. It's me. Okay.
Next, we have James Vanderbeek.
That would be Professor Marianne Cummings, who I know is a big fan of James Vanderbeek, who moved to Texas, who gave it all up and took his family, just gave it all up. I don't know what exactly he had, but James Vanderbeek moved to Texas recently, I think last year. How old is James Vanderbeek?
I have no idea who he even is, but if he moved his family, well, let's see, a nice round number. Let's say he's 50 years old.
Lower.
I'm going to say lower.
44.
Wow.
Particle physicist, Professor Marianne Parks Commissioner. This is you're in third place. You have 1 point. I have 3 points. Professor Mike has 2 points. How's it feeling, Professor Marianne?
Yeah, just like usual. Doesn't matter. It's whoever passes their qualifiers, and in the end.
Do you feel depressed and humiliated that you don't know how old James Vanderbeek is?
I'm proud I don't know that fact.
Wouldn't it be better if, when you're running for office, you get quizzed on what you know as opposed to what you believe? Wouldn't that be better?
That would be cool.
You would win, unless the subject.
Oh, no, I would just say, I'm proud I don't know that. And I'm like, but yeah, I think that what people know is important.
Yes. By the way, the subject is Vanderbeek was the unheralded sequel to The Subject Was Roses. People did not turn out for the subject. Go ahead, Dan.
We have 2 more. Next is Lester Holt.
Professor Mike is up. Is that correct? Quizmaster Dan?
That's right. It's Lester Holt, Professor.
I know this.
The news anchor and journalist who's noted for his work on NBC, serving as co-anchor on Weekend Today.
67.
Way off. Way off. Professor Marianne, let me give you some help.
No.
Go say lower. Say lower.
I was going to say lower, although, these guys, these media types, can kind of have a near of youth, but I'm just going to put it at 53.
53. I'm going to go with 62. What did you say, Professor Mike Steinel? You said what?
7?
I think I said 67.
And you said Wanda Sykes was 70?
Everybody looks old to me.
I'm going to go lower, and I'm going to say 62.
Okay.
Lester Holt is 62 years old.
Listen, it's incredible how much I know. I'm ashamed. I feel like I'm a bully. I have 5 points. Professor Mike has 2, and Professor Marianne has 2. Now, granted, I get to see these questions and answers before we start, but it's a test of my memory. I remember?
Now you're telling me this. God.
Yeah, but do you remember? Are you able to No, I swear, Dan, have I
Yes, sir.
looked? Have I looked and
But
shown the answer?
you could look up showbiz or important birthdays today, and you could have done your, you kind of know what to expect.
This
Could have
is
scouted it, as they say in the sports lingo. You could have scouted the opposition. I'm going to
This
do
is
that from
true.
now on.
no. We have the honor system here, but Professor Marianne, you look a little disappointed in yourself. You couldn't crack the Vanderbeek enigma. Okay.
Last one. Here we
I
go.
don't watch Lester Holt either. I'm very proud to say that.
Here we go.
Emmanuel
I
Lewis.
like this because I get to be rude to the guests. This is fun. This is a way to just
You have to
reveal
go first.
my-
You go first on this one.
It's
Who goes
Emmanuel,
first?
Emmanuel Lewis.
Now, hang on for one second before you ask me this question. Who's answering the question?
You are.
You are.
You're first.
Oh, wait a minute.
Emmanuel Lewis.
Emmanuel Lewis, child actor,
That
best
guy's
known
an
for his role
actor?
as Webster.
Oh, is that the actor guy? Oh.
Yep.
Oh, Webster.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh.
Now, I'm going to do the math here. Don Rickles was introduced by Webster in 1985 at the inaugural. Remember, I showed that clip of Don Rickles perform, which everybody should go on YouTube and look up Don Rickles at President Reagan's 1985 inaugural ball. It is amazing. He was interviewed, introduced by Emmanuel Lewis. Rickles said, I quote Rickles, only black guy here and he can't play basketball. That's what
He's
he
like,
said.
short. Oh my
He's
God.
really short.
Oh boy.
That's
Oh
horrible.
my God.
When I met Rickles, I said something. He goes, only Jew here, and he's not funny. Okay, so that was 1985. I'm going to say he was 10 in 1975. So 1975, let's see, he was 25 in the year 2000, right? He was 45 and 47.
Professor Cummings.
Oh, let's see. I'm trying to read. Yeah, when that show was going, I'm shocked by how old I am, so that kind of affects. I would have to say it's got to be at least 50 by now.
Let me help you out here. Say, well, I'm on the mark here. I'm right. He's 47, unless my math is off. If you're born in 75,
No, he was a star in 75. He was born in
That early?
all right. I will.
that
No,
show's
85.
from the is that show from the 70s or the 80s?
I'm trying to help my guests here. If you want to make fools out of yourselves, you go right ahead.
No, I
Okay.
gave my answer. Okay, so you guys fight.
You're
among
going to say
yourselves.
higher. You're going to
I'm
say
gonna
higher
I'm
than.
going to say higher too.
I'm going to say it's 50.
Okay,
It is
I
higher
said 40.
and it is 50. It is 50.
All right, David. You went down.
Oh, wait a minute.
I don't want to play anymore. This is rigged and it's culturally biased, and you're all enjoying the fact that I made a fool out of myself. So the
Like
final
De Niro
score.
said in the Fockers, you're going down to Chinatown.
But I still won. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4,
you did
5.
well. You're ahead. You're
I
ahead.
got 5 points. Professor Mike got 3, and Professor Marianne got 3.
Oh, tie for second.
David, I will
Thank-
tell you some info about Freddie Prinz. You were right on all your recollections. What I got is this the website I got it from. His birthday is actually March 8th. So he's turning 46 tomorrow. He was born in 76, like you thought.
Well, this is a tough game.
I got to pay attention because this website is so
No, no,
accurate. It doesn't
good.
roll the date until the next day. Sometimes if I use the, okay,
You'll notice I show all my work.
yeah.
Full transparency. I'm really good at this. I'm really good at this, and it's not fair that mere mortals have to play
If you could
this
just,
game.
if you could just turn that into an income, that skill, you know.
Well, I could be like a carnival person, like, guess
Guessing
my
people's
weight.
weight, yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing we should do. How much do they weigh?
Bye, David.
Bye, Dan. Anything with Community Billboard before you go? I love this.
We'll get it
I
in
could-
Thursday.
Okay, let's play IMDb score. I would lose at that.
Very good.
Professor Marianne is a particle physicist, a brilliant artist, and I mean, like,
Oh, I don't know. The group that Tom has gotten together for Sundays, I mean, I'm kind of an amateur among a lot of those guys, so.
yeah. No, you are brilliant, and you are only elected official on the David Feldman
Well,
Show.
that's important.
You are.
And that
a-
doesn't have to be the case, people.
That doesn't have to be what?
That doesn't have to be the case. Oh, by the way, this morning, Junaid Ahmad and Rachel Ventura officially handed in all of their signature petitions to be on the ballot. Down in
We'll bring them on the show.
Yes, Rachel's going to come on soon. I got to, find out what her schedule allowed.
You are beloved here, Professor Marianne, even though you don't know shit about Vanderbeek.
I'm so proud.
Thank you, Professor Marianne. Is Mr. Snodgrass with us today?
He's in the audience.
Are we gonna talk to him?
Yeah, I got a couple things. I wanted to talk about.
We like him.
Oh, great.
I like him.
Kenny's amazing, and
He's a hero. He's our hero at all.
He is a hero. I tell you what.
He doesn't take any gruff. He speaks too much. He showed us at office hours. He put us through the ringer. Is he a union organizer?
He was. He's retired.
But he went to Bessemer.
No, he didn't. Well, he's just recently he went to the rally, but his main
Yeah.
work was with Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, and that's why I have. If you're watching on YouTube or on the video, you can see that I have a picture of, and I want to talk about this person. There's a picture of two people. The guy in the front is Fred Ross Sr., and the guy in the back is Cesar Chavez, and there's a thing coming up. Do you know about Fred Ross?
Not
David?
really. Not really.
He was an
I can tell you
amazing-
how old he is, though. I can tell you how old he is. See, he died in 1992. He's 82. Is that correct?
He was born in 1910. But anyway,
I see you put it.
he was a tremendous union organizer, and really, he's the one that talked Cesar Chavez into. He's got a book that he's written about Cesar Chavez, and now there's a book about Fred Ross. He's kind of the unsung hero of the labor movement because his thing was that a good leader didn't lead people necessarily as much as it pushed people. So he met Cesar Chavez in 1952, but before that he came from San Francisco. He went to USC. During the Depression, he had to leave school, and he did relief work. And he got hired to run the Arvin migrant camp in Bakersfield. And that's where, that's like featured in Grapes of Wrath in Steinbeck's novel. And that's where he met Woody Guthrie. He was a worker, a relief worker during the Depression. And then during World War II, because he was a little old to go into World War II, he would have been in his 30s by the time it broke out. So he went to Cleveland, and he worked relocating Japanese Americans finding them places where they could go so that they could be released from the internment camps. Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
And then he devoted himself in the 50s and the 60s to organizing Mexican Americans through. He met Saul Alinsky, who was the, you know that name, famous union organizer. And
right?
What's that?
Obama was accused of being an acolyte.
Well, he was pretty radical, and I think he has a book called Rules for Radicals, and it's about organizing. But he was in. He got Fred to work for the CSO, which is the Community Service Organization, and he worked with that group in California, and then eventually they kind of blended that into the United Farm Workers when that took off. And there's pictures of him, but there's a thing happening. They're making a documentary about his life. It's called the Fred Ross Senior Project, and you can Google that, Fred Ross. Let me see, fredross.com, I think. And there's a meeting this Thursday, a Zoom meeting. You can find information at Fred Ross 47. Can I give an email for his son?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. fredross47@gmail.com. Or you can go to the Fred Ross Project website and you see it's right there. And they're having a meeting to organize the fundraising to get this really great documentary done.
Great.
But, he was a social arsonist. He said the way to get things changed is to light a fire under people. And he did it. He did it one person at a time or one small groups. His thing was house meetings. He would convince one guy that he was on the level and would really wanted to help. And it was an uphill struggle. His book is full of like all these, trying to convince one person. And then once he got one person committed, he would say, okay, now bring your neighbors in and let's meet them. And then bring more people in. And it spread. And that was, he taught Dolores and Cesar how to do it. Kenny, are you there? Is your hand raised?
Let me bring as Andy Brown said, we're about to get snodgrassed. So if you can raise your hand, Kenny.
I tried to tell him how to raise his hand. I'm not sure.
Here, I'm going to bring him in as a panelist.
Great.
And while we're waiting, we met Kenny at office hours Friday night. He doesn't suffer. I was going to say he doesn't suffer fools gladly, but there were no fools at office hour. But he's outspoken, and we need people like Kenny, who is.
Kenny's a trumpet player. We went to the same college. He was a year ahead of me in college, and then he left. I didn't know him back then, but we've since done musical things together. And he comes from a very important musical family in the state of Kansas. His dad was one of the first guys to bring Doc Severinsen in. I don't know if you remember me talking about that family in Clay Center, Kansas. There's Kenny.
There's Kenny.
Hi there.
And I see your United Farm Workers logo right behind you. Hi, Kenny. Go ahead, Professor Mike.
Kenny, fill us in a little bit about, did you ever meet Fred Ross?
We did training. Caesar had Fred train all the staff, and he came in for a 3-day training that was held in Lantana, Florida, with our Florida staff.
And that's where you were working with the Coke sugar plantations?
Right. Well, what happened at that time, I had been started in the middle 70s in the field operation to administer the contracts at Coca-Cola, where the union organized 1,000 workers and they had collective bargaining agreement. So Fred was showing us how everything from the house meetings that you talked about to organize our workers better, and also how to structure our union meetings. So those were the two things. And then also how to conduct, because every time we would have a contract vote, we wanted the workers to be able to vote on the contract and have it fair and square. So we discussed and we worked out a system to have fair secret ballot elections on ratifying a contract.
Right. So this is America. We don't respect history, unfortunately. Let's talk about Bessemer. Let's talk about history in the making in Bessemer, Alabama. You were there. What did you see? They're counting the ballots, aren't they?
Well,
not yet.
Not quite yet. They have for the second vote is to take place, I believe it's about 20 days ahead. So they're still trying to convince people to vote yes, while the company is trying to convince people to vote no. And so that's going on.
You were down there. Did the National Labor Relations Board, just to refresh everybody's memory, there was an election about a year ago. Amazon won pretty significantly. It was shameful how well they were able to block.
The turnout was poor. The turnout was very poor.
Right. Well, but that's how Amazon wins. They intimidate. They put the box. They got the post office to put the box in a way that made the workers feel they were being monitored. And eventually, the National Labor Relations Board ruled, nope, you need a new election. This is dishonest. That's one of the benefits to having a Democrat in the White House is you have a national Labor Relations Board that, I mean, we don't have Biden giving a full-throated endorsement of the union, but you do have people who want a fair election. Do you get a sense now for this new election that it's being monitored by the federal government, so there'll be no shenanigans?
I really don't know. I really don't know how close they monitor the process. I would think during, and I have to be honest and tell you that I don't know if the vote is done on one day or 5 days, or people are mailing their votes.
I think they just mail them in, and then eventually there's a day when they count them. And
okay.
So there's a deadline.
Tell us about the rally in Bessemer. You were in Bessemer, Alabama. How'd it go?
It was really good. After I had driven up from Florida with one of the workers one of the retirees, and we got to Atlanta, we boarded a bus with probably 30 or 40 other union from all different unions, auto workers, retail, wholesale department, Teamsters. And then when we joined up with the rally there, it was really very good. It was a good turnout. It was on kind of a nasty day. It was cold outside, but there was a lot of fire amongst the speakers, and they said their piece, and then we boarded the bus and we went on back.
Right.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I was reading Payday Report, a lot of stuff going on, but three things that's very interesting, that in Chicago, there's an Amazon union that's trying to organize there, and it has a different name than they both on Payday Report. It mentioned all three Amazon union organizing things. The Bessemer.
Are the Teamsters helping out Anybody?
I don't think so. They were there. There were Teamsters at the rally. Kenny told me, but Chicago is doing. It's called Amazonian United. That's there. And then Christian Smalls, Payday Report mentioned Christian Smalls thing in Staten Island. And then the Bessemer thing is going to be RWDSU, retail workers. Oh, gosh, I forget all this stuff.
Applebaum, the guy out of Connecticut.
Right. And he really liked the song, and we might be able to get him on. We tried to get somebody to come on today. And they said really Stewart's the person to have
Stewart
on. Some.
I find him lacking. He's a Harvard educated.
Now careful, he's going to come on the show, so don't run him back too much.
Well, there's a problem here. He's the president of the Retail Wholesale and Department Store Union that is organizing in Bessemer, right?
Right, and he was at the rally. He came down to the rally. He spoke.
Yeah. The problem is he's a Harvard Law graduate, and I doubt that he's living with the workers the way Christian Smalls is, or the way Cesar Chavez is. I hope he succeeds, but
yeah,
we don't need lawyers running unions. We need workers running unions.
Well, that's interesting. The three different Amazons all forming their own union in a way, So I don't think that. I mean, that would be a question for Stewart. Like, are you going to be involved in Chicago and Staten Island as well? I tell you what, if Amazon could start to unionize, and David, you sometimes you kind of run down, things aren't happening but if you look at Payday Report, there's a lot. 20,000 longshoremen refused to load Russian ships this weekend. The Seattle concrete strike is in its fourth month, 100 workers, fourth month. Jefferson Parish bus strike is still going on. That's in Louisiana. Special metals strike is in the 150th day. That's in West Virginia. Sacramento teachers walked out over the masks. 100 Gizmodo media workers are on strike. And, there's things
Professor
going on.
Mike Stiel, I appreciate your optimism, and you're right. The problem is we're seeing union activity, but fewer shops going union. Union membership is the lowest it's been in 100 years. We lost something like 200,000 union members last year. I support.
I know, yeah.
So I'm all for strikes and organizing, but we have to do better. We have to do better.
Yeah.
Because we're not winning. We're losing. And I think the problem is somebody like Stuart Applebaum, who is living in Connecticut and not with the workers of Bessemer, because he's got a Harvard law degree and he's tapped into the Democrats and the elite of the East Coast. He's not Christian Smalls. He's not Cesar Chavez. Let me ask you a question, Kenny Snodgrass, about the Teamsters.
Yeah.
They were the enemy of the United Farm Workers, weren't they? They were going to sign with the growers, and they were brutal towards the United Farm Workers in the 70s, weren't they?
Very correct. Yes, they were. And they signed sweetheart deals to try to bail the growers out. There has been a big change that the United Farm Workers has, and I'm no real authority on this. When I left the union on staff after 20 years in 1993, there's some things I don't know, but the one thing I do know is that there is a partnership with the Teamsters, the United Farm Workers, and one or two other unions, possibly the hotel and restaurant workers. But the Teamsters has really become very progressive. And so that's good change.
That's a good stuff.
Because the federal government cleaned it up. The government stepped in and cleaned it up. Let me ask you, you knew Cesar Chavez?
Yes.
Let me ask you a difficult question, because I grew up, my parents boycotted grapes, and we marched in front of supermarkets for Cesar Chavez. I'm still brought to tears when I think of Ethel Kennedy after Bobby was shot visiting Cesar Chavez, where they spat at her and threw stuff at her. Cesar Chavez, great American, but there is some revisionist history that in his latter years, he did not serve the farmers well enough, that he wasn't aggressive enough, and that he had turned the Union, I'm just going to ask this question, it's a difficult question, into sort of an apocalyptic death cult that was more concerned with the hereafter than the here and now. What do you say about that?
Well,
have you heard that criticism?
Well, you can
that religion got in the way. That his religion destroyed the United Farm.
No, he had. I was with the last 3 years. I was with the union. Were the times I was close to not always working with Cesar, because I worked in negotiations in other areas of the state. But his religion was, he was a very strong Catholic. He was raised that, and he died that. The Synanon, there was a little period of time where the union and they went through what Synanon, and there was, and it's been written in books. I was not in California at that time during the late, I guess the middle 80s, where they played the game. There was something called the game. And so if you want to read the darkest part of the union, you can find books that will tell about the game that they played. And the game was where people would kind of insult each other, is the only way I could. And Cesar was a person that witnessed it amongst staff people. When I was
this was to treat drug addiction and alcohol. Synanon was
Synanon
perversion.
Good in that regard. And so as well as Delancey Street. And those were, especially Delancey Street was one that the union had a close working relationship with. They did a lot of good for people, for addicts, gambling. And so get back to your question. I didn't see that dark period. And the union also, the UFW always maintained the firm belief in nonviolence, the way that we train people.
Before you go, and thank you for coming on the show, and I hope to see you in office hours. You became beloved.
I was not trying to. I'm sorry for that.
No, we need. No, we're. You have no idea. In office hours, we need people like you in office hours who are vocal. Where does it stand now with the United Farm Workers and the Teamsters? Who has most of the contracts in California with the growers?
I don't believe the Teamsters has any, to my knowledge. The UFW is much smaller in terms of the numbers of workers that they represent. I couldn't give you a total number of workers that are represented, but I mean, it's kind of a combination of problems with being able to, as we talked about, winning elections, because one of the things, we had won a lot of elections when I was in California, and I would go to bargaining sessions, and companies were supposed to bargain in good faith, but it was nearly impossible to reach an agreement, with a contractual agreement. So you could win an election, but you couldn't get a contract. And that's happened with a whole number of companies out in California. And then there's some companies that have completely dissolved. And I saw that while I was working there.
Yeah.
I read something over the weekend. I don't know where I read it, so my apologies to the author. I will find out.
Mm-hmm.
But he or she said something very interesting about union membership that gave me hope. Because I've been saying this, that we have to think differently when it comes to organizing because we're losing.
Yes.
And I read this over the weekend. France, 10 years ago, they elected Hollande, a socialist. I know we make fun of the French, but they are better than we are. Every man's a king. They beheaded their king, and it bred an entire country where they expect to be treated like kings. And they are, compared to the United States. What's interesting about France, this is what I read, and I don't know who wrote this. He or she said that union membership in France is as bad as the United States. It's 10%. That's partly because the entire government is pro-labor, that there are laws enshrined in the French code that demand workers be treated properly. So instead of, I don't know the history, but they've organized to the point where they don't need as many, the protections come from the top, from the government, not from the unions. So that's a way, and I thought, well, maybe we should learn from the French. I'm not saying to bring out the guillotines, but it wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt if the guillotines at least came out. I'm not saying to you.
I brought this today just to pile on that a little bit. Farrah Stockman in today's, in the front part of the New York Times, last page, Biden's pro-labor vision doesn't end at the America's borders. Now, I read this. Here's the first paragraph. President Biden ran on a promise to be the most pro-labor president ever. A year into his presidency, it is becoming clear that he is already the most pro-labor president since Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
That is just, he's the most prolapsed president.
Well, anyway, you should read this. And the point of this person, and this is Farrah Stockman, a Pulitzer Prize winning person who's done a lot of great work. I Googled her and I thought, where's this coming from? But her point is that there are true believers that have been appointed. One of them is Thea Lee, Deputy Undersecretary for International Affairs at the Department of Labor. Spent years at the AFL-CIO trying to strengthen and enforce labor standards abroad. Anyway, it's an interesting. Who are they talking about?
Well, yeah. Here's the truth in defense of Biden, defense of Hillary Clinton, the attack on Libya notwithstanding. If we could get rid of the Republicans and keep reelecting Democratic presidents, as bad as Obama was, as bad as Clinton was, if they didn't have to triangulate and appeal to these malignant Republicans, they could stay in office and they would be forced to appoint pro-labor attorney generals, pro-labor assistant attorney generals, and that within the bureaucracy, there would emerge a Rooseveltian leftist agenda, because Biden does appoint, he's appointed to head the FTC, I think her name is Lena Khan. He's trying to get Raskin over at the Federal Reserve. These are dangerous, semi-dangerous, left of center people who all it takes is one tweak. Elizabeth Warren, we support Bernie Sanders. But one of the things I like about Elizabeth Warren is you do one little tweak to the tax code, a little something here with the Federal Reserve, and you've ushered in a new era of reform. It takes one person to make one tweak, and the blowback, a little speculation tax on Wall Street, and suddenly there's another $1 trillion sitting in the federal bank account to pay for everything. So if we could get rid of the Republicans, the Democrats they're horrible. I'm ashamed to be a Democrat, but I am a Democrat, and I do believe if we could get rid of the Republicans, that the Obamas and the Clintons and the Bidens would not have to appeal to the deplorables, and they would be, we could force them to appoint better people.
Yeah, labor's key. Labor is key. Anyway, I recommend that you check this out, because it was kind of surprising, and then I did some Googling of these people that he's brought into the. He may not have known that they were going to be so pro labor, but it is.
Let me say goodbye to Kenny Snodgrass.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Please join us. We'll send you an invitation for office hours. We need you. Thank you, Kenny.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you, Professor Mike Stanley. We have some music, right?
Yeah. I wrote a new song today, and it grew out of.
Time. About time,
Hey man, I do one every week almost. There's a story in the in Sunday's paper, Saturday's
never enough.
paper,
never enough.
Called "He's Sorry, She's Sorry, Everyone Is Sorry." It's all about apologies. And,
right, I read that.
And
yes.
And what stuck out to me was the Joe Rogan apology. I'm going to read it. After all the stuff that he said, that was, he said, the most regretful and shameful thing I've ever had to talk about publicly. Listen how he said that. It's not the most regretful thing and shameful thing he ever has done. It's the most regretful and shameful thing that he's ever had to talk about publicly. God, it's so. And then, of course, it talks about receiving no penalty. So I wrote a little song about apologies and saying I'm sorry. You want to play it? It's called. I love this. This person wrote that we're living in a. Let me see, a sea. Where
of contrition.
A sea of contrition, and that's the name of the song.
Sea of Contrition. New music from the brilliant Professor Mike Steinel.
I read it in the paper today. They were swimming in a sea of contrition. The people feeling the need to apologize. They say it seems to be a modern condition. They might be real sorry for what they did, or maybe their career is just on their skids. Some people say they're sorry on a TV show. We're so sorry. It appears that the formula is cut and dry. We're so sorry. They act kind of sad and they talk real slow. We're so sorry. It helps if the family is by their side. We're so sorry. They gotta get out in front and do it real fast. If they're lucky, they can put it all in the past. Wiener was sorry about a picture or two. He's so sorry. With a name like his, what else could he do? He's so sorry. Clinton was sorry about the Monica thing. He's so sorry. But he never was sorry about those other flings. He's so sorry. If you get canceled and you have to punt, just say you were a victim of a witch hunt. Feeling kind of bad for writing this song. I've been mulling it over all day long. If you're apologetic and that's what you do, I didn't mean to throw some shade on you. So, go ahead, get it off your chest. Say you're sorry, it's for the best. We're so sorry. 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 We're so sorry.
That's our new. That deserves a.
That's
so,
new.
hey, no.
Oh man.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm so sorry. I got that wrong. Mike Steinell. I wish I was. We're going to play another song of Mike Steinell's. He is a author of many books, including the highly acclaimed Essential Elements for Jazz Ensemble, volumes 1 and 2, Building a Jazz Vocabulary, and Running the Changes is his latest. I can't think of 4 better books to learn how to play jazz than Essential Elements for Jazz Ensemble, volumes 1 and 2, Building a Jazz Vocabulary, and Running the Changes. You want to learn from the best, go to MikeSteinell.com to pick up those books. And while you're over there, buy Song and Dance, the Mike Steinell Quintet, featuring Rosanna Eckert. It's released by Origin Records. And Killing Charlie Parker, he's writing some
Coming out
novels.
soon. Coming out soon. Gosh.
And the Lake House, how do people listen to the book on tape of the Lake House?
They can go to YouTube. It's for free. The Lake House, Part 1, Roman numeral
Somebody
1.
in the chat room over at YouTube, Django, says, dude knows his way around a trumpet.
I mixed the trumpet a little too hot. I'm using new software. I'm using Logic Pro, and I don't quite have it down yet. Hey, David, you know, there's a silver lining about this Ukraine war.
Yes.
For a songwriter, man, you know how many words rhyme with Ukraine?
It's, as Joe Rogan would say, it's insane.
Insane, arcane, attain, cocaine, domain, food chain, mundane, bird brain, methane, chest pain, urbane, the pull chain, ascertain, quiche Lorraine. I could do a whole bunch of things like Mr. Putin, get out of Ukraine. We think you might be a little insane. We don't know what you're trying to attain. Maybe you're doing cocaine. Hey, Mr. Putin, we think you're a bird brain. Well, Mr. Putin, we hope you get chest pains. Mr. Putin. Anyway.
He's giving me
next week. What's that?
He's giving me a migraine. Should we play the other song, sir?
Okay, yeah. I remixed what we did last week. Stand and Deliver, a Union song for Amazon.
Stand Together. It's called.
Stand Together. Right. Sorry. Play that sucker. See if it sounds better.
Stand Together. New music from Professor Mike Steinel.
Walking 13 miles on every shift with not a chair in sight. Lifting 20,000 pounds a day, that don't seem right. Saving plastic bottles to have a place to pee. Injuries in this place are the highest in the industry. Don't believe those TV ads, things ain't what they seem. Don't tell me this sweatshop has become the American dream. We need to stand together. Can't do it on our own. We need to stand together and make our presence known. We need to stand together and get the union done. We need to stand together. Which side are you on? 1 million strong, working 2 shifts a day. Packing all day long while the cameras are running away. 100,000 trucks tearing up and down the roads, delivering stuff all over the world in 40-ton loads. When did this sweatshop become the American dream? Don't believe those TV ads, things ain't what they seem. We need to stand together. Can't do it on our own. We need to stand together and make our presence known. We need to stand together and get the union done. We need to stand together. Which side are you on? Stand together. Stand together. Stand together. Stand together. Can't use your cell phone. You can't call your mates. Can't listen to music. Gotta pack all those crates. Start to feel like a robot, but soon you understand there's more of them than you. That's always been the plan. Do not believe those TV ads. Things ain't what they seem. And don't try to tell me this sweatshop will become the American dream. We got to stand together. We can't do it on our own. Stand together. We need the UAW, the AFL-CIO. We got to stand together. We can't do it on our own. We got to stand together. We need the American postal workers and the farm workers. We need the stand together. Teamsters and the RWDSU. We need everybody. Call the phone. Get on the phone. Call your neighbors. They need to stand together. Yeah, yeah. We need to stand stand together. That's what I'm talking about. We need to stand together.
I wish I were you.
Oh, you don't. Hey, I love
do.
that other applause. It sounds like there's like three drunk girls in the crowd.
They're actual, this is applause from our live shows that we used to do.
Oh, that's a little bigger. That's a little bigger.
We did a live show at QED,
Oh,
great
yeah.
comedy club
Yeah.
in Queens, and I grabbed some of that. I wish I were you. I really do. That rhymes. Stand together. Stand together.
Together. I got to figure out
Yeah.
the mix. I'm not happy with the way the mix turns out on the show sometimes. But
Hey, we have Irish people listening. Don't say that.
mix.
Oh, the mix.
M-I-X.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry.
M-I-X.
My children are part Irish, and I get very defensive when say something.
I wasn't able to listen to the show today. I was getting this song ready. I missed Cyrus and I
You're
missed no. Hey, but I heard John Ross last week. It's nice to have him back around.
Yeah.
Talking about his baseball baseball fanaticism. That's pretty cool.
I was talking about John has found his way. He has.
Yeah.
He's somebody who I admire him. I was visiting new friends in Albany, and they have something like a homestead. They're surrounded by nature.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot to be said, A, for not living in Manhattan, B, for not living in a city, and D, I skipped C, D, growing your own food and having chickens and guinea hens and dogs and cats and deer and ticks and Lyme disease.
Perfect. It's perfect.
You need to get outside. Hey, are you going to be heading up to the cabin? It's springtime.
I'm gonna let it get a little warmer. You know, we had a cold snap. It froze here last night. So, yeah, you know, April. We'll get up there for April, maybe after Easter. And
Okay.
Nadine has her class reunion in May. We might get up there.
Get
to,
out of here.
Yeah,
Get out of here.
She's the only one left. But they do. The whole town does class. They do it at the same time, and as you get older, you get farther and farther toward the front. So she's she's the last one in her class. So she's the oldest one, the oldest alum in that town, and she'll.
Oh man, I have the nastiest joke,
Okay, let's hear it.
and I can't do it. I cannot do it.
Okay, don't do
I'll tell in the Zoom room. Remind me when I say goodnight to talk about my class reunion. I just came up with the darkest joke that
Okay.
I've offended myself.
You offended yourself?
She's the only person going to her class reunion.
Well, the whole town goes to the
Was she
reunion.
homeschooled? Was she homeschooled?
No.
Is that why?
No. They had she's not from Marion. She's from a town 7 miles over where the farm was. And it was a little bit smaller than Marion during that time, but they had their own school, and now they don't. They've been consolidated. But the whole town comes back for this reunion, and people speak, and it's an interesting thing. They did it in the gym, the gymnasium. That when I was in junior high, I got into a basketball game. My only scoring point in my whole athletic career is they put me into the game with like 30 seconds left, and I ended up underneath the basket with the ball, and I just made like a a lurching motion, and somehow it went in, and my teammates went crazy. They thought that was so funny, that I got a shot. But anyway, that's where we were playing Florence. Marion was playing Florence, and I got into the game. It's the last game of the season in my 8th grade, and so I got to stand under we went last May, and I got to stand under the basket and relive the moment when I made my 2 points. Anyway, I'm getting basketball fever. It's March Madness is rolling right up on us. I'm a big KU guy, in case you didn't know.
Right. We were watching the guy from Duke say goodbye.
Yeah, he went down. He went down to Chinatown.
Yeah,
I'm not a big fan of Coach K. Everybody is. But see, if Kansas and Duke have battled it out.
Is Coach K related to Harvey?
It's Harvey J.K.
We have to wrap it up.
Okay,
because
sure.
Rigo is waiting. I'm gonna play Traveling Light.
Okay.
My favorites, and I'm doing a better job. I'm doing a better job, Professor, of curating your stuff. If you've noticed.
Maybe you could do the Sorry song with all the pictures of people who've been, had to apologize for stuff, like Rogan and Whoopi Goldberg. Right. You could do like a whole
or
a montage.
Maybe I won't do it and apologize and say I'm sorry.
Okay. Do that.
Thank you.
Bye, David. See you later.
Thank you.
Bye.
Go to MikeSteinel.com and
I'm traveling light, got everything I need. Got a little bottle of Woolite and a little bag of weed. Got a Saul Bellow novel, cause I really like to read. I'm traveling light. I'm a creature of the road, got no regrets. Gave up my postal code and cigarettes. I'm doing much better with a touch of Tourette's. I'm traveling light. Just need a clean room in a Motel 6. Not too close to downtown, but not out in the sticks. I need my Penn and Teller magic kit so I can do my tricks. Got my favorite pillow, which I call Mr. Fluffy. 4 kinds of allergy pills in case I get stuffy. A pound of Epsom salts, cause my ankles get puffy. I'm traveling light. I got 2 pairs of socks and shorts in my little valise. A couple of passports and my sex doll niece. I'm staying real quiet so they don't call the police. I'm traveling light. I need my sedatives and my antipsychotics. A high-speed parallax motor cause I'm into robotics. And my little red Speedo, I like to do aquatics. I'm traveling light. Got my CPAP machine and my George Foreman grill. A copy of Lolita and my little blue pills. A Navajo blanket in case I get a chill. I'm traveling light. Got my margarita mix and my rusty old blender. A 50 tequila in case I go on a bender. My attorney's number in case I want to change my gender. I'm traveling light. So light, so light, so light, so light, so light. So if I had some visitors. Febreze if my room is stinky. A Polaroid in case I get kinky. My Jesus bobblehead and my Star Wars bedspread. I'm traveling light. I got my rabbi costume and my portable dark room, my hair plug lotion and my expensive wrinkle cream, my Emmy statue for my self-esteem. I'm traveling light. I got my podcast mixer and a fancy microphone, my exercise bike so I have a place to hang my pants, my very valuable Hummel collection, a menorah made of fish heads, a Christmas tree. I like to keep my options open, don't you know? A shoe shine kit, a skill saw, a crossword book, a large supply of mechanical pencils, a year's worth of New York magazines I've been trying to get around to read, some scripts that I've been tweaking for those people in LA, and my enemies list. Don't forget about my enemies list.
Don't forget, do not forget about my enemies list. I hope you all keep an enemies list. It's important to list your enemies and consult that list every day and add to it. We need enemies. They're bad people out there. But I want to thank everybody for listening to this show and joining us in the virtual studio audience. We have some hands raised. Karen, I notice your hand is raised. Would you like to say something before we go to Rodrigo and then wrap it up? Okay, let's go to Rodrigo in Mexico. Thank you. Rodrigo?
Hi, David.
Thank you for introducing us to the hosts of This Is Revolution. They are a welcome addition to this Manson family of misfits.
Hopefully, you'll have more non-white listeners now. I hope.
Yes. Yes. Well, you sound enthusiastic.
Right, like always.
What?
Like always, I can't contain my enthusiasm.
Yes. By the way, I want to thank our production staff. We have a production staff now, people who make this show possible. Nothing gets done here without Dan Frankenberger. So thank you to Dan Frankenberger. Can't do it without him. Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, Joe in Norway, Hannah Fartman, Professor John, and of course, our invisible ninja, who there are no words to describe how brilliant a job the invisible ninja is doing and kickstarting our YouTube channel. So please, if you want to thank the staff, can I call them staff? What do I call them? Go to the YouTube channel and check it out. They are cutting up individual episodes into digestible chunks. It's pretty remarkable. It's great work. So I thank them immensely. I cannot thank them enough. Rodrigo.
Yes.
What is on your mind tonight, sir?
I had a few things to say, but
Yes? Or you have to unmute. Go ahead. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay. We should be asking if Raytheon wants to keep expanding NATO, which forces countries to spend.
You're talking about Raytheon.
Raytheon, yes. Which forces countries to spend 2% of GDP in their military. We should also be asking if conservatives ever hated the idea of a Russian emperor owning the United States, or if they only hated the idea of a Russian socialist who would raise taxes on some billionaires and cut taxes on his own oligarch friends and only a Russian socialist. I think we've all seen the liberals arguing that the plight of Ukrainian refugees is different because they're blue-eyed, blonde, white, but maybe you can show videos on your show of the college students, 16,000 from Africa and 18,000 from India, who last week were not allowed to leave Ukraine for a few days. And in some cases—
You're saying 16,000 college students studying in Ukraine from Africa, from India, people of color are not allowed to leave Ukraine. They're last on the list. Now, is that because of Ukraine or is that because of Poland and the other Moldova countries not letting them in?
I heard they made some deal, so they're letting them out now, but many of them were getting hypothermia because they waited on the border for days and they didn't get blankets or coffee, and some of them had to watch as pets were allowed to cross the border while people of color were told, "What? No, you stay." And Denmark.
What would you say, just to throw this out there?
Yes.
Is it more dangerous for a Ukrainian to be in Ukraine than it would be for, say, somebody from Africa or India? Are you more likely to get massacred by Russian troops? Just throwing this out there. Is that the thinking that the Zelensky government is operating under, that it's more dangerous for Ukrainians than it is for people who are visiting?
I don't think they thought it through, because when you're Vladimir Zelensky and you're trying to get the entire world to save you, you don't do racist crap and let it go out on video for the entire world to realize that there's a bunch of fascists in Ukraine. The Azov battalion is part of the regular army now.
Right. But, as I said earlier, I read a piece in The Nation complaining about, the Nation, left-wing, not completely, not like Jacobin, but it's pretty left-wing. They were complaining about white nationalists in Ukraine, the Azov battalion, and C-14, or I forgot the other one. But their hyperlinks all went to 2015, 2016. All the reports from Human Rights Watch about neo-Nazis in Ukraine, it goes back 5-6 years ago. It's a different Ukraine. You have Zelensky in office. I think, there's no question that the Azov battalion, from what I've read, is real and there are neo-Nazis, but you're going to have to do better than articles from 2015 and 2016 to convince me that there's a pronounced problem with neo-Nazis in Ukraine that will justify Putin saying he's invading to denazify the country. I never believed that.
Quickly to that.
Yeah.
I think the Western media had a problem where before 2014, they didn't care that there were rumors about neo-Nazis and fascists trying to take over the government there. And after 2015, there were some people who still cared, but not that many. So that may be the reason that most of the articles are from 2015.
Okay. What else before we wrap it up, sir?
Yes, the objective of all the propaganda we're seeing from both sides is to trick us into choosing a fascist side. into believing that choosing Zelensky is the same as standing with the refugees. I don't have the answers. I don't think anyone does. But if we want to help, we need to inform ourselves about all the known European genocides going on. Some of them by the United States, like Somalia, some assisted by the United States, like Yemen, some simply ignored by the United States, like Ethiopia, and some amplified by the United States, but only at certain times, like the treatment of the Uyghurs in China. Personally, I recently learned that the first time the USSR requested admittance into NATO was in 1954. So when we
1954?
Yes.
Was that before the Warsaw Pact?
Yes, I think.
I don't look that up. I doubt it. No, because they went into Hungary. No, Stalin set up.
57? I don't remember right now.
Stalin died in 54 and he already set up the Warsaw Pact. I'm going to guess the Warsaw Pact, you can say higher or lower.
Oh, it wasn't Stalin. I think it was Khrushchev.
No, I think the Warsaw Pact, what do I know, is the late 40s. No, 55. Wow. I am completely wrong. Set up in May 14th, 1955. Wow.
We can always learn new things.
After Stalin, that was after Stalin died, wasn't it?
I think. So when we managed to build a complete picture of the world as it is, we discovered that all the governments of the world have spent the last few decades pretending that the United Nations and NATO are some kind of military wall standing between us and the barbarians, while the actual barbarians have veto power on the United Nations, while trying to not stand out too much and risking having one power or another come to liberate us. And a final note, I don't know why all the bad guys are taking the mask off, but it's easier than ever today to verify who is lying. So if you hear something on the media that sounds funny, don't dismiss your feeling. Try to remember what it is and look it up. Chances are you'll discover something like back in 2014, when I'm told no one was pretending as they are now that the coup in Ukraine was not a coup. Certainly they've had 2 free elections since then, but both the communists, the Nazis, and the previous government were banned from participating. I honestly don't remember it being so clear, but I freely admit I wasn't paying attention back then. And has anyone asked if taking over Ukraine will save millions of Russians when climate change gets worse? It feels like that might be a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Great job. And thank you to everybody in the virtual studio audience. If you would like to attend a live taping of this show and sit in our virtual studio audience, you just need Zoom and go to my website to sign up. And while you're over there, sign up for the newsletter that we send out, as well as office hours. Sign up for office hours. Subscribe to this show wherever you get podcasts. We are on every platform. You can subscribe to the show wherever podcasts are delivered. And please give us a good review, a thumbs up. It helps. And we have a YouTube channel. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's a great way to share our content, which is being cut up, diced and sliced. And if you hear something on this show, you can go to YouTube and share it. If it's something you want to share, you can share it with your friends. I also think you can clip on YouTube. I was looking. I think if you subscribe, you can clip the show and post it on your own YouTube channel, which is, feel free to do that. Go to YouTube, and I think you can clip the live stream of the show. I think you can clip like a minute of it So if there's a highlight that you want, I don't know how the clips work, quite frankly. Once again, thank you to the people who helped put this show together: Dan Frankenberger, Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, the Invisible Ninja, Professor John, who's not in the scroll for some reason, Joe in Norway, and a young lady named Hannah Fartman. Also, thank you to Brian J. Karam, author of Free the Press, The Death of American Journalism and How to Revive It; Howie Klein, founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC and author of Down with Tyranny; our new friends from the This Is Revolution podcast, Jason Miles and Pascal Robert; Mark Breslin, founder and president of Yuck Yucks, the largest comedy chain in North America; Dave Cyrus, great man; Peter B. Collins. Go to peterbcollins.com for a treasure trove of his interviews, podcasts, and radio shows; the brilliant Professor Marianne Cummings, Parks Commissioner for Aurora, Illinois, a particle physicist who doesn't know shit about Vanderbeek. Follow her on Twitter at RazorGirl. That's spelled RAZORGRRL. And of course, Professor Mike Steinel. Go to MikeSteinel.com. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.